When a Mage Revolts. Chapter 251, Alright then, go to hell. Although it was called an alley, it actually did not seem like an appropriate description as it was just a narrow space between two rows of building. It could only allow someone lean to pass through. Who knew how this fellow found this way? However, because of this, Benjamin had to make a move as soon as possible. In such a narrow alley, if Johnny suspected that something was wrong and turned his head around, he would definitely discover Benjamin's existence. At that moment, Benjamin already made use of water vapor to support himself and floated forward, that was why not a sound was made. But, as a tricky gang leader, he will turn around to look for sure. At that moment, inside that dark and narrow alley, perhaps he was just being alert, but Johnny inadvertently turned his head and found Benjamin. At that time, the distance between the two of them was not a good distance to attack, therefore, Benjamin had to hastily disable his magic before he turned his head and waved at Johnny. Rab Karhala. He heard how the believers greeted each other, so he imitated their behavior and greeted Johnny with a devout look. Johnny was shocked. Benjamin did not know if his looks were terrifying, but after seeing Johnny's reaction, he immediately pretended to be in a hurry and ran over to hold Johnny's hand. Johnny frowned and looked very confused. However, Benjamin's greeting was very convincing, therefore, he did not reject Benjamin. Rab Karhala, Krabob. He opened his mouth, started muttering a bunch of words that could not be understood. By listening to the tone, it seemed as if he was asking Benjamin about something. At that moment, Benjamin was lost. However, he still grinned, held Johnny's hands and nodded his head aggressively. With the use of nonverbal spell casting of the water ball spell, a huge water ball suddenly appeared and wrapped around Johnny. Subsequently, Benjamin casted an ice-breaking spell, used the compressed ice needles and turned the water ball into an ice ball, trapping Johnny. Benjamin completed this series of actions very quickly. Therefore, Johnny could not even react and was firmly locked in the ice ball. Benjamin was relieved. Success. Fortunately, Johnny was just an ordinary person, so he was easy to deal with. On second thought, while controlling the ice ball with Johnny inside, he cut a hole out to ensure that Johnny could breathe and speak, so he would not die in the ice prison. Initially, he intended to kill Johnny directly, but after observing the exchange between Johnny and the elderly man, he felt something strange. Therefore, he decided to interrogate this fellow first. Johnny, he regained the expression of indifference and spoke coldly, obviously you're just a faction leader, how did you and the cult preachers collude together? Johnny was obviously aware that something had happened since he was frozen in ice and only had his mouth and nose exposed. However, he was still very strong-willed and did not answer Benjamin, but instead asked, "Who are you? I have never provoked mages, what do you want to do?" Benjamin sneered and shook his head. "You're still spouting nonsense, it seems like I have to give you a lesson." This narrow alley was still relatively hidden so no one would pass through. There would not be any magical disturbance if he did nonverbal spell casting. Therefore, Benjamin could hold a simple trial in this place. He used the water ball spell to pour water into Johnny's mouth and fill his stomach with water, and then made the water flow back out. It could be said that the frozen Johnny was given a stomach cleansing style of torture for a few times. Suddenly, Johnny made a ferocious shape with his mouth. He seemed like he wanted to curse, but was stopped by the water in his esophagus. After doing this a dozen times, Benjamin disabled the freezing spell and freed Johnny. Johnny, who had his stomach washed more than 10 times, appeared to be in the verge of collapsing. He fell to the ground, twitching, and dark red blood started to flow out of his mouth slowly. Clearly, even without the ice prison, he did not have the slightest chance of resistance. "What is your relationship with that cult after all?" Benjamin squatted and asked again. I. Johnny seemed to be tortured too badly that he could not even complete his sentence. After seeing that, Benjamin frowned. He used the water particles sensing method to observe the condition of Johnny. He only saw that under the impact of water, in this fellow's stomach, numerous small blood vessels were ruptured, and his body was bleeding heavily internally. In fact, with the state that he was in, he did not have long to live. Benjamin was shocked by Johnny's condition. Knowing that he overdid his torture, he quickly used a few healing water balls and gave Johnny an emergency treatment. "Hey, you almost died. If you still do not say anything, believe it or not, the next torture will be even more scary." After the treatment with the healing water ball, Johnny recovered a little. He caught his breath and looked at Benjamin, but his expression did not change. "Whatever you do, my faith is not going to waver." Hearing that, Benjamin raised his eyebrow. "Are not you afraid of death?" "I am not afraid." Johnny used a kind of pious tone that resembled an old man preaching and quietly replied. "Well then, you're going to die," Benjamin smiled and replied. In a situation where Johnny cannot resist, he condensed an ice dagger, held it and gently pierced Johnny's throat. Blood flooded out like fountain. He killed Johnny. Then he stood up and shook his head with a blank face. It could not be helped, no matter how hidden this alley is, it was still a public place. He did not intend to carry out a long trial here. But seeing how Johnny behaved, there was no way that Johnny will say anything without spending a lot of time. If that is the case, why would he waste his time with Johnny? Moreover, it was not like Benjamin have no clue about the relationship between Johnny and the cult. This fellow thought that he was tight-lipped. Did he think that Benjamin really had no clue about it? He was too naive. In short, the ultimate purpose was to destroy the eagle. As Johnny died gradually, Benjamin endured it in disgust, and according to Jessica's request, he used an ice axe to cut his head. He put the head into the bag, erased all traces of magic in the scene, turned and hurriedly left the alley. Soon, he returned to the garden, and in the house where the garden is located, he found Jessica. "I have killed the leader of Eagle, you should know how to deal with the rest." He took the bag with Johnny's head in it and placed it on a table. Jessica heard and immediately came forward, opened the bag, exposing Johnny's head which still has his eyes open. Benjamin felt a little nauseous, but Jessica looked as though she just saw a priceless treasure, and stared at the head without blinking. Seeing how Jessica reacted, Benjamin shook his head and casually said, "You. This can be considered as revenge for your father." Jessica reluctantly smiled and said, "I asked you to kill him only for the expansion of the crow. I have never hated him, at least, I hated my father a little more." Hearing that, Benjamin raised the eyebrows. "Let's not talk about this. Lord Benjamin, thank you very much for your help." She shook her head, showed a calm smile and said, "I'll wait for the right and critical moment to show this head and completely defeat Eagle, please do not worry." Benjamin nodded. Then he added, "Yes, and one thing, you better be careful, this guy is in contact with a strange cult." Jessica was doubtful. "What do you mean?" Chapter 252, Moving into a New House. Hearing that, although Jessica had some doubts, she was not too surprised. After chopping the head off, the body is usually more difficult to be identified. They will not think that Johnny is already dead. She wrapped the head and kept it. "I have also heard about that cult, I will be careful of them." Although she looked as though there was nothing to be worried about, but after personally getting involved with the neighborhood, Benjamin felt that the cult was not something to be taken lightly. Therefore, he could not help but warn, "Anyway, you better be careful, I think those people are a little strange." Jessica nodded and said, "Rest assured, I know what to do." Moreover, with the lesson from the Kingdom of Helius, Ferelden is very careful about the development of various religions. With people from above watching, the cult will not dare to make any major move. However, after listening to this, Benjamin still intuitively felt worried, but he was not in the position to say anything. She was a professional, he should let her to deal with it. After bidding Jessica farewell, without drawing any attention, he quietly left the place. He went to the Mercenary Association to ask Ms. Michelle about the progress of the mission. However, the worker in the front desk shook her head and said that there was no news, and that he should come again in a few days. Benjamin had no choice, so he returned to the hotel. One day later, the time limit for the mercenaries to finish tidying up the house was up. In the west of Rayleigh, Benjamin led the mages to move into their new home as they had hoped to. Spacious corridors, empty living room, rows and rows of rooms. It was such a simple yet enormous house. Each of them carried their luggage, walked to the front door and looked around. Their faces showed an irrepressible look of excitement. God! There are a lot of rooms here, I can finally sleep in a bed of my own. I like this room, it has a good light source. Such a big house, it must have cost a lot to buy. They ran around the house as if they had fallen into a strange state of passionate love. Even opening the doors to empty rooms was like making rewarding discoveries that brought them boundless excitement. Even though Benjamin had already seen this house before, the atmosphere affected him. He could not help but start laughing too. They finally found a place to live. Most of the time, the significance of having a house that belonged to you went beyond just having a place to stay. The sense of security, sense of belonging. When people feel tired, with just the thought having a small bed of their own, no matter how exhausted they are, they can still muster up some power. Furthermore, putting aside emotional factors, in all fairness, this house suited them very much. After going through a few owners and finally the modification by the mercenaries, there were over 50 rooms. Although the size of each room was not large, the lighting was quite good. Even with all of them living together, it would not be uncomfortable. The distance between each room was relatively close, like the structure of a tube-shaped apartment. In case anything happened, communicating with each other would be very convenient. In addition to the bedrooms, Benjamin also planned to make a room dedicated for studies. All the magic-related books will be kept inside where mages can freely borrow. A room will also be made for drug refining, and he will get better equipment so that two people would not be rushing to fight for a pot. There will also be other kinds of rooms like the discussion room, meditation room, practice room. Not to mention, there was still a spacious backyard. The backyard looked very messy, filled with old furniture and weeds. However, Benjamin believed that after rearranging it, he can make a small battlefield, and during their free time, the mages can spar and learn from each other while working on their battling skills. It would be wonderful. Mr. Benjamin, when Benjamin was in the backyard, ready to use the magic to clean up this place, Varys suddenly came and called out to him. "What's the matter?" Benjamin turned and asked. "This yard should also be ours, right?" Varys looked at the backyard and suddenly, he took out a bulging small bag from his pocket. Some of the refined drugs require special plants that can be planted. Previously, when I was selling magical drugs, after half-day of bargaining, the store ended up giving me this bag of seeds. We can try to plant it here. After hearing that, Benjamin was surprised. He took the bag of seeds from Varys. He opened the bag and saw that it was filled with round yellow balls with magical textures like thick stone beads. Varys also said, "This is the seed of stone flowers. It is considered as one of the easiest plant to keep to get materials for magic potions. The petals can be used to enhance the defense magic potion. Although we do not know how to refine this potion, but if we harvest the raw materials, it can also be sold." After listening to Varys, Benjamin looked at the seeds in his hand and smiled pleasingly. "Plant it, of course we plant it." He looked up, and glanced at the backyard. "This area is relatively big, we can open up a small area and try to plant it. The rest of the place we can use to practice magic and train our fighting skills. Of course, if they were to really start this, they must follow the rules. Fighting is not allowed in the plant field, and a fence or wall must be built to act as protection. Otherwise, it is impossible to plant the stone flower." That was another thing to be busy about. After Varys told Benjamin the method of planting the stone flower, Varus went back to the house and continued to clean the house with other mages. There was still some basic furniture here, but they had to change the bed sheets and blankets. They are mages, but they also have their own preferences in life, be it they want their bed sheets red or green, or if there should be a picture hanging on the wall. They should handle these things by themselves. There was no need for Benjamin to worry. He stood by himself in the backyard as he casted a spell and begun his clean-up magic. The water vapor that blew like a gust of wind was his most loyal and useful servant. The garbage littered in the backyard flew up obediently like countless little birds, and formed neat lines that headed towards the bins in the house. Even the abandoned furniture was being blown up and piled up in order, waiting to be sold in a low price. This way, half an hour later, the whole backyard looked brand new. Seeing how it turned out, Benjamin smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Then he used ice-breaking spell to condense numerous icicles to trim the weeds that are already at his knees. After clearing the weeds, the icicle became a hoe, and under the command of Benjamin, in no time, there was a small field in the corner of the backyard. According to method that Varus told him, Benjamin used water vapors to plant the seeds. Then he went back to the house to look for a mage who specialized in earth magic. The method to plant the stone was quite special. It does not require watering. Instead, a wall strengthening magic must be casted on it every other day so that the soil will become stiffer. It is said that when the piece of land became as hard as a rock, the flower will start to bloom. Benjamin was amazed by this method of growth. Fortunately, a few people from the group of mages used to be farmers of the noble family. After Benjamin asked them about the rock flower, a mage named George showed interest in it. So, Benjamin told him about the relevant knowledge of the rock flower. Together with George, they made a small wall with magic. After the field is protected, he will leave everything in George's hand and will not be involved in it anymore, then he will be free to continue working on other stuff. Those rooms with special features in his plan needed to be done one by himself. Fortunately, while Benjamin was busy working on the rooms, the other mages have also cleaned the whole house nicely. Materials like magic beast materials were kept neatly inside the treasury. They even sorted out the best room and kept it for Benjamin. Otherwise, who knows how long will Benjamin stay busy? However, he was not tired. Instead, he felt very contented. After all, this will be their home. As this group of people hurried around, time flew by too quickly. For the whole day, Benjamin did not have time to pay attention to the expansion of the crow. All of his time was spent on their new home. As the night approached, the house, which stood on this chilly street, had lively lights shining through every window, as though it was the only light source on the street lined with broken lamps. Chapter 253, Framed Explosion. A day before Benjamin and his gang moved into the new home. In one of the crow's secret strongholds. "Boss, do we start tonight?" Under the dim light, Bernard asked nervously as he bent over and looked at the head on top of the table. Bernard joined the crow a long time ago and was considered one of the oldest in the gang. However, Bernard himself was not that old, he just turned 30. For a punk on the streets, he was still in the prime of his career. Sometimes, he felt that this was the reason why he became Jessica's trusted subordinate. When Jessica's father was still here and Jessica was still not their boss, Bernard was already a member of the Crow. In other words, since he was a teenager, he has been part of the gang and has witnessed all the chaos and changes that have occurred. Which does not happen often. Generally, a gangster's career will only last as long as 3 years. No matter how wild and reckless they are, after 3 years of grinding, they either die in an unknown sewer, or they will come to their senses, turn over a new leaf and return to their bright and beautiful normal lives. Only a few people like Bernard will stay in the hell hole, lingering to live on. Bernard also thought about changing as well, but he was already accustomed to this lifestyle. He can no longer live a so-called normal life. "Well, tonight it is then." Jessica wrapped Johnny's head with a cloth and handed it to Bernard with a smile. Johnny has not been seen recently, and the Eagle Gang must begin to find it suspicious. This is the best time. Bernard suddenly felt pressured. He nodded, took the head and dare not say anything. Since becoming the leader of the Crow, Jessica has been even more ruthless than her father. The gang members were all in awe of Jessica. Even Bernard, whenever he saw Jessica's gentle smile, he will feel chills running down his spine. But, boss, are you really planning to join forces with a mage? As Jessica's most trusted subordinate, Bernard asked hesitantly. I'm not planning, I've already done that. Jessica looked at the flickering lamp. He did not have a clue about what is she thinking. But, this way there's no turning back, with his head down and a heavy heart, Bernard said. What if the mage is cheating on us? What if our relationship with the mage is exposed? Jessica suddenly turned around and interrupted him. Bernard, she smiled sweetly, looked into his eyes and said, we never had the chance to turn back. Bernard was shocked. Then he silently nodded his head. Under the pitch-dark night, the city of Rayleigh looked like an empty body of a dragon. Just like a fly on top of corpses that no one pays attention to, Bernard dressed like a thief, held Johnny's head that was wrapped in black cloth and quietly left their stronghold. Along the dark streets, he headed toward one of the biggest stronghold of the Eagle and carefully sneaked in. It was almost midnight, and there was no one on the streets. All the doors were closed so tightly that no light was coming through. The sky was cloudy and the only way to light up the road was Bernard's memory. He has traveled these streets countless times, even with his eyes closed, he can still find his way through. 10 minutes later, Bernard came to the entrance of the Eagle stronghold after avoiding some night patrol soldiers. It looked like a small hotel and the door was printed with dirty mud stains. But Bernard knew that no one will live here, unless they were gang members of the Eagle or the target they were planning to put their hands on. Whenever there is an uproar between two gangs, the members of the Eagle will gather here. In the words of Jessica, this was the spiritual symbol of the gang members. After coming here, Bernard carefully observed the surroundings. Making sure that no one saw him, he went up, unwrapped the black cloth, messed with it, then hung Johnny's head on the hotel's window along the drying racks, which was the most eye-catching area. After hanging the head stably, he took a small and rounded bloody hat from his pocket and carefully put it on Johnny's head. Freb Novo. He retrieved his trembling hand. Looking at his completed task, Bernard nodded his head and quietly left this place. When he was back on the streets, it was still as quiet as a graveyard. Even the occasional barks from dogs did not disrupt those who were deeply asleep. Until the next morning. The gang members woke up late, so they were not the first witnesses. However, when a neighboring old lady screamed, it spread across the streets, and the gangsters were not able to sleep peacefully. One of the bullies in the hotel opened the window and shouted at the old lady. "Damn you!" Unfortunately, before he could even finish his sentence, he was so frightened that he choked. He saw a pale-faced, withering bloody head, hanging on the clothing rack of his window. A pair of big eyes was staring into the bully's huge nostrils. At that moment, the whole street was silent. Fuck. Then, very embarrassingly, the bully took a few steps back and fell to the ground. He let out a scream that was even louder than the old lady. He sounded like a pig that was going to be butchered. The gang members in the entire hotel were awakened. With expressions of disbelief, more and more members of the Eagle gathered around the head, and the whole street was dead silent like a funeral. Those who stayed in the hotel temporarily, those who moved to other places, new members, old members. Insiders of the gangs, the news traveled fast, especially after they recognized the head, the news traveled even faster. In less than half an hour's time, the hotel was surrounded by hundreds of people. There were people occupying 3 levels from the inside and 3 layers from the outside. "You, take the boss's head down," a seemingly high-positioned member in the crowd said sadly. A young bully walked towards it, held out his trembling hands and took down Johnny's head that was hanging on the clothing rack. However, at this time, an undetectable strand of hair in the nose of the head was for no reason attached to the clothing rack. The young bully pulled it and it was as if it triggered a trap. Boom! A loud noise was accompanied by heavy smoke and sudden impact. The gang members who were surrounding this place were shocked. They instinctively cursed, closed their eyes and took a few steps back. Then, they looked ahead again. The bully who was holding the head has fallen to the ground, and it was unknown if he was dead or alive. His 2 hands were missing, blood was flowing out like steady streams of spring water and the ground was dyed red. As for their boss's head, it was also blown apart. His mouth was split into 3 halves and his brain was splattered all over the floor. This. Everyone was in shock. They surrounded the hotel and looked at the horrifying scene from afar. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the smell of blood was spreading across the dead still air. As though it was silent for a century. Who did this? The man, who looked like the one with the highest position, took heavy steps towards the body and said, Who is it? Who is it? He walked to the side of the young bully and squatted. He looked at the situation and did not know where to start. His neck was bursting with bulging veins and his eyes were as red as those of a preying lion. The atmosphere of the whole street slowly turned from astounded into raging anger. Right at this moment. Look! There seems to be something. Among the crowd, a bully found out something. He stretched his hand, pointed at the corner of the hotel door and shouted suddenly. Immediately, the others also looked at the direction that he was pointing at. Chapter 254, A Conversing Potion Mage. As a gangster, usually there was no such thing as planning. The next day after Benjamin and the team of mages moved into their new home, Benjamin woke up from his bed, rubbed his eyes and heard a few mages that woke up early, talking about what happened in the city of Rayleigh in the corridor. It seems to be quite serious. Fortunately, that place is far from us, so we won't get involved. I think it's going to be fun, let's go have a look later. Benjamin yawned, sat on his bed, and forced himself to be awake and to clear away the feeling of drowsiness. After thinking twice, he stroked his messy hair, opened the door and walked out. What happened? He stood at the door, and asked the few mages in the corridor. Mr. Benjamin, you just woke up. Joanna waved to him and said, Something big happened last night. A small cult in the North City was attacked, several houses were burned. Rumors say that it was caused by the gang's grievances. A small cult? Gang's grudges? Benjamin remembered something and at that moment, Benjamin was suddenly awake and lost all his drowsiness. That cult that got attacked, can't be the one in Moen Street, right? He tentatively asked. Hearing that, a few mages nodded their head in surprise. Mr. Benjamin, how do you know about that? Andy asked curiously. I heard rumors about it. Then, Benjamin hesitated for a while, and quickly added, This thing, it's better if we don't get involved with it. Also remember to everyone to be careful and do not get close to that area. The mages looked confused, but they still nodded and promised him. Then, the few mages in the corridor went to eat breakfast while chatting. Benjamin took a deep breath, and his expression became slightly dignified. He turned and went back to his room. Grudges between gangs. No question needed, about the matter the mages talked about, it is definitely related to the crow and the eagle. But the thing that he did not understand is that after he killed Johnny, why would the cult be the one to be attacked? rwbnve.co. What happened? Moreover, the most critical question is, which gang was it that did the attacking? The crow or the eagle? Different answers represent different situation and meaning. Benjamin wanted to dress up immediately then go over to investigate about the attack. However, he held back. It has already happened, the attack must have gotten attention from all of the city of Rayleigh. In order to prevent any suspicion, it is better if he became a transparent mage that just moved in, do not get close to that area, in case he accidentally exposes himself. At least, he had to wait for the situation to cool down first before going to Jessica. This way, he looked as though nothing happened again. Benjamin put this matter aside, washed up, ate breakfast, continued their unfinished construction work for their new home. The food from before was made by the mages in team who were good at cooking. But in fact, being in charge of the meal for more than 20 people will occupy a lot of their meditation time. Moreover, the daily cleaning of the new house will be very time-consuming too. So, Benjamin planned to hire several servants. Unfortunately, this world is neither being too far behind the times where there was the existence of slave markets, or being so advanced to have developed housekeeping companies. The industry of servants was usually carried out by acquaintances. He does not have any acquaintances in this industry. Ah! It would be nice if he brought Jeremy along. After thinking twice, Benjamin tried to learn from the recruitment methods of the general shop. He wrote a few job vacancies, pasted it in the most eye-catching places around the neighborhood. Hopefully someone will see it. Then, he left the street and went to the nearest magic potion store. He wanted to buy some refining equipment. Unfortunately, "I'm sorry, Mage, we only sell completed potions here," the clerk said with a smile. "Do you know where do they sell this thing?" Benjamin asked again. "If you need it, you can go to the nearby blacksmith shop to make an order of your own." Clerk held his hands out and said, "But if you want the better kind, you can only try to negotiate with other mages." Benjamin was speechless. Going to the blacksmith shop to refine drugs. What's the difference of it from him using a part of an iron pan to refine drugs? It seems like in this world, the mages' industries are not fully developed, and it made the whole community of the mages to be very mysterious. Without a mature and complete system, the life of a mage is very convenient. He did not know the reason why. Benjamin shook his head in disappointment, ready to leave. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice coming from behind called out to him. "Excuse me. Mister, you wanted to buy a set of refining tools." Benjamin turned around and saw a man who looked shy, standing at the door of the shop, who looked puzzled, staring at him with caution. Instantly, Benjamin was filled with energy. "Do you have it with you now?" "Yes, I am a potion mage, of course I have the tools." The man said hesitantly. He seemed reluctant to speak to Benjamin, but due to some difficulty, he was forced to talk to him. Benjamin heard it. He could not help but feel surprised. He can not only buy the stuff, but more importantly, under this circumstance, he met the first mage in the city of Rayleigh. "Hello, my name is Benjamin, a mage who just came to the city of Rayleigh not too long ago. I am glad to meet you." He smiled, walked towards him and held out his hand. "Ah! Wait, don't you want to buy drug refining tools?" Unfortunately, this person does not seem to be interested in chatting. Seeing that, Benjamin took back his hand, nodded his head and said, "Yes, what kind of tools do you have? Can I have a look at it first?" The man scratched his head and said, "I don't have it with me, but rest assured, those tools are specially designed to improve the success rate of drug refining. I will not lie to you." Benjamin said, "I have to look at it first, then decide whether to buy it or not." Hearing that, the man was silent for a while. Finally, he hesitantly opened his mouth and said, "Well, you come with me, I'll bring you over to have a look." Benjamin thought and nodded. Through the spiritual power of perception, the strength of this mage was just average. He was not a threat to him. Therefore, he can just boldly follow him. This way, about half an hour later, he followed the strange mage and went to a house in the relatively remote part of the city. This is the one." He walked into a messy room. He took out a box, opened the box, pointed to the inside of the box and said, looking puzzled. Benjamin looked at it curiously. He saw a strange instrument in the box. A spherical hollow glassware, like a globe, was fixed in place by an iron shelf and it can be scrolled left and right. There is a groove beneath the iron shelf, which seemed to be a place for the ignition of kerosene. On top of the ball is also a free switch which can be an entrance, probably a place where the material can be placed in. Benjamin thought it looked very unusual, but also was a little confused. Chapter 255, Complete Collection of Magic Potion Recipes. However, this was something that Benjamin wanted to spend on, so he wanted to make sure that it is working properly. He suddenly spoke and asked, "Can you demonstrate on how to use it? I have not used such a tool, sorry to have trouble you." The man frowned, looking embarrassed, "But I don't have any material here." Hearing that, Benjamin was surprised. He looked around the room carefully, it really had a subtle sense of abjection, he basically did not see any functioning furniture. Well, as a potion mage, how did he turn out like this? Since the trade might not be successful, he hesitantly asked, "I am sorry, I don't have any bad intentions, but are you facing any difficulties?" The man was stunned, he was silent for a moment, however, he still shook his head, There's nothing." "Well then, I will briefly explain to you about this tool, then you will understand that I am not lying to you." Thus, Benjamin did not question him anymore, smiled and said, "Okay then, go ahead." The unfamiliar mage nodded his head, put the instrument on the table, pointing at the round glass container and slowly said, "By making use of some magical tools technique, this furnace was made. This glass is not just any ordinary glass, it can stabilize the elements to avoid them from getting out of control, which causes failure in drug refining. Under the groove, it has the addition of fire element, after refueling, it can release a high temperature and concentrated flame." While listening to his explanation, Benjamin carefully observed the container. Gradually, he found that it was exuding a faint trace of magic. He was a little surprised. The production of magic instruments, wasn't it almost being monopolized by the church? Why is it not as popular here? Such a potion refining tool was using this technique, what did it represent? So, after listening to his introduction, Benjamin asked, "Where did you buy this?" The mage hesitantly said, "Yes. My teacher left it to me, it's very old. I'm not sure who made it." Benjamin was stunned. It can't be. Right then, the one in front of him, was a poor and penniless mage, without even having the material to refine drugs. Due to desperation, the only thing he could do was to betray his most valuable tool as a mage. Furthermore, the tool was left to him by his teacher. Benjamin was a bit embarrassed to take this deal. "This thing is too precious, I don't think I can buy it," he thought. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Well then, do you have any magic potions recipes, or related books? If you just want to sell them, I'm willing to buy it. You should keep this tool." The mage had a stunned expression. "I don't have any books," he hesitantly said. "My teacher taught me how to refine drugs, there is nothing such as recipes." Benjamin shrugged and said, "Then why don't you just write down the formulations?" The mage frowned, "That's going to take a long time to write." Hearing that, instead of being shocked, Benjamin was happy. If it would take a long time to write, does that mean that he had a lot of recipes in his mind, so he need a very long time to write them out? At that moment, Benjamin felt like he got lucky. "It's all right, just write it." He took out a bag of gold coins and put it on the table. "These 50 gold coins will be used as deposit. Start writing first and in the afternoon, I'll come over to get it from you. Start off with entry-level potions, then I will let you know about the rest later. Is it okay?" The mage looked at the bag of gold coins on the table and he was stunned for a while. Suddenly, he came back to his senses, nodded his head hardly. "Thank you." He slowly picked up the globe-like instrument, carefully keep it into the box, then gratefully looked at Benjamin and said, "You can call me Alan." Benjamin smiled and nodded his head. Just like that, Alan took the deposit and began to prepare the recipes to sell to Benjamin. Although Benjamin did not get to buy any drug refining tools, he unexpectedly got magic potion recipes which are far more valuable, as well as a connection with a mage. To him, he got a nice bargain. Of course, looking at how Alan is suffering, Benjamin was thinking about inviting him to join mage team. However, looking at how Alan was, he knew that he certainly will not agree to it. They just got to know each other. Before getting to know each other, it will be abrupt to make such an invitation. After leaving Alan's house, Benjamin took a trip to the blacksmith, ordered a pot, so that the two potion mages in the team can it at the same time instead of fighting for a pot. Then he returned to his new home. Looking at how the mages nicely cleaned up this big house, Benjamin pleasingly nodded. Most of the things have been settled. Finally, he can take a break and have a good rest. Therefore, he returned to his room and began meditating. After lunch, he went to Alan's again. Did not expect Alan to have almost finished writing the entry-level potion recipes, the primary magic increasing potion, primary strength potion, primary endurance potion, primary fire resistance potion, primary shrinking potion. Benjamin was surprised to find that Alan was just like a magic potion dictionary as he knew numerous magic potion recipes. Benjamin could not help but sigh, how did he ended up like this when he had so much knowledge? By buying these recipes, Benjamin almost spent all the cash he had on him, even though the price Benjamin offered was relatively cheap. He looked at his rapidly shrinking pockets and his heart started to ache. Training a group of mages really does take a lot of money. However, he believed that these recipes will bring more profit in the future. How about this? You can stop writing the rest of the recipes, I will come to you again when I need it. He clipped the valuable papers together, patted Alan's shoulder, smiled and said, if you are facing any difficulties, you can come to me, if the conditions allow, I will definitely help you. Alan looked at the pile of gold on the table, he had a dull expression, but he still nodded his head. Therefore, Benjamin gave the new house address to Alan and went home with full yield. In the specially arranged drug refining room, he called the two potion mages, Andy and Hannah, over and gave them the stack of thick papers. This is. They looked at him with doubts. The potion recipes that you both wanted, take it. Benjamin smiled, learn properly, do waste my effort and money. After learning them, we can even open a shop. Instantly, the two of them looked at each other with a surprised expression. Chapter 256, The Mages Gathering. 4 days later. Good evening, sir, please present your invitation. Here you go. It was a rare sight that Benjamin looked so well kept, in a full suit with neatly brushed hair. It was as if time has turned back, and he was back to his aristocrat life, participating in that royal ball. He carried a smile and took the invitation out of his front pocket and into the purser's palm. After they had settled down in the new place, they did not encounter any trouble. After all that humps and bumps in their journey, they finally had a stable environment where they could calm down to meditate and steadily grow. Some religious group was also assaulted by an underworld gang, and that made the city of Rayleigh unsafe. It was best that they did not get involved. For the next few days, they did not leave home. The 4 days went past like a blink of an eye and the date of the gathering on Benjamin's invitation has finally arrived. It was an important event to be the acquaintance of other mages. He couldn't just participate with a bird's nest of a hare and in unsightly clothes. He recalled his memories of being an aristocrat and had himself fixed up. A few of the female mages in the group were in awe as though saying, "Oh, teacher, you look like this." As Benjamin set his foot out the door, Benjamin smiled and waved them goodbye. The venue of the gathering was clearly written on the invitation, a private villa in the suburban of Rayleigh City. It should belong to that famous mage, Vinci. While Benjamin was on his way, he met with quite a few mages, heading the same direction, obviously to attend the same gathering. Benjamin was amazed how Mage Vinci was quite influential. He was also able to sense that there were a few powerful mages and tried to acquaint himself with them. However, these people gave him the cold shoulder and were less interested. Apart from a few hello, hey, oh, haha, Benjamin wasn't able to get any further response. This made him feel defeated. It was hard to interact with Fereldan's mages as they were used to being independent. But, Benjamin thought that perhaps everyone was rushing to the gathering, that nobody talked on the way to avoid wasting time. Things would probably be better once they reached the venue. Otherwise, if no one were to talk, then what was the point of having a gathering to begin with? Finally, Benjamin gave up on walking and rose to the air to fly. He arrived at the scene 10 minutes earlier. He was in awe once he lay eyes on the villa. The mage who called for this gathering was quite wealthy. Although the area of the villa wasn't as large as their home, but the renovations, the garden and pond on both sides, the flooring that was clean as if new, must be at a hefty price which not a regular wealthy man could afford. He landed at the entrance of the villa, full of excitement, and showed his invitation to the purser upon the purser's polite request. The purser took the invitation and glanced, then returned it back to Benjamin with a smile. He moved to the side and bowed deeply. "Please enter, Sir Mage, we are really thankful to have you join this gathering." Benjamin nodded and walked in. Benjamin was brought to a magnificent hall by a servant. Under the glistening of several crystal chandeliers, he could see that the decoration was similar to that of the ball in Haven Right. There were several well-positioned round tables, servants running around, setting dishes on the tables for guests to taste. Although it hasn't officially started yet, the hall already has a few mages that arrived early. Most of them came in groups and pairs, standing at a corner. There wasn't really any chatter going on, instead they were glancing around the hall. Benjamin couldn't go strike a conversation with them under these circumstances, so he walked to a corner and grabbed a drink while waiting for the gathering to begin. As time passed, there were more and more mages that arrived. Benjamin rounded up the numbers and realized that there were more than 100, and if he waited longer, there would be a possibility the numbers would go up to a few hundred. The scene was slowly getting exciting as the number of people attending grew. Benjamin began to slowly understand more about the Fereldan mage circle as the mages around started talking. For an example, phrases like mages Freemasonry seemed to be the hot topic as Benjamin had coincidentally heard the same phrase from several different groups. From what their conversation, it seemed to be an influential organization, and has several divisions in major cities that helped many mages in their education. Most importantly, the mage Freemasonry and the government of Fereldan has absolutely no relations, and never requested the mages of anything. It sounded like an organization focused solely on serving mages. Benjamin wasn't very sure, but he noted what the surrounding had said the location of the mage Freemasonry in Raleigh City. He was prepared to check it out when available. Apart from the mage Freemasonry, the mages discussed about magic, potion making and complimenting the gathering's organizers. Benjamin felt that he wouldn't be listening to any more new secrets, and so he found a group of seemingly extroverted mages, and brought his friendly smile to strike up a conversation. "Good evening, my name is Benjamin. I'm a mage who recently arrived in town. I'm pleased to meet you and do take care of me." The few mages turned to look and nodded at him with a smile. The leader of the pack said, "Mage Benjamin, we are pleased to meet you too. I'm Jack and we're the mages of the Viper Mercenary Group. Pleased to be of acquaintance and do take care of us." "Mages of Mercenary Group?" Benjamin raised his eyebrow. However, mages who teamed up with a mercenary group or forming their own group seemed to be a norm. After all, mages would be at an advantage when it came to compatibility. Even hunting magic beasts was not a problem. He decided to use this as a topic opener, and with curiosity asked, "Is this a mercenary group that you formed yourselves? I think there seem to be a lot of mages who are not willing to team up with just any mercenaries." Jack and his companions glanced and smiled at each other before saying, "I guess so, our team does consists of mages. There are also mages who will join other mercenary groups because of money. But at the end of the day, only mages understand mages. Without equipment and magic potion, those simple-minded mercenaries are just regular mortals, no." Although he did not understand this superiority complex, Benjamin could only pretend he did and nodded in agreement so that he'll be accepted in the group. Why did you guys figure to form a mercenary group together? He casually threw a question. For the money. Jack smiled and outrightly replied, new chance, better laws of meditation, elemental crystals. It is costly to be a mage. Moreover, the Mercenary Association had always hoped that more mages would join and thus, welcomed us. They would provide you a lot of benefits for a mage to become a mercenary. There's still different kinds of privileges when you go on missions. Basically, mages with better combat skills that I know have all joined a mercenary group. Benjamin, who was heavy in his thoughts, nodded. If there were so many advantages, then, why don't they form one too? After buying the magic potions formula, it did set back their finances quite a bit. They could only wait for a new batch of magic potions to be mixed before they are paid. And that would be too long to wait. Most of the mages were also meditating to a new stage. Incantations for intermediate magic could be more costly than beginner-level magic potion formula. The more Benjamin considered it, the more he felt the idea was not so bad. Just as he was about to ask more about the mercenary group, suddenly, there was a disturbance in the crowd. The mages looked back together and there was whispers all around, some were even filled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 257, The Origin of Incantations. Looking through crowd, Benjamin could finally see the famous mage. A middle-aged man in western suit and leather shoes, slowly climbed down the stairs and waved at the crowd. He reminded Benjamin of a dictator with his comrades, "You've been working hard" vibe. The surrounding mages who were initially loitering about, started gathering around and exchanged words admirably. Benjamin frowned at the sight. He had previously experienced the cold shoulder of these mages. This person must be really influential to have these mages chase after him like fans after a celebrity. I'm really thankful to everyone attending this event. Vinci looked at all the mages and nodded, I hope everybody will enjoy themselves tonight. At the end of the gathering, every one of you can head to the purse to redeem 50 gold coins, as a token of my appreciation. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Benjamin wiped the sweat off his forehead. No wonder everybody was such a fan, who wouldn't be a fan of the god of wealth? How wealthy was he? 50 gold coins to every person here, and there were over 100 mages on site. That would be a spending close to 10,000. He gave it away without so much as blinking. This man was no millionaire, he was a goddamn billionaire. So that's what people meant when they say there was one whose riches surpassed the nation's. Is Mage Vinci always this generous? He asked Jack, who was standing next to him. Jack nodded and explained, naturally. Mage Vinci is a man at the pinnacle of mage training, not to mention he's also the leader of the magic potion industry in Feraldan. He owns half the magic potion stores in the nation, the amount he's giving out now is nothing. Alright. Not only was he a mage, he was also a CEO. No wonder he acted like he was giving out red packets during Chinese New Year. Although it was embarrassing, but since he was about to receive 50 gold coin out of the blue, he decided to stop badgering and just accept it. While he and Jack were talking, Vinci continued to walk towards the crowd, chattering away with group after group of mages. The hall became lively. Within moments, he reached Benjamin and the Viper mercenary group. Long time no see, I heard that you have completed multiple major missions and gained quite the reputation. He raised his glass while walking over. He proceeded to toast a couple of times with the group. If it wasn't because of your financial support, we wouldn't have what we have today. Jack responded with a smile. Vinci shook his head and patted Jack's shoulder. He then shifted his gaze to Benjamin. This young man looks a little unfamiliar, is he a mage in your group? He asked. Benjamin immediately switched to his perfect social smile, and extended his hand, pleased to meet you, I'm Benjamin, a new mage in Raleigh City. Vinci raised his eyebrow and extended his arm as well to shake with Benjamin. Oh, a new friend. Welcome to Raleigh City. If you encounter any difficulties, do look for me, I'll help wherever I can. Benjamin smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind gesture. I'm still unfamiliar with things around here. If there is any need, I will be sure to look for you." Benjamin didn't really want to ask for help, but this kind god of wealth was absolutely bleeding gold. He needed money and incantations, but he still had arms and limbs and was more than capable of earning himself. He couldn't put a finger on it, but he felt as if Mage Vinci was a fictional symbol and not a person from the real world. If he had a question, he would rather ask Jack, who looked much more reliable. After an exchange of greetings, Vinci, who was a busy man, carried his glass away and went to entertain the rest of the mages. The group once again turned their attention inwards. Benjamin turned to look at the Viper mercenary group and smiled with a shrug. Mage Vinci is really a warm person. In order not to raise suspicion, he exclaimed. Jack nodded. Yet, he seemed truthful when he answered. One couldn't tell if it was sincere or he was just pretending like Benjamin. Oh right, weren't you saying that incantations and laws of meditation could be bought? Benjamin quickly returned to the forgotten topic. Where could I buy these? Jack shrugged and answered, there are a variety of ways. An exchange between mages would depend on luck. The Mages Freemasonry branch in Raleigh City has a few incantations and the price are pretty reasonable, but there isn't a lot of stock available. Benjamin frowned, which means to say that it really just depends on luck. It would be so for high-level magic incantations. There are quite a lot of forbidden spell at the Mages Freemasonry though. I would suggest not to purchase them as they're only for decorative purposes, as nobody is actually able to use them. Jack explained, normally when a mage joins the association, they'll receive incantations for low-level magic. The better ones can be redeemed through mission completion. The Mercenary Association again? Although this organization seemed to be relatively low-key, but it did have an ancient existence in this land. It's been passed down from generation to generation and slowly built its roots. Are there any restrictions for mages before they can become mercenaries? Benjamin asked. Why? Are you interested? Why don't you come to our group for a try? Jack patted his shoulder. You're not too bad. After the gathering, we should have a nice match. If you're up to par, you can join us. Benjamin broke into laughter. I don't think I can. I have some friends who came with me. I was thinking of establishing a group myself, so we won't be bothering you. He answered. Oh, I see. Jack laughed too and shook his head. Establishing a mercenary group is not that hard, as long as you're able to prove your ability to complete missions. Honestly speaking, the Mercenary Association will not disturb you if you take care of the missions, and of course not just disappear without a trace after accepting one. Most important is how you run your group. Of course, if you are only after redeeming incantations, you could just redeem them and leave, nobody would stop you. Benjamin fell into deep thought and nodded. He has heard that the Mercenary Association was quite lenient. Judging by the mercenaries that were scattered outside the association, this seemed to be true. The association did not bother with the members' matters and would not impose any restriction on joining. After some time, he gave a smile to Jake. Thank you for your guidance. So, have you decided to form a group? Jack asked. Yet. Benjamin nodded. If that's the case, could you do me a favor? Jack quickly continued, when you form the group, could you tell the association that we introduced you guys? Benjamin was puzzled. Why is that? Jack replied, there's a reward for any referrer that introduces new members to the organization. I've helped you by explaining a lot, you could pay me back by doing this for me. Benjamin could only smile softly. Fret not, I will mention your name. Chapter 258, The Gathering's Interaction. After finishing off the conversation, Benjamin happily left and tried to get acquainted with the other mages. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he didn't have any reputation in the city and also couldn't reveal his identity, but the rest of the mages wasn't as chatty as Jack and the mercenaries. Benjamin struggled to have a conversation. He made a round and quickly realized that the battle mages were friendlier than the potion mages. It could be that since the potion mages usually hid in their labs making potions that they were lazy to interact with others. Benjamin soldiered on through the crowd. He needed to become a familiar face in the mage scene of Rayleigh City. Through his efforts, a good number of mages now knew that there were some newcomer mages in the city, headed by Benjamin. This was the first step to becoming influential. The entire mage gathering wasn't just about eating, drinking, and chit-chat. Benjamin quickly realized that Mage Vinci prepared quite a few activities, but only after having his tummy stuffed. "I hope everybody is having fun tonight." He walked toward the staircase and announced to everyone, "Still the same old every year, we are looking for potion mages and welcome you to join us. If you are familiar with handling potions made for most low-level magic, we can definitely offer you some attractive benefits." Some of the mages fidgeted enthusiastically at his announcement. Benjamin understood now the reason Mage Vinci was so willing to spend money. This was a two-in-one advertisement and talent acquisition. He could maintain his high reputation and continue the prosperity of his magic potion store business through this method. Although it was simple, it was still an effective way. Benjamin couldn't help but think that if he were to leak his name regarding the water ball incident, would any mages come running to get his autograph? It was a shame though, that before anyone could come running to him, his enemies would arrive first. "Next we will have our usual actives, I'm sure many of you can't wait any longer." Vinci stood at the stairway and continued, "To improve Rayleigh City's mages' abilities, our match interchange will soon begin. The winning mage can exchange 1 silver coin for an incantation from the losing mage. The mage with the most wins will enjoy half off in all of my magic potion stores nationwide for half a year. I hope everyone will join in." Benjamin's raised his eyebrow. This was taking business to a whole new level. However, disregarding the marketing of the event, he felt that the chance of changing 1 silver coin for an incantation was too good to pass up. From an objective point of view, it could certainly improve a mage's ability. On a personal level, Benjamin could totally exploit this competition. He could save tons of money on incantations whilst also slowly build a reputation for himself. He could show off his skills so he would no longer be some nobody that everyone gave a cold shoulder to. After announcing the rules, servants came out to guide the mages through a few corridors before arriving at the backyard. The villa's backyard was humongous, providing a location for the mages to battle. The entire decor gave a netball court vibe as layers upon layer of metal netting strengthened by magic was used to separate the viewers from the participants to guarantee the safety of the matches. There were about 20 different arenas that the mages could use. The mages gathered outside the metal nettings. There were a few who couldn't wait and immediately entered and started to challenge other mages. Benjamin thought about it before walking towards the Viper mercenary group. He pat Jack's shoulder. "What do you think? Do you want to try it out?" Jack laughed out loud. "Oh wow, that's courageous of you. Although I can't compare to the really talented ones, but I have made a name for myself." "You're really challenging me?" Benjamin shrugged and smiled. "I'm just trying my luck, all in the good name of sport." Jack naturally did not say anything further to stop him and agreed to a match. They entered the metal nettings after informing the servant in charge of the count. They found an arena and closed the door behind them. Each of them stood at separate ends of the netball court. "You're new, you should start first," said Jack. Benjamin didn't bother to decline and started chanting, thus marking the beginning of the match. The match between the mages was not a death match. As such, deadly moves were banned. Usually, shields would be activated prior to blasting each other. If you were unable to knock out your opponent, then you would have to admit defeat, so nobody would get hurt. However, Benjamin did not intend to use this method. He wouldn't just be challenging one person, his ultimate goal was to redeem as many incantations as possible. Therefore, using magic to blast each other back and forth was too much of a waste of time and energy. Unleashing a slight magic oscillation, he did not first barrier himself with a shield. Instead, he summoned a few water bombs and tossed them at Jack. Jack countered by chanting incantations and a stone wall was raised, blocking the explosions from the water bombs. The bombs did not destroy the stone wall. "There's no need to test my strength. Just..." Jack wanted to say something but was cut off. The splashes from the exploded water bombs, as if controlled, became a few streams of water and flowed around the stone wall, before heading towards Jack. Jack's expression changed and he immediately started chanting, summoning a cluster of sand to form a sand ball. The sand ball provided 360-degree, all-angle protection, which he used in an attempt to shield off the agile water current. Benjamin let out a cheeky smile while continuing to control his magic. The water currents formed a large water ball that wrapped around Jack and his sand ball. The entire water ball started to spin wildly, creating a water vortex prison. Benjamin felt an instant relief and returned to his calm self after seeing this. It was as though he was now sure of his victory. As for Jack, who was in a washing machine of a water ball. This. Jack was stunned when he became trapped within the water ball. Normally, in these circumstances, his natural reaction would be to break out. However, when he wanted to summon his magic to penetrate the water ball, he realized that he was unable to sense any elements. He couldn't sense any of the ever-familiar soil elemental energy, the only element he could sense was water. However, there also seemed to be a strong repulsion out of nowhere so that he was unable to control the water elemental energy. In other words, the water ball prison had turned him into a mere mortal. Hidden within the sand ball, Jack's face was full of horror. What sorcery was this? Since first becoming a mage many years ago, he had never encountered such an unusual magic. Since things had progressed to this stage, the result was inevitable. The pounding of the water current's waves slowly shattered the sand ball that was protecting Jack. He was totally helpless to retaliate. With utter disbelief, he raised his white flag within the sand ball. I surrender. Chapter 259, Continuing to Challenge. Jack went silent for a while as if still in disbelief. After a while, he reluctantly spoke, "Mage Benjamin, could I ask what magic this is?" Benjamin hesitated but decided to tell the truth. It was the water ball spell. Jack's expression after hearing those words, were as though he stepped in dog poop whilst wearing a brand new pair of shoes. His aggrieved feeling was indescribable. It was only after Benjamin went over to him and mentioned that he would definitely inform the Mercenary Association that Jack was the referrer that he did not look so beaten up. "You ain't that bad. I've lost." Jack slowly came to his senses and shook his head. "All right, which incantation would you like? I'll exchange it with you." Benjamin took a silver coin from his pocket and handed it over, "Anything for an intermediate level magic." Jack sighed and in the end exchanged the earth armor incantation with Benjamin. Of all the matches that began at the same time, Benjamin's match was the fastest to end. Even the referee at the sidelines couldn't hold back his shock. Upon returning to the crowd, the other mages in the Viper mercenary group looked at Benjamin differently. "How did you do it?" one of them couldn't help but ask. Benjamin didn't know how to reply, so he just gave a smile and shrugged. From their point of view, Benjamin now looked even more mysterious. Jack walked over and whispered into the ears of one of his companions. The mage's eyes brightened up and he went on to speak with Benjamin, "That's interesting, I wish to challenge you. Would that be okay?" Naturally, Benjamin nodded. He only gained an incantation from the first match, how could he stop now? Of course, he would try to obtain a fortune first. Obviously, Jack's whispering was to reveal Benjamin's tactic. Judging by the confidence of the second mage, perhaps they had found a way to counter the water ball spell. But, Benjamin wasn't very worried about it. "Remember to take that seal of elements magic from him." Jack recalled and patted on that mage's shoulder prior to entering the metal nettings. Benjamin could only shake his head helplessly. That confident? Did Jack think that Benjamin said it was the water ball spell just to brush him off? All right, to be honest, if Benjamin were in his shoes, hearing that it was the water ball spell did seem like sarcasm, instant mood kill kind of sarcasm. It was no wonder that after the match, Jack wasn't as friendly anymore. After informing the match keeper, the two headed to an empty lot. Looking at the other lots, most of the mages were still blasting at each other, and had yet to end their first match. Benjamin couldn't help but wonder if he would end up with the most victories and gain the half price for half a year reward. Would that be too flashy? Whatever, he'd think about it after the fights. After what had happened to Jack, the new mage didn't dare look down on his opponent. He immediately chanted to strike first, right after he was in position. Benjamin didn't dare underestimate the enemy either and went on to chant as well. Because he only knew 3 beginner-level spells, his cast time was quick. So even though he started chanting later, he was still able to summon his magic before his opponent. This time, he didn't cast the water ball spell. Benjamin gathered up the surges from the water steam and adjusted the water element structure to increase its temperature, quickly starting to simmer. Although it couldn't compare to fire magic, but the water steam still thrusted forward with high temperature and strong force. At the same time, the opponent's chanting had just completed. The mage flew with a surge of the wind elemental energy. He did not choose to defend head-on, instead he increased his speed and kept on flying midair to dodge Benjamin's attacks. Benjamin shook his head. This was how they intended to counter the water ball spell? Using high-velocity movements to avoid water current surges so that the water ball couldn't form properly, so they would not be silenced. Humph! That would have worked if Benjamin had only one attack and couldn't think of any other way to attack. Too bad Benjamin knew more than one attack. Taking another glance at the mage that was flying in midair, Benjamin summoned a few pillars of steam. He then controlled the water stream to vaporize and form a mild windstorm with Benjamin at its eye. The rushing air currents caused the velocity of the flying mage to drop. He actually knows the windstorm spell. There was an ugly look on his face. How weak did these people think he was? Did they really think that apart from the anti-magic water ball, he did not have any means to defeat others? They must have lost their minds to think that they had found a way to decipher his spell and so hastily came up to challenge him. As he was thinking, the mage in the air started to counter-attack. Benjamin changed the direction of the steam to surge at the mage. Immediately, the force of the wind increased tenfold. It was as though he was riding a roller coaster. He could no longer depend on the flight spell to maintain his balance. He could only be tossed around according to Benjamin's will, repeatedly thrown up and spun around in circles. He couldn't even control his own flight spell, let alone cast a new spell. Even if he had other powerful magic, he couldn't summon them. In other words, the circumstance he was in was similar to that of being locked inside an anti-magic water ball. After being tossed around for a bit, he could not take it any further and let out a scream. I surrender. Please let me down. Benjamin nodded satisfactorily. He slowly put the poor mage down. Once he had landed, the mage lay face down on the ground and threw up. The watched with an odd look on his face. Are you all right? Benjamin summoned a healing water ball to help the mage so that he would recover sooner. However, when the mage got up and raised his head to look at Benjamin, Benjamin was surprised to find that his eyes were filled with fear. It was as if he was looking at some sort of alien or murderer. Benjamin innocently scratched the back of his head. Was he that scary? He shook his head and pat the person's shoulder as a sign of friendliness. Don't feel so down, your boss has lost, so there's no shame in you losing. I'll take any intermediate level magic, it's your choice. The mage looked at him full of despair. And just like that, another incantation, Wind of Bodily Illusion, was added to Benjamin's loot. Under the gaze of many shocked faces, Benjamin and the defeated mage returned to the group. The arena between the two of them was a bit further away. Throughout the match, the Viper mercenary group could only watch their companion flying normally 1 second then get tossed around like a lunatic the next, before finally losing the match. They were utterly confused. That being said, the result was clear enough. They had lost again. Facing all kinds of stares from the group, Benjamin encouraging patted the two losers' shoulders. Then, turned to face the rest of the group. Chapter 260, 10 consecutive wins. Upon hearing those words, the remaining few looked interested. However, the mage that battled with Benjamin earlier pulled them over to whisper a few words with a face as pale as a white sheet. What preceded was a change in their facial expression and all shook their heads and smilingly declining. Nah. Mage Benjamin, I think it's better you challenge someone else. There is no points in fighting with the same lot, no. It was unclear what the mage told them, but judging from their look, they did not seem the least bit interested in having a match with Benjamin. Seeing this, Benjamin was not going to egg them on. As a matter of fact, these guys had already known about Benjamin's capabilities and so they will not underestimate their opponent. Dealing with them would require a lot of time and effort. And so, in terms of efficiency, it would be best to challenge others. He nodded farewell to the Viper mercenary group who was still in a cloud and continued his journey to challenge others. There were quite a lot of other mages on the scene. Although not all were interested in battle, but the silver coin for an incantation rule was attractive. Not long after, Benjamin found a new opponent. He had a sense that the person wasn't too strong, and so he hastily brought the person to battle. This time, the scorekeeper of a servant looked funnily at Benjamin when they entered the battle arena. "Why, is it my lord again? Why is it me?" asked Benjamin with a face of innocence. The servant hesitated and then shook his head. "No. Nothing, please enter, Elord." The person that Benjamin was challenging was filled with confusion when he heard the odd conversation. However, he had already accepted the challenge and didn't think too deeply about it. He followed Benjamin into the ring. This time, Benjamin did not bother to waste any more time. Once both of them were in position, he threw a few water bombs to form an anti-magic water ball. The trapped opponent was in a daze. What is this? Febol.cm. Half a minute later, a smiling Benjamin and a still confused opponent again left the metal nettings one after the other. The entire round from start to finish took no more than half a minute. The moment the opponent summoned a protective shield, was the moment it announced the victory of Benjamin. Once this unworthy of description mage returned to his senses, he immediately wanted to ask Benjamin about magic he used, but Benjamin had already disappeared into the crowd, looking for his next victim. The mage stood blankly at the same spot. It was a sad sight. The scorekeeper looked at him sympathetically. "I wanted to alert my lord, but... Ah well, Sir Mage, please do not lose faith, this is only an interchange activity. Do not lose faith in magic," the servant comforted. The mage turned his head to look at the servant. His eyes filled with sorrow. Benjamin challenged one mage after another. He made a conclusion that the mages here were mostly here for the freebies. Their capabilities were not that high and could be taken care of using the anti-magic water ball. Therefore, he started to go on a rampage with the challenges, and was unstoppable. Benjamin wasn't sure himself if he overdid it, but, so what? It was time he stopped being low-key. When most were completing 6 matches, Benjamin had already completed 10. The anti-magic water ball was not of the norm, and so others could not have seen it coming. It was possible that there were a few of them who hadn't shown their hand or had trump cards, but they never had the opportunity to reveal it. Unless their affinity for the elements surpassed that of Benjamin, once they were trapped within the water ball, they were done for. After 10 matches, Benjamin felt that he was being eyed by the scorekeeper. By the 5th or 6th match, the servant was still only looking at him funny and saying, "You again." But by the 7th or 8th time, the servant was already numb. "Oh, it's you again." His eyes were out of focus and mentioned expressionlessly. He was simply too lazy to look. Well, Benjamin could do nothing about it. After all, he needed the incantations. 10 matches, with 10 consecutive wins. He had exchanged a total of 9 intermediate-level magic incantations. There was one mage that was simply too poor and could only exchange for a beginner-level magic incantation. However, Benjamin was not greedy, he was quite satisfied. This is not called greedy? Another 10 matches and you can publish a book already. The system teased him. I can't handle over 10 matches. Benjamin shook his head and answered in his heart, do you really think that instant kill kinda match is easy? Anti-magic water ball takes a hit on spiritual energy, I don't have that much energy left. At the moment, he was starting to feel a drain in his spiritual energy after 10 matches. He decided to take a rest and observe other matches to consider whether he would continue to challenge any more. What he didn't think was that, once he was within the crowd, people started heading towards him before he could take a break. Sorry to bother you, sir. I just watched your match and wanted to ask what magic was that big water ball. This was the match I started counting half an hour ago, he won like 7 matches. I think it's more than that. I remember that he started challenging people from the beginning. Who is this guy? He's unfamiliar. If one win was a pebble thrown into the waters, then 10 consecutive wins, quick 10 consecutive wins, was a meteor that crashed into the waters. There were always mages that stood at the sidelines to observe matches. Plus, after the matches, the losing mages would inform their companions and news spread. In a blink of an eye, an unknown Benjamin was suddenly the center of attention. It was as though he hired a million-water army that made him an instant headline. After seeing Benjamin, I think I know his name. He came to talk to us just now, what did he say? I think he's a mage from another place, he just arrived at Rayleigh City. When did outsider mages become so powerful? I thought our capabilities were better here? Where did he come from? There were all kinds of whispering around. Words were spreading all around. Benjamin did not have the energy to pay attention to these. He was surrounded by a bunch of mages. Some asked the type of magic he used to summon the water ball, others were trying to recruit him into their mercenary group, to ask Benjamin the type of magic he used as a companion. It couldn't be helped. Mages were always on the pursuit for new magic, especially special ones. Benjamin was in a helpless position. He sort of had that feeling like he was in a press conference. He couldn't really reply what seemed like restrained but continuous questions. If he were to be straight and said it was the water ball spell, he might invoke public anger. That was why he tried to be reserved and avoided the questions with a smile. Apart from his name, he revealed nothing further. In the end, the only thing these mages remembered, was the name Benjamin. To be honest, one of the reasons Benjamin started to challenge was to build a name for himself. So far it was working and he naturally would use this opportunity to increase his influence. Chapter 261, Greetings. Now that he mentioned it, the whole gathering of the mages took a rather long time. Until now, it was already past 10 in the night, but these people were still very excited. Moreover, in the middle of the venue, there were still a lot of people battling. They probably wanted to gain more spells or were going for the highest prize, which was half price in half a year. Even though there were people leaving in the middle of the fight, the people outside of the venue had not left just yet at this moment. Benjamin stood there, still avoiding the questions of the other mages beside the venue. But, his answers were more or less the same, so most of the mages knew they could not get much information from him. So they had to give up and left respectively. Of course, it was much calmer on the outside. But in private, the topic about Benjamin continued to be discussed by the others. It might go on for a very long time. Benjamin also knew this from the other mages that these 10 consecutive wins were such a rare occurrence in the history of their many gatherings. Even though in the end, every person who won the prize would have a number of wins in the double digits. But, that was the result of many battles, they admitted defeat when they encountered a troublesome battle and immediately began the next one. Even though Sir Vinci's side had not released any data, but normally 5 or 6 consecutive wins should be their highest record. Therefore, a 10 consecutive wins from out of nowhere, such quick 10 consecutive wins at that made their jaws drop that they almost dislocated. There were some who questioned whether it was cheating. But among the losers, there were some rather famous mages. Why would they help an outsider to cheat? Thus, these people took an uncharacteristically interest in Benjamin. You are really an amazing mage. Your words have benefited me a lot. Finally, after handling the last mage who came to talk to him, Benjamin waved him goodbye. In his heart, he sighed a breath of relief. Being a nobody did not feel nice. But becoming infamous in one night was truly not an easy job either. The mages who came to talk to him were always hard to handle. He could not tell the truth, so he could only avoid answering those questions. In order to expand his influence, he had no choice but to give these people a good impression of him. He could not just ignore them even when he was impatient. In these 10 minutes plus that he had gone through, Benjamin felt like he was much wearier than the time he won 10 times consecutively. After that, he went and requested something from the servant who was responsible for the statistics. That servant told him emotionlessly that he was currently the mage with the most wins, but there were others that were catching up to him. Immediately, Benjamin was hesitant to fight for first place. To be honest, he had already achieved his main objective for today. He had exchanged many spells and had made a name for himself. Most important of all, there was not much left of his spiritual energy. If he kept on fighting, he might end up in a rather embarrassing situation. This would ruin the name that he built with his 10 consecutive wins. Magic potions for half price for half a year seemed nice, but from what he understood from the other mages, this offer had a limit on what you can buy in order to prevent reselling with ill intent. Thus, there was no way for Benjamin to earn money through this offer. If that was the case, why should he be so desperate to win? He would rather leave safely when he still had reserves of spiritual energy, so that the others would not know of his true strength. Just like this, the more he considered, the more he felt that he should stop. There was no need for him to fight for the first place. Just when he was getting ready to leave quietly. Sir Benjamin, you're truly incredible. City of Rayleigh had not have such a remarkable mage for a long time. A voice was heard right behind of him. Benjamin turned around to see Sir Vinci standing behind him. Sir Vinci was smiling at him. This is nothing much, Sir Vinci. This is all thanks to the opportunity that you have created for everyone to communicate through magic. He was not surprised. Instead, he flashed a smile and answered accordingly. Since he broke a record, it was simply normal for the master of the villa to be aware of this. However, Vinci shook his head and said, "It's different. Your magic is totally different from those of the others. Compared to you, others' magic is like the wheel, while your magic is like the living horses." Benjamin was somehow being complimented again. Even though he felt like his face was getting tired, he still maintained his smile and continued his social rhetoric. He said, "Thank you for your compliment." Vinci gave him a smile and continued to ask. "You seemed to mention it before. You came to the city of Rayleigh just recently. Then what about before? I am very curious. From which place in this world that such a remarkable mage came from?" Benjamin kept to his story. "My companions and I came from Isar. We did not want to join the Mage Guild, so we weren't that happy living there. At last, we ended up coming here." Vinci nodded and suddenly lowered his voice. "In that case, you guys secretly crossed over the border without informing the people from the Mage Guild." At that instant, Benjamin's heart let out a thump. What should come would eventually come. The news in Ferelden were not that close up to the extent that they would not know what criminal there was within the borders of Isar. But, with his expression unchanged, Benjamin maintained his friendly smile. "To be absolutely honest, we did have some disagreements with the Mage Guild." He also lowered his voice and said, in Isar, the influence of the Mage Guild was so large that it could cover up so many things. To the mages who dare to defy them, they would use any means to suppress them. Slandering the mages is only the simplest way of all. Even if Vinci knew they were listed as wanted in Isar, this was not that much of a big deal. In Ferelden, the impression of Mage Guild was not that good to begin with. Upon hearing this, Vinci sighed. He said, "Be at ease. I know what it is like in Isar, so I won't spread this news. Moreover, they are them and we are us. Even if you killed people and set things on fire, that had nothing to do with us. As long as you do not endanger my people, then our country will still welcome you with both hands." After listening to these subtle words, Benjamin did not show any strange behavior. Instead, he nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for being so understanding." Vinci took 2 more glances at him. All of a sudden, the smile on his face dissolved. He said calmly, "You are a mage with a bright future ahead of you. I hope that you cherish the gifts that you had. And in the future, you can make contributions for the sake of magic. Do not waste all that you have now." Benjamin smiled. "Of course." Vinci nodded. Just like a game of changing expressions, his calming face showed a smile again. He used a tone that seemed like he was close to Benjamin and said, "What is this? Are you leaving already? Not going to fight for first place? Do not underestimate my magic potion store. With the half-price discount, so many mercenaries cannot get it even if they wanted to so badly." Benjamin shook his head. "I have consumed too much of my spiritual energy. I feel exhausted now, so I guess I won't be able to get it." Upon hearing this, Vinci showed an expression of regret. He patted Benjamin on his shoulder and said, "Young man, do your best. The future of magic is on your shoulders. Consider carefully of your choice. Do not make any mistakes. There will come a day when you stand at a position way above us all." Benjamin smiled naturally and waved Sir Vinci goodbye. "Thank you for your advice. I should go now." After saying this, he turned around and left the backyard under the guidance of the servant. He received 50 coins, went through the corridor and finally left the villa that was located at the outskirts of city of Rayleigh alone. Chapter 262, Establishing Mercenary Group. On the way home, Benjamin was thinking about the words Sir Vinci said to him. Such a wealthy man must have information sources that others could not compare to. Without the need to ask, he knew that Benjamin was listed as wanted in Isar, but, what about other things? Benjamin had difficulty figuring that out. On the surface, Vinci displayed an attitude as if he did not care. He said he did not care whether Benjamin committed any crime before at other places. But if that was really the case, he would not specifically come to him and say such things. From these words, Benjamin could also hear the slight threatening tone in his words. Although rather obscured, the message that he received was similar to "be nice and don't go around causing trouble" kind of message. He did not know what the other person's objective was as well. From the news that he heard, Benjamin understood that Sir Vinci was not one who advocated for strength. Apparently, his combative ability was fairly normal. Even though he was good at all kinds of marketing and had a large influence, he rarely recruited bodyguards. He did not create his own personal armed forces. In other words, this person had wealth that was comparable to the country, but he had no intention to develop himself in the area of military power at all. This was probably due to the oppression by the officials in Ferelden. Benjamin had no intention to participate in these secret fight for power in the middle of things. All he needed to consider was the safety of his people. But, after thinking about it, he felt there was nothing much that he could do except to be a little more cautious. Sir Vinci did not display any obvious hostility towards him. So if he rushed into things now, he would seem to be guilty of the things he had done and cause others to doubt him. Thus, he could only act like none of this happened and just carefully go about his life. In short, he had already settled down in the city of Rayleigh. He would not be like a bird who was so easily frightened and ran around in fear. Can you share the sight that you see during the casting of water particle detection? After giving it some thought, he suddenly spoke to the system suddenly in his heart. Yeah, sure. Every time you detect things, I can also collect data from your sight. The system replied. But, if you want me to become a 24-hour alarm that works for a large range, then I won't be able to do that. EAV.C. Why? Because it is impossible for you to operate water particle detection for 24 hours. The system said it naturally. When you sleep, I can only notice things that are in a close range around you. Moreover, in a lot of times, I also need rest to update myself. Okay. Requesting help from the system had failed. After he returned to his house, Benjamin called up the mages again and discussed their safety concerns. He briefly told everyone about Sir Vinci. Everyone also expressed that they were not worried about others planning to do something bad to them. At last, they made a schedule. When the night came, they would make sure there would be 2 people guarding the surroundings of the house every hour. The people on guard would observe the changes in the surroundings to prevent any unknown dangers happening to them. Of course, he also taught them the spells that he had just earned to the mages during this opportunity. After he had done everything, Benjamin was slightly more at ease. He led by example by taking the first shift to be on guard. After that, he returned to his room and meditated for a while. Then, he fell deeply in sleep with his quilt covering his body. The night passed. According to every mages who were on guard for the night, it was calm. There was no unknown force that came to spy on them. Neither was there any mysterious killer who wanted to take their lives and money. They were very safe. But, Benjamin did not let down his guard because of this. After confirming that this system would be continued to be implemented in the future, he ate breakfast then left again. He headed towards the direction of the Mercenary Association. Hello. About the mission of searching for a person which I released before, is there any results from that now? The uncle by the reception took a glance at him and turned around to search for something. He took out a book and then looked at it for a while. Then, he turned around and shook his head at Benjamin. I'm very sorry. Currently, there is still no one who had found the mage named Morris. Even though he did not seem apologetic at all, but he still said, the time frame of 7 days had already passed. If you want to withdraw the mission, we could also return the bounty back to you. Benjamin was a little disappointed, but still he said, it's fine. Just leave it here. This teacher of Michelle was really hard to find. He wouldn't be dead, right? After thinking for a while, he put this matter at the back of his mind. He said again, oh yes. I would like to establish a mercenary group. May I ask if there is any procedure to that? The uncle gave him a doubtful look. Establish a mercenary group. Benjamin nodded and said, yes, I am a mage. There are many mages together with me. We would like to establish a mercenary group. Also for your information, it is Viper the mercenary group who introduced us to this place. The uncle with doubtful look finally changed his expression. He presented an attitude which he should have as a person working in the service industry. I am sorry, Sir Mage. He almost fell from his chair. He quickly searched for a few form-like papers and handed them to Benjamin. This is the document needed to join the mercenaries. On it, please fill in the details of your companions and yourself. After being reviewed by our people, we will notify you to complete your registration as a mercenary group. Benjamin took the few papers and took a few glances of these papers. He frowned. Just these papers? It is not enough. The uncle was stunned for a bit and asked in a rather perplexed tone. You? How many of your mages in total will be joining the mercenary group? Benjamin answered. If I am counted as one, there should be 23 mages. That uncle was stunned. After a while, he recovered. He looked at Benjamin in disbelief. After that, he turned and continued to search for a while. Finally, he found more than 20 documents for them to write their information and handed all the papers to Benjamin. "I'm very sorry, Sir Mage." He took a deep breath and continued. "After you have filled all of these, you can send all of them back to us. Or you can book a time with us, then we will go to you and collect the documents. After you have completed the registration of the mercenary group, the reward will be given to you then." Upon hearing this, Benjamin took the small stack of papers and nodded. "Thank you." After saying this, he turned and left. Benjamin ignored the perturbed expression of the uncle by the reception as he wiped off his sweat. About the matter regarding establishing a mercenary group, Benjamin informed everybody yesterday night, although he did not go into the specific details. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to discuss this matter with everyone else. There must be some who were interested in being a mercenary. There were some who did not like it as well, like those 2 potion mages. They must hate battle in comparison to the others. But, weren't there benefits if mages joined? Thus, Benjamin simply counted all of them in. After establishing the mercenary group, it was not compulsory for them to join their missions. These people would only need to have their names on the register. Back in the house, he once again gathered all the mages. He distributed the documents to everyone and began discussing the matter of establishing a mercenary group. "I love fighting. I think it would be fun becoming a mercenary." Joanna spoke. "Aren't there benefits? If there are freebies for us, we surely won't let this opportunity pass by." Boss Lady had this thought. "If it is necessary, then so be it. We can't fight, so we'll just back up everyone else." Hannah said without a choice. Finally, they had all agreed on the decision of establishing a mercenary group. It was as if they could not help but to try their new magic after they learn it. After they settled down here, they had lost most of their opportunities to engage in combat. Fighting once or twice when the opportunity presented itself was rather nice as well. Just like this, the mages actively wrote down the basic information about themselves on the forms. The information that the Mercenary Association asked for was actually quite simple: their names, addresses, and basic introduction about their type of ability. The documents did not ask for their origins. It was probably that they knew they would only get fake stories even if they asked. Chapter 263, The Fear of Giving Name. Okay. There shouldn't be any problem now. In the Mercenary Association, the man at the reception had not changed his shift yet. He slowly checked the forms that Benjamin handed to him. "Oh right. What is the name of your mercenary group?" Upon hearing this, Benjamin and the mages that came along with him exchanged a few glances. No one spoke a word. They totally forgot to discuss this matter. "Why not just call it Blaze the Mercenary Group?" Frank suggested. Benjamin wiped his brow and was about to reject this suggestion, but the man at the reception shook his head and beat him to it. "I'm so sorry, Sir Mage. This name has already been registered." Frank was disappointed, but Benjamin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He could not even cast a fireball spell. Calling their mercenary group the Blaze would be rather embarrassing. Then, let call it Strongest the Mercenary Group, Joanna suggested. "I'm sorry, Miss Mage. This name had already been registered as well." The man at the reception replied again, rather apologetically. Benjamin couldn't believe there were people who would use such arrogant names. Whoever this person was, he must like reading online novels. "Spectre the Mercenary Group." Lara spoke. Benjamin thought about it. Even though this name was still sick, but at least it sounded cooler, although slightly tacky, he found it acceptable. However, "I'm sorry, Sir Mage. This name has also been taken." The man at the reception took a deep breath and replied. Benjamin suddenly had a bad premonition. "Magic Mercenary Group." "I'm sorry, Sir Mage. This name had been registered before. Demacia the Mercenary Group." "I'm sorry, Sir Mage. This name had been Eel the mercenary group. I'm sorry, Sir Mage. You're kidding, someone else has taken this name. I'm sorry. Benjamin and the others almost went insane. Can you tell me what name has not yet been taken? In despair, Benjamin pressed the palms of both of his hands on the table and asked. There are some. The uncle flipped open the thick book and said in hesitation. Shit-eating mercenary group, worst mercenary group, idiotic mercenary group. Names like these had not been claimed yet. Benjamin did not know if he had enough strength to stop the group from rushing over and beating up the clerk. Truthfully, he wanted to do the very same thing. In the tense atmosphere, everyone remained silent. It was Benjamin who finally spoke. With a voice incredibly calm he said, "One mercenary group? No one should have taken that name yet, right? One, hey." That uncle seemed a little terrified as he hurriedly flipped through the book. After a while, he looked up at the group and nodded. Then one mercenary group it is. Benjamin could not stand the torture anymore. He slammed the table and immediately decided on the name of their mercenary group without consulting the others. The uncle nodded in relief as well. He wrote something down in the book, then turned around and left. He came back with a few documents along with around 20 badges. He gave Benjamin the items. From this point, your mercenary group has officially been established. He said in a serious tone. In the old days, there was a ceremony to go through. But for your convenience, the ceremony has been cancelled. Just take these things, the badges for your members, the certificate proof of your mercenary group. Strictly speaking, you can accept mission now. But for the due rewards, you will have to wait until the verification from our side has been completed before you can claim it. Benjamin took the things nodded as he listened to the man's words. The mages behind him all surrounded him. They took the badges and toyed with them in their hands curiously. It was rather simple looking. The pattern of the flames overlapped with some sort of sword. To be honest, it looked kind of cheap. But, it was still an item that bore the history of the mercenaries, and because of this the mages still excitedly clipped it to their chest. Upon seeing this, Benjamin smiled a bit and kept the remaining badges and documents properly. Is there any fun mission available? We would like to accept it now. After clipping the badge, Joanna inquired excitedly. I'm sorry. Giving out missions to the mercenaries is not our responsibility. You should go to the other counter. The man at the reception pointed across the room. They quickly went to the second counter. Under the guidance of Benjamin, the gang who now represented the mercenary group, accepted their first mission, a rather simple mission of hunting magic beast. The target magical beast was a cat that could spit water. The location of the mission was not far from the city of Rayleigh. Even for a beginner, this was just too simple. After accepting the mission, the mages returned home cheerfully. After packing some equipment, they set off. They were eager to complete their mission and no one could stop them from doing so. Benjamin was in a good mood. This was fine. If they enjoyed doing this, then he would not ruin their fun. Most of the missions were relatively easy, thus not all members were required to go. These few mages happened to be the ones who were the best at combat in their group, so Benjamin was not so worried about them. He knew that nothing would happen to them against such simple foe. He was thinking of using the bounty that they earned to buy magic beast materials for their potion mages so that he could create more potions that he would later sell off for a profit, of course. Actually, for matters regarding the magic potion, Benjamin had let Varus handle almost everything. The purchase of raw materials, the sale of the magic potions, Varus used to be a merchant, so doing this came naturally to him. The group now had a revenue of dozens of coins a day just from selling the magic potions that they had created. Benjamin decided to let the potion mages interact with those who were more combat-focused in the future, when the mercenary group had matured a bit more. This was so that the potion mages could directly request the combat mages to bring back certain raw materials from their missions. They could save more money this way. Upon thinking this, he could not help but feel proud. His group was finally starting to operate properly. As for himself, he no longer had to organize everything by himself. He would have more time and energy to focus on improving his own strength. Of course, there were still certain matters that he had to attend to personally. Chapter 264, The Weird Parchment. Only when Benjamin casted water particle detection by chance and sensed the black feather by the street, did he realize that this was the signal by the crow. After the attack of street gangs on the Rabkar cult, Benjamin made sure others could not track of the news on this matter to avoid arousing suspicion of himself. But, it has already been a week since the incident. The hype had died down and he had no need to keep so distant from the matter anymore. He should check the situation on the crow. Thus, Benjamin acted as if he wanted to go for a walk after lunch and left the house. He passed through the back streets and arrived at the secret hideout of the crow. ROL.C. In the small dark room, he met Jessica once again. Maybe because she had to deal with many things lately, but she seemed a little exhausted. However, when she saw Benjamin, she still flashed a smile. "Sir Benjamin, thank you for your help. Now, the Eagle Gang is no more." Benjamin nodded. Their efficiency was remarkable. Once the boss was dead, they only took 1 week to eliminate the remaining gang members. Of course, there was a possibility that this was how it worked in their community. "Were you guys the one who attacked the cult recently?" he asked. "It was the doing of the late Eagle Gang." Jessica shook her head. "I used a little trick and blamed the death of their boss on the other gang. So, they sought out the cult and fought with them. They even set the street on fire." Benjamin was really surprised to hear this. After so many days, he had pretty much guessed the entire confrontation. This was a rather clever way of doing things, but doing this must have infuriated the cult, right? They will do all they can to find out the true murderer of Johnny. "What happens if they discover that we are the culprits?" Benjamin asked. "Relax. If the matter gains traction, the cult will be the ones who will be in deep water." Jessica flashed a smile. "The government has sent people to investigate this issue and you know they are most sensitive when it comes to religious problems. That cult is well known for doing fishy things. If it really comes to this, they will be too busy avoiding the authorities and have no time to investigate the matter." Upon hearing this, Benjamin became content. "So, have you now claimed the street that the Eagle had previously occupied?" Jessica smiled and nodded. She took a small bag and handed it to Benjamin. "The crow has already expanded. Now, we can provide you 30 coins every month. This is this month's cut." Benjamin was lazy to even check the contents, so he took the bag without hesitation. He now had another source of stable income. "You ordered people to leave feathers by my front door. It wasn't just for you to report your victory to me, was it?" he asked again. "What trouble did you run into? Or is there another gang leader that you want me to assassinate?" Jessica, however, shook her head and said, "You must be joking, the gang just expanded, so it will need some time to stabilize. In order to keep a low profile, I won't be borrowing Sir's strength very often." As she said this, she turned around and placed a small box from the corner of the room on the table. "This is what we accidentally found when we were ransacking the old Eagle hideout." Benjamin became interested in the antique box. He opened the box, only to see that in it lay a single piece of parchment. He took the parchment out and spread it open and saw that it was blank. Benjamin was a little perplexed. Just as he was about to put it back, he sensed a small hint of magic aura radiating from the parchment. What was this? "I have no idea what it is. The ex-underlings of the Eagle do not know as well. But, they all mentioned that their ex-boss cared a lot about it." Jessica explained. "I thought it may be related to magic, so ordered for someone to notify you." After listening to this, Benjamin replied, "It is definitely related to magic. There is a very slight elemental disturbance on it." Jessica pressed on. "What is it though?" A letter? A formula? Benjamin shrugged and answered rather helplessly, I have no idea. Right now, I haven't got a clue. Surprisingly, Jessica was not that disappointed. She simply piped, if that is the case, then you hold on to it. We have no mage, so there is no point of keeping it here. To us it's just like a piece of scrap paper. Benjamin was lazy to refuse, so he nodded and kept the parchment. As a shareholder of the Crow, it was only reasonable that he received additional rewards other than his dividends every month. After all, he was the one who assassinated Johnny. With nothing more to ask, he bid Jessica farewell. He secretly left the area and returned home with his spoils. Sitting in his room, Benjamin took the parchment out again and slowly opened it. Previously, Jessica was watching him, so he could not properly study it. But now, with a more comfortable environment, he could clear his mind and inspect what this parchment truly was. A slight elemental disturbance. Where did it come from? Benjamin casually picked it up but immediately felt a familiar sensation. This was not a scroll of parchment, but a magic tool. Benjamin's stomach tightened. The parchment did not feel the same as the cross or button of divine arts that were created by the church. He tried the most common method of activating magic tools, which was priming the tool with spiritual energy, but the parchment did not react. What was the damn gear to activate this thing? After thinking for a bit, Benjamin casted pillar of steam and let the steam slowly bake the parchment. He wanted to see whether there would be any hidden words on it. Wasn't there a special material that was transparent under normal conditions but showed up after heating? He was hoping it might be the case here. However, after heating it up for half a day, the parchment remained blank, no change at all. Benjamin did not give up. Instead, he became more absorbed. He casted water ball and ice breaking. He soaked it in water, froze it with ice, cut it with a knife, and tore it with his hands. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, the parchment remained a parchment, strangely resilient but otherwise ordinary. Why don't you try to drip your blood on it? The system suggested so. Dripping blood sounds so old school. Surely this novel cliché won't happen in real life, will it? Benjamin hesitated slightly. You're not a novelist. Life is old-schooled anyway. The system retorted sharply. It is because it is common in real life that it is written in novels over and over again. That is how it becomes tacky. You have a point. It was rare for Benjamin to admit that the system made sense. He used ice blade to cut his finger and dropped a few drops of his blood on the parchment. Unexpectedly, the system was right. Once the blood spread through it, the parchment that did not have reaction with anything else suddenly released a wave of elemental magic. The elements in the surrounding air suddenly experienced a series of changes. As if they were being controlled by an unknown power, they were sucked directly into the parchment. Chapter 265, Underground City. This is. As the green light faded, a strange pattern suddenly appeared on the parchment. Benjamin picked it up and examined it closely. From the crooked lines, he could tell that it was some sort of map. The shape of the mountains, the sign of the road and the cross at particular location. He took a few more good looks at it. Yet, he was sure. This was not just a regular map, but a treasure map. Benjamin was a little disappointed. The benefit that came from finding a treasure map was significantly lower since treasure needed to be retrieved. Not to mention, he still had the treasure map of the abandoned Valley of Gods that was from the ancient times. That map was still useless at this point of time. Still, he summoned the system and let him compare the topography on the treasure map. This topography must be from a long time ago. There is no exact match of it now. After analyzing for a moment, the system spoke. But, there is a location nearby that bears similarities to this topography. It may have underwent some slight changes over time. Benjamin was a little surprised. Nearby? If it was close by, he would not mind going there to have a look. A few thousand meters to the south of the city of Rayleigh, there is a mountainous area. It looks similar to the topography on this map. The system explained. The journey is rather short. If you want to go, you can return on the same day. Even though it was a strange coincidence, but Benjamin relaxed after giving it some thought. The parchment came from the gangsters in the city of Rayleigh. Their treasure would not be located too far away. What could possibly be there though? For some reason, Benjamin had a bad feeling. He felt like the treasure there might just be the private wealth of the boss of the gang. This could probably be why he cared so much about the parchment, right? Or might it be that there was hundreds of kilograms of explosives in there that could be used to self-ignite? The explosives were enough to blow up an octagonal building and all. This was rather unsettling for a hidden treasure. After some slight hesitation, Benjamin decided to go and take a look at it. Since it was so close, it would still be good if he could get a little money. If there was any trap, he could use water particle detection to discover the trap early. The trap would be any danger to him then. The map on the parchment lingered for a while before disappearing without a trace. But the system had already memorized it, so there would not be any problem. Benjamin kept it properly, then left the house. The few mages who went out to complete their mission of hunting magic beast had returned successfully. They were resting nearby. After thinking about it, Benjamin decided not to invite them. Instead, he set out alone. Under the navigation of the system, Benjamin flew all the way out of city of Rayleigh. After more than an hour, he came to the mountainous area which the system talked about. The place was desolate. The surroundings were empty and bare, even the rare bits of grass was yellowish without a hint of green. Benjamin flew in the air as he surveyed the area. He could not see any cats or dogs in this area, much less a human being. He quickly found the location where the cross was labeled on the map. It was a particularly dead-looking mountain wall. The howling wind made the situation seem creepy here. Benjamin descended and looked around. He turned on his water particle detection, but still could not find anything. Is this really the place? Did you remember incorrectly? He could not help but ask. Of course this is correct. If you don't have faith in me, you can take the map out and confirm it for yourself. The system snapped back. Benjamin was helpless. He took the parchment out and prepared to drip some blood on it, so that it would show the map again. However, to his surprise, just as he took it out, the parchment shone a bright green light once again. What was happening? He held the parchment in his hands and immediately the green light shone brighter. It glittered in the grey hills as if it was a shimmering crown. Benjamin was almost blinded by the light. Through his squinted eyes, he vaguely saw that this green light seemed to extend towards the direction of the mountain wall. Benjamin did not hesitate. He swung his hands and heavily slammed the parchment on the mountain wall. Immediately, he heard a loud rumbling noise as if he had just cracked the mountain wall. Following the noise, the mountain wall too, shone an identical bright green light. Shit! Benjamin was caught off guard and so he shut his eyes. When he finally opened his eyes, a greenish hole had suddenly appeared in the originally smooth mountain wall. With the appearance of the hole, all the green light disappeared. The parchment that was in Benjamin's hands had resumed its usual yellowish, normal appearance too. He stared at the hole with a stunned expression. What was this? When the green light burst out, he felt an extremely strong wave of elemental disturbance. It was as if the elements had all gathered at one place and activated some sort of gear. However, when he used the water particle detection before, he did not feel anything strange from the mountain wall. Could it be that this hole had even deceived the water particles? Without a doubt, this was the location of the treasure. This parchment was the treasure map, but at the same time, was also the key to the treasure itself. Without it, those who came hunting for the treasure would have found nothing. But why? What was the reason for this? Benjamin felt that he might be thinking himself into a dead end. Regardless of whether it was elemental or magical, there was no way he could figure out the solution right now. He decided he should focus on the hole in front of him now instead. After a moment of hesitation, he walked into it. Even though he knew that the water particle spell might not be as reliable as before, but he still casted it regularly to scan everything that was in front of him. With every step he took, his surroundings darkened. Finally, it became so dark that he could not see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, another light emerged again. It was initially very faint, but the further he ventured, the brighter it became. It lit up his surroundings like a scene in a horror film. Before long, Benjamin reached the exit of the tunnel. However, he was stunned to see that there appeared to be an underground city right in front of him. The terrain of the city was so large that its boundaries could not be seen in one glance. There were all sorts of weird buildings in front of Benjamin. Ruptured pillars, deformed statues, and a group of white houses. Without taking note of the green light, Benjamin felt like he was looking at murals that depicted an older generation. The architectural style here was really dated. According to the data in the system's memory, these buildings should have existed thousands of years ago. Benjamin could not help but take a deep breath. What the hell did he find? A city from 1,000 years ago hidden underground for whatever reasons, or could it be that this city was originally built underground? Ruvel.m. Could there be anybody still staying here? Suddenly fully alert, Benjamin kept his guard up and carefully walked towards the city. Soon, he was bathed in green light. Right now, he could not help but look around. He felt as if he had just walked into a different civilization. The antique buildings with ancient Greek-style buildings presented a strange atmosphere as the light lit them up one by one. But, after walking for around 5 minutes, Benjamin still did not find any living things. The whole underground city was dead silent, just as if it were a cemetery. He slowly realized what was going on with the green light here. There were small rocks all over the ground. He picked up the rocks and found that they contained a strange energy. When the energy dispersed, it formed the green light. Benjamin felt that it is harmless to the human's body, so he did not think too much about it. Of course, he still kept a few of them for research purposes. He tried to keep the rocks in his pockets, but the green light shone through it. So, he had no other choice but to use a money bag to keep them so that the leather would completely block out the light. After he kept the prospective research samples, Benjamin continued forward. Chapter 266, Prehistoric Civilization. At that moment, Benjamin's goosebumps almost raised. He focused his eyes, and the image became clearer. He could see the stone statue with a broken arm come to life. Its marble legs moved and started slowly walking forward. Damn! Benjamin took a deep breath but did not make any sound. What's going on? Without question, the things in front of him was beyond his knowledge. A spirit of vengeance? A magical beast? Or just a moving statue? Is it alive or dead? Am I hallucinating? Is it being controlled by someone else? Why would a plain old statue start moving for no reason? If there was a discus-throwing statue here as well, would it throw discs at people too? Benjamin felt as if he entered another world by accident. He did not know why, but his instincts told him that these strange happenings had nothing to do with magic. From the body of the moving statue, he could not feel any reaction of elements, but he could feel slight mental energy, but the state it was in was different from when it appeared normally. From his own perspective, mental energy was a change in energy, and it would expand normally like in waves. But, the mental energy the statue gave off was dull and like particles. Benjamin started to suspect, was it another kind of life form? While he was thinking, the statue continued moving forward and reached the same street where Benjamin was. Then, it turned rigidly and walked towards Benjamin. It could be that it has noticed Benjamin. Seeing its emotionless face, it was rather terrifying. Thus, with some hesitation, Benjamin chanted the ice-breaking spell and condensed about 10 icicles, and launched them towards the statue. Such an eerie thing, better not let it get close. Rumble. The statue did not dodge, but continued forward. Thus, tons of icicles hit him, turning him into a beehive. Following that, it fell over and lost the ability to move. Is it dead? Benjamin was confused. He crept closer carefully. He could see that the statue has shattered into many pieces from the attack just now. From the way it shattered, the white outer layer was not limestone, but a kind of soft material. As for its body, there were cogwheels, steel plates, and poles, all made from strange spare parts. It appeared to Benjamin as a copy of a statue. A robot? But, this statue's interior was not intricate, it was rather roughly made. Benjamin investigated, but he still could not understand its structure, but based on his judgment, this thing could only walk rigidly and nothing else. But, what kind of energy was supporting its movement? He searched for a while. Finally, in the statue's cranium, he found a glowing green crystal of some sort. The crystal looked similar to the stone he picked up before. With some proper sensing, the energy inside was the same, but this crystal was much more concentrated. Before this, the mental energy that Benjamin felt was dispersed from this crystal as well. The crystal was put in a weird setting. It was probably used to extract energy from the crystal, allowing the statue to move. But, even so, Benjamin was extremely surprised. What sort of city was this? With this strange stone and mysterious power, then, even with technology enough to utilize them to creating human-like robots. Benjamin felt as if he discovered an unrecorded civilization. A civilization that was totally different from magical civilization. After some thought, he continued walking forward, slowly getting closer to the center of the city. On the way, he met tons of walking statues, but he ignored them, and the statues ignored him too. They just walked past each other. After some investigation, Benjamin could see that these statues were the only citizens of this city. Who knew what happened, but there are no living things. As for bones and fossils, Benjamin only found them at the center of the city. At the center, there was a forum like those in ancient Greek times. The opulent and imperial structures have endured who knows how long, and what was left was just derelict buildings. On the stairwell of these buildings, bones of all sorts were scattered all over. How terrifying! Even the system could not resist making an appearance to comment. It could not be blamed that it would say such a thing. Even Benjamin, who was seeing everything, started to feel a chill in the air. The pile of bones were littered along the way from the bottom to the top of the 10-meter-tall stairwell. Tons of skulls had yellow marks in the eye sockets, as if it was a clue to a massacre that had happened a long time ago. How is this still a forum? It was a mountain of bones. He activated his water particle sensing technique, but Benjamin could not find anything at all. Thus, he regained his nerves, and flew up, over the bones, into the interior of the forum. In there, he saw a mural. Even though many years have passed, the mural was not completely deteriorated, thus, he could still see the art clearly. Benjamin could tell that the art showed two sides that were opposing each other. One side were people glowing green, they were well built, and wielded all sorts of weapons, looking really fierce. The other side all wore capes, and had their faces covered, looking mysterious, and even had flames floating on top of their heads. His instincts told him that the ones wearing capes were mages. What about the green people? He did not know. After relating the mural and everything in this city, Benjamin suddenly felt those green people probably used the power in the stones to make themselves stronger to fight against the mages. He used his imagination to view this art, then he suddenly got an answer. Maybe, a long time ago, this world did not only have special powers like magic. Not knowing why, later on, these green people and their civilization vanished, and did not leave any trace in history. Thus, finally, the only knowledge people had about the ancients were just Abel, Cain, magic, and the divine arts. At least, from the look of this mural, these green people could go toe-to-toe with mages. Thinking of this, Benjamin took a deep breath and continued walking deeper inwards. No matter how one saw it, today's trip to search for treasure ended up with him discovering even greater things. Stones with strange energy, a prehistoric civilization, who knows, maybe he could find writings and records on them. In the end, he actually ended up finding them. In the giant hall, he found a stone block. The stone block looked really old, but it was not weathered at all. On the surface was etched with letters and runes in rows that Benjamin had never seen before. Benjamin picked up the stone block, and closely examined it. Suddenly, he noticed something familiar. An equilateral triangle, yet with a small missing part that looked like a triangle musical instrument. Benjamin could not help but take a deep breath. Was it a coincidence? His logic told him, this triangular rune did not look complicated. In prehistoric civilization, it was probably common for people to use them as words. But, his instinct told him, this triangle and the triangle in his dimension of consciousness were the same. What did this mean? Suddenly, there was a voice coming from the depths of his soul. Water. Benjamin was shocked to his core. At that moment, he thought of the pure blue space that continued replicating itself, the sound that represented water. Not knowing why, he was suddenly very sure that this sound was the way to pronounce that triangle that was missing a part. As for this rune, its meaning was water. Plain and pure water. Thinking of this, Benjamin could not help but extend his hand to touch the triangular rune. Chapter 267, The Rampaging Pure Blue Space. Benjamin could not remember how long was the last time he was in the pure blue space. Each time, the conditions he met to come here was quite different, but most of the time it was because he achieved a new milestone in his magic training. In this short period of time, he had surpassed the speed limit he could once go when flying, and continued growing slowly in magic, but did not experience much change. Thus, the pure blue space avoided him. From his estimation, he felt that the next time he entered his dimension of consciousness would be together with the triangular rune. But, in this totally unknown underground city, he saw a familiar rune, then through this rune, he entered the pure blue space. He totally did not expect this to happen. With this, he was once again in the pure blue space. He looked around to see his surroundings. This time, the pure blue space was full of triangular runes. They seemed to have been placed by something in this dimension, and even had life now, and could freely move. Benjamin did not know why he felt this way. At the same time, he did not hear that sound which represented water. The pure blue space was dead silent, as if he was in medium which sound could not pass through, or maybe, sound could not exist here at all. Well, what could exist here? Compared to the previous times, Benjamin was more conscious. Thus, he had a feeling that he was in confusion. He felt that he was looking at the runes in the pure blue space. But then, he felt as if he was looking at himself from a third-person view as well. He found out that he could not move in this place. That feeling was like as if he was a person drawn into a comic. He could not breathe, could not speak, other than thinking. He could not tell the passage of time. This made Benjamin feel uneasy. Right when he was thinking on how to make himself move, suddenly, a wave of energy came and collided into him, as if he was just hit by a train. His brain buzzed and he almost blacked out. Damn! What the hell? Even though he had this feeling that he was not really here, but when that wave of energy hit him, it felt way too real. The pain spread from the wave, that bone-breaking and muscle-tearing pain. If he could move, at this moment he would probably be screaming till his veins popped and would be rolling on the floor. But, this was just the beginning. Following that, wave after wave like grenade explosions came from all unpredictable directions. At that moment, Benjamin's pain tolerance reached its limit, and felt as if he was being torn apart. But in reality, he was still fine, and was still the same, not being able to move. The pure blue space in front of him did not change either. But, the waves of energy came relentlessly and collided into him all the same. Benjamin was not sure whether he should spit out blood or cry. How could this be? What was going on? Is it because of the bomb he threw before he came here, and now the pure blue space wants revenge? He did not know what was going on at all, what he only knew was that he was about to die from the pain. After a while, he could feel his will breaking, as if he was about to collapse. What was the hardest to deal with is that his consciousness remained the same, he was vigilant as ever, every wave that hit him made him feel clear pain, and continued tormenting his soul. I cannot. Benjamin could not withstand it any longer. Who could withstand this at all? He wanted to escape, but there was nothing he could do. He was just like a character inside a comic, unable to move. He tried to scream, but the sound only reverberated in his own soul. In his heart, his throat was nearly dried up from the screaming. In his heart. Suddenly, Benjamin, who was in great pain, suddenly saw a light, a bright light flashing in his mind. Even though he could not make a sound, he could still shout into his heart, "Hey system! Can you hear me? Use that ability of yours and turn me into that intangible form." The moment he said that, as if a soul entered his body, Benjamin suddenly felt that he could freely move, the colliding sensation and that pain disappeared. Who knew that could be so useful? Because of the sudden change, he could not do much in time, but he consciously tried to feel a triangular rune that was closest to him. Ding! There was a sharp sound from somewhere. Benjamin felt relaxed, and could a pulse resonating through his body, making him feel so comfortable that he was in cloud 9. But this feeling did not last. Very quickly, the euphoria diminished, and a strong depressing feeling replaced it. He felt as if he entered an abyss and was continuing to plunge deeper, his will to move slowly died out. At that moment, Benjamin realized the system's intangibility was about to end. Oh! He did not want to go back to being hit by a few trains at the same time. Even though he did not know what to do, but, before the intangibility vanished completely, he strongly grasped onto the triangular rune that was seemingly drawn here as well. He was touching. Right when he pulled the triangular rune. Whoosh! There was another resonance, but Benjamin felt as if he just woke up from a dream. Following that, when he regained consciousness, he realized he entered his own dimension of consciousness. What was most eerie was that he maintained the pose he was in when he was back in the pure blue space. His hand, which was stretched out, was clutching onto his own water rune. Him struggling, his right hand holding tight onto something, the triangular rune being dragged, the whole picture was the same as in the pure blue space. Benjamin was stunned. What was going on? Before he thought of what was happening, he remembered, magical runes did not have solid shapes. Before this, when he was meditating, he tried touching them but his hand passed through. Then, how did he manage to clutch onto the water rune? When he realized, suddenly, the water rune he was clutching on became intangible, and passed through his heart. He was like an imagination, and could no longer grab onto anything, falling from the sky. Fuck, he could not stop himself cursing. The floor of the dimension of consciousness was quite hard, he did not react in time to shield himself, and hit the surface quite hard. Even the system dropped out, and slid all the way in front of Benjamin. Trying to perform in a circus? It mockingly asked. Perform your ass. Benjamin rubbed his face and snapped back. After some thought, he continued asking, "Oh yeah, what just happened? I was meaning to ask you." The system replied, "You touched that stone board, and became stunned, as if you were frozen, and stayed that way for about half an hour. Then, not knowing why, you suddenly made me toggle the intangible form. Even though I thought you were already crazy, I still did it. Then, next thing, I was looking at you trying to do some circus acts already." Hearing this, Benjamin was silent. Why was this encounter in the pure blue space so strange? But, it seemed that every time he entered it, all those instances were strange as well. After some thought, he was too lazy to care any more about these details. With the system not knowing anything, it was normal, but, thinking back, not knowing why, he thought of the Pope that managed to enter his own dimension of consciousness as well. The fourth Pope wrote on that book about something similar, in a pure white space, as was knocked down by something out of a sudden, that was similar to what Benjamin felt. He remembered when the Pope was knocked down, the holy light in the dimension of consciousness formed 5 balls and wrote him a hello. That, Benjamin was knocked down so many times, what would happen to the water elemental energy he stored here? Thinking of this, he used his mental energy to start feeling. But, it was surprising, in this familiar darkness, he could not feel a drop of water elemental energy. The state of the dimension of consciousness was like when he overused magic, all the water elemental energy was gone, with the dimension experiencing a drought, there was not a single drop left. What happened? Where did the water elemental energy he stored every day go? Chapter 268, Water Elemental Rain. Confused, Benjamin walked over towards that direction. The water elemental energy in the dimension of consciousness has all vanished. This was a huge thing. You have to know, water elemental energy was the foundation of Benjamin's magic. Without the water elemental energy storage, other than meditation, he would not be able to use magic at all and would be no different from a normal person. Thus, he could not lightly view the incident that happened in his dimension of consciousness, albeit it being just a small thing. After reaching the side of the triangular rune, Benjamin frowned, and finally managed to see clearly what the glowing blue object was. It was just a small bubble of sort, as if it was water in zero gravity, it floated around the rune. After proper examination, the bubble contained some sort of thick liquid inside. Benjamin got closer to it, and the cool feeling that hit his face was rather refreshing. What was more amazing was that he felt a strange affinity with this water bubble. This is... Not knowing why, he had an idea, and was rather sure of it as well. This was the water elemental energy he had been storing. How did it become like this? In other words, after returning from the pure blue space, his water elemental energy has been all compressed into just a tiny blue bubble. What did this mean? His only encounter with compressed water elemental energy was the water elemental crystal he found previously. It was obvious that this water bubble was different from the crystal, its composition should be different as well. What was most important was, could he still use magic? After thinking for a while, Benjamin let out his mental energy to see whether he could control this highly compressed water elemental energy. But, to his surprise, when his mental energy made contact with the bubble, it was like turning on the switch for a fountain, a lot of water elemental energy spurted out. In the blink of an eye, the whole dimension was scattered with drops of rain. Standing in the middle of this water elemental rain, Benjamin could feel his fatigue disappear while his body and mind relaxed, even his mental energy felt like it grew. He turned around to look at the 3 runes, they were shining like street lights in rain, freely absorbing the water elemental energy, as if they grew even more rapidly than they did when Benjamin meditated. At that moment, Benjamin was overjoyed. Until now, he had no idea what happened to him, but based on everything that was happening, it was something good. That tiny water bubble is simply marvelous. If he could sit in this rain some more, his magic would probably grow to the point where it would be unmatched, right? But, things were not as perfect as he thought. The water elemental rain lasted for a short while, and suddenly stopped. The tiny bubble that was like a fountain was like an empty husk now, and no longer glowed, it looked shriveled, as if it grew older. Benjamin was stunned. Has the water elemental energy ran out? He released his mental energy once more to feel it. He found that the water bubble had tiny bits of energy left, but the amount was too little to trigger another water elemental rain. This looked so tragic. After seeing this, Benjamin was worried. Would this be a one-time experience, never to happen again in the future? Luckily, after some observation, the water elemental energy in the water bubble was slowly regenerating, even though it was slow, but still, it was able to slowly replenish itself. Thus, he calmed down and returned his gaze to the dimension of consciousness and magical rune. After being baptized, his mental energy and the runes definitely grew in strength. The 3 runes had drifted closer a little, and shone in a blue light, as if they were full from eating and drinking. Benjamin was sure that rain just now was the equivalent for him meditating for 3 days. At that moment, he thought that he had found a better method of training. Until now, he still did not know the principles behind it, but after piecing everything together, the pure blue space might have changed the way he stored water elemental energy. The water elemental energy before this flowed freely, and was stored in the whole dimension of consciousness. Right now, all the water elemental energy has been condensed into a small bubble. By using mental energy to trigger it, it would rejuvenate Benjamin. It was a more effective way to increase his power. The difference in efficiency was like comparing normal meditation with high-level meditation. In other words, the pure blue space dragging him in just to suffer, whether it was on purpose or not, managed to grant him new skills, making his meditation methods more efficient. Thus, Benjamin was grateful. To be honest, if the system did not trigger the intangible form in the pure blue space just now, he would not know what would have happened. Would he be trapped there? Would the energy waves smash him into smithereens? Or, would he gain even more benefits than he did right now? The pure blue space was far too mysterious. Benjamin felt that it was an existence that was beyond his understanding. But, no matter, from what he gained, he already felt extremely satisfied. He tried using magic again, and everything happened just as he expected it to. The water elemental energy was extracted from the water bubble, the 3 runes reverberated for a while, and a giant water ball was formed. After using magic a few times, Benjamin understood that this did not give his magic any new capabilities, but his casting speed has increased by a few milliseconds. After confirming this, Benjamin nodded. The more condensed the water elemental energy was, the easier it was to control it, which resulted in his casting speed increasing as well. This was understandable. Well, the remaining problem was, after that rain, how much water elemental energy would be left in the water bubble. If it was not much, he had to regulate it. Under battle circumstances, he could not simply rely on this bubble. If not, he would probably end up in a void-like state. Other than that, how much time would the water bubble take to return to its original form? Would he gathering water elemental energy from the outside world speed up this process? There were a lot of things to think about. Right when he was thinking and using the water elemental energy from the outside world to replenish the water bubble, in reality, he seemed to have been bothered by something. Suddenly, with a buzzing sounded in his heart, forcing him to wake up. Benjamin's vision blurred, and left the dimension of consciousness involuntarily, returning back to reality. What happened? Benjamin almost forgot to breathe. In reality, nothing much changed. He was still in the underground city, his hand still clutching the stone board, and the whole area was still green. Chapter 269, Handing Matters Over to the Country. The moment he saw the hand, Benjamin got goosebumps. It was not because he was a coward, but, after thinking about his current situation. This was an underground city that had been buried for countless of years, with no living person. It was as quiet as a graveyard, except for a bunch of robots walking around, and skulls were piled high outside. What made it even more terrifying was that the place was filled with an eerie green light. No matter how brave a person, under these circumstances, if they were suddenly touched by something, their testicles would shrink and hide inside their body. When he was initially touched, Benjamin wanted to retaliate. But, he was surprised when the hand that touched his shoulder made a sound shocking Benjamin and interrupting his train of thought. All right, it was not the hand that made the noise. Upon closer inspection, Benjamin realized that there was actually a person behind him. "Don't be rash, sir. We have no harmful intent." Benjamin jumped back to gain some distance from the strangers. He carefully turned around and looked at them. There were 3 people facing him. They were not statues or ghosts, but regular humans. In the eerie green light, Benjamin could see that they were youths, 2 boys and a girl. They looked at Benjamin curiously. The situation was awkward. "Who are you people?" Benjamin took a deep breath, composed himself, and asked. Even if they were not some alien life form, the few of them suddenly appearing was very strange. It was not a time for him to let his guard down. "Apologies that we have yet to introduce ourselves." The 3 youths looked at each other before the one who was most likely the leader stepped forward. He spoke politely, "My name is Tony, we are from the Mages Freemasonry. Are you the one that discovered this ruin?" Mages Freemasonry? Thankfully, Benjamin could now loosen up a little. He relaxed his battle stance, but maintained his distance. "What is the Mages Freemasonry doing here?" Tony hesitated for a while before replying. "We received news that there was a change in elemental energy to the south of Rayleigh, so we came to check it out and found a giant hole. We followed the hole into the ruins, before spotting you." Benjamin recalled that when he first opened the cave, green light had exploded everywhere. This place was indeed close to Rayleigh, and if people were alerted, then coming here would be the natural reaction. But he was still surprised that even the Mages Freemasonry sent people. He did not think that his first meeting with the Mages Freemasonry would be under these circumstances. "Do you have anything to prove your identities?" After some thought, he cautiously asked. The 3 nodded, and took out badges from their pockets before tossing them to Benjamin. Benjamin heard that Mage Freemasons would have badges. After inspecting the badges and using the water particle sensing technique to double-check his surroundings, Benjamin relaxed. "Hello, I am Benjamin. I recently settled down in Rayleigh," he said. The 3 pleasantly smiled at Benjamin. "We have heard of you before you made a name for yourself at the Vinci Mage Gathering. We did not expect to meet you here." Tony laughed. "In that case, the ruins must have been discovered by you, correct? How admirable!" Even though it was a compliment, Benjamin's mood did not improve. He merely nodded emotionlessly. He actually felt slightly annoyed. He paid for the parchment in blood, and excavated the cave all alone. Even though he technically had no right to be, but his search for treasure had been interrupted by some strangers asking all sorts of questions. Benjamin was pissed. If the 3 tried mentioning anything about handing matters over to the country, Benjamin would definitely fight. "When did you discover this place, sir?" Tony continued. Benjamin thought for a while and replied, "Today. Just a few hours ago." "What did you discover here, sir?" Tony asked again. "See, here comes the interrogation." Benjamin remained calm and answered, "I did not discover anything. I did not dare touch the moving statues," and continued walking until I reached this area. "All I found were these stone tablets. There are some writings on them, but I can't seem to understand what it says." After speaking, he stopped for a while, then added, "Did you discover anything?" Tony shook his head and turned his gaze towards the stone tablets in Benjamin's hand. "Could you let us see the stone tablets you are holding? Maybe we have sufficient information to decipher them." Benjamin looked at the stone tablets, and whilst hiding his annoyance, handed them to them. No matter how hard he thought, the only thing he could understand was the triangle. The stone tablet was just a normal stone tablet, it did not have any special function. He was sure of this. Him entering the pure blue space earlier had nothing to do with the stone tablet, so he willingly handed them over. Plus, he was also curious to know if people from the Mages Freemasonry could decipher the content on the tablets. "Let me see, this is..." Tony took the tablets and looked at them. The more he looked, the harder he frowned. "How is it? Can you translate them?" After some silence, Tony shook his head. "This seems to be an ancient and foreign language, there is nothing like this in our records." Might need to hand it over to my superiors, maybe they can recognize the words. Benjamin frowned. I discovered this place, the stone tablets belong to me. The mage's Freemasonry should respect every mage's property. You cannot simply take my things away from me. Tony saw this, and quickly chuckled, I am sorry, you have misunderstood. We have no intention of violating your rights. Benjamin spoke coldly, this stone tablet could be an ancient relic. If you people take it away, I might never see it again. The stone tablet was not really useful to him, the system had already memorized all of its contents. But, if these people were intent on taking it away, Benjamin wanted something good in return. If he did not show his stubborn side now, it could be difficult for him to negotiate with them in the future. We would never steal from you, you have misunderstood us, sir. Tony waved his hand and exclaimed, how about this, we will trade these 2 forbidden spells for these stone tablets. How about that? This trade should be sincere enough, right? Please don't get mad, sir. Benjamin laughed coldly in his heart. At the mage gathering, he had heard many things about the mage's Freemasonry. They had many forbidden spells, but most of them probably could never be used. If Tony came up with such terms, it was obvious he was trying to take advantage of Benjamin's lack of knowledge as a foreigner, thinking that he could trick him with a sweet-sounding deal. Benjamin knew then, even though Tony looked to be a good person, he was full of deceit. 2 forbidden spells. Benjamin did not show his true emotions, and just played along. Such a precious stone tablet would cost at least 5 forbidden spells. That is the minimum. They were both trying to take advantage of each other, so he had to try to outdo Tony. He still hoped that one day Lady Luck would favor him, and his disciples could end up learning a forbidden spell. That would be worth a fortune to him. He felt that he no longer had any use for the stone tablet, but the mage's Freemasonry had great influence. Therefore, he did not want to have direct conflict with them. 5 forbidden spells. Tony showed a troubled expression, his 2 companions also followed his act. It was probably a bartering technique, but Benjamin was not fooled. Finally, after much bargaining, he managed to get 6 forbidden spells in exchange for the tablets. The mage's Freemasonry recorded forbidden spells in the form of books. After the deal was agreed, Tony took out 6 books and handed them over to Benjamin. With a pained expression, he spoke, here are 6 forbidden spells. We respect all mages, please don't get angry at us, sir. Chapter 270, The Corpse of a Scavenger. Benjamin kept the 6 forbidden spells. After which, he looked at the 3 youth. All right, do you have anything else to ask? If not, please leave me to continue my work. He wanted to shoo the 3 away to prevent them from walking around freely in the ruins that he had excavated. It was clear to him, with them around, it was hard for him to enjoy the ruins fully. He wanted to continue exploring solo, in order to find as much as he could before others came along. Will you continue to search here, sir? Tony asked. Benjamin nodded, calmly, I excavated this ruin with my own 2 hands. Even if there turns out to be no spoils, I want to search it thoroughly. If so, we will search other places. Sorry for bothering you, sir. Tony noticed Benjamin's annoyance, awkwardly smiled and said, if you find anything that you can't understand, you may tell us. Believe me, the mage's Freemasonry is working for the good of all mages worldwide. Benjamin took a deep breath and smiled, I understand. The mage's Freemasonry did not seem to be domineering. Maybe it was because their boss was not here, and that these 3 small mages acted out of their own interests. After asking for the stone tablet, they left. Benjamin stayed in the ruins and pressed on. He was confident in his observations. This place was the city center, and also the final resting place of all the citizens. If anything was to be found, it would be found here. After passing through a few derelict corridors, he continued deeper into the building. The center of this building was a giant hall. The seats were weathered whilst the ceiling was riddled with holes. Benjamin lifted his head and tried to take a closer look. The ceiling seemed to contain a mural, but it was extremely weathered. The only part Benjamin could make out was a person burning a stone with fire. After some thought, he flew up to get a closer look at the mural. Up close, that stone that was being burnt resembled the glowing green stone. At the same time, the person's other hand was raised on top of the stone in an exaggerated manner. A few drops of red liquid dripped onto the stone. Benjamin had an idea. Was this the way to make use of the stone? While burning it with fire, then dripping one's blood onto it. Benjamin memorized this, then used a water ball spell to destroy the mural, preventing other people from finding it. Following this, he returned to the surface, prepared to test his theory. But as he was about to leave, he suddenly decided to sweep the area with his water particle sensing technique as a precaution. He immediately found something was not right. On the right side of the hall, an area under a seat was empty. Shocked, he hurried over and knocked on the floor tile. Without question, it was hollow, and there was something hidden underneath. He had to dig it up to see. Benjamin quickly used ice breaking to crack open the floor, only to discover a tunnel. Benjamin was hesitant, but still ventured in. He used his water particle sensing technique as he walked, but did not sense any danger. The tunnel was not long. After half a minute, he reached a small dark room. Inside, was a corpse. It was different from the skeletons outside. He could see that this corpse was not from the same era as the others. The skeletons outside were just dry bones, but this corpse was only just extremely shriveled up, and not totally weathered. Benjamin saw this and was shocked. If this person was not a citizen of the underground city, who was he? Unless there were other scavengers? But Benjamin was skeptical. If there were other scavengers, why did the city only appear to Benjamin now? Did this person die after entering? Who sealed off the cave? Why did he die in this dark room underneath the forum? Benjamin felt that something was not right. This scavenger, what killed him? After some more observation, Benjamin could not find any wounds on his body. Perhaps the countless years had removed any trace of it, but it could also be that this person did not die from injuries. Benjamin had no medical training, so he could not identify the cause of death. Still, he had a bad feeling. The corpse was holding on to a small sack, with a few torn-up books in it. Benjamin did not overthink it. He swiftly took the books and turned around, totally prepared to leave this danger-filled room. A scavenger had died here before, so there must be more than meets the eye in this room. This place probably had life-threatening things inside. He was suddenly desperate to leave. After exiting the forum and flying past the mountains of bones, Benjamin was on the streets of the ruins once more. The streets were as quiet as before, whilst the three youths were nowhere to be seen, only the statues were walking around. Upon seeing this, Benjamin did not know why, but his sense of danger increased even more. He picked up a few more glowing green stones, kept them, and flew up again, returning to the road he took to enter this place. He walked out of the entrance, and the green light slowly disappeared, returning everything to darkness. After this, he followed the cave walls and slowly flew to the exit. After 10 minutes, he reached the exit. But something was wrong. If he was not mistaken, this was supposed to be where the entrance he excavated was. Now, it was simply a dead end. He extended his hand to ensure that the stone wall was rigid and real and not just some kind of illusion. Was he trapped here? He used the water particle sensing technique, and confirmed that the stone wall was really just a stone wall. What the fuck is going on? Who or what blocked the entrance? Confused, he took out the parchment, and slapped the surface hard. Sadly, the parchment did not glow green, the stone wall did not crack to show an exit either. Benjamin took a deep breath. Something was wrong with this place. After calming down, he summoned an ice blade. He pierced one of his fingers and let the blood drip onto the parchment. He was glad to see that the parchment shone, but even after he slapped it, the stone wall did not react. Helplessly, he opened the parchment again. Chapter 271, The True Face of the Ruins. Even though the map on the sheepskin still looked like a regular map, the mountains were no longer there. Instead, there were streets and buildings in its place. It was as though it became the map of a city. Benjamin thought that it looked familiar. Isn't this the map to the underground city? The system confirmed his hunch. This map shows the streets and the buildings that you just passed. It is a map of the ruins. Benjamin scratched his chin. What was going on here? Was this parchment possessed? With just a drop of blood it had showed him the entrance to the underground city. And now that the entrance had been sealed, it now showed the map to the city. Benjamin didn't understand what it at all. What was the use of the map when all he wanted to do was leave? He put aside the sheepskin map. Instead, he conjured densely packed ice arrows with a quick incantation, and he aimed them at the stone wall before him, with the intention of creating a new road. For 3 minutes ice struck stone, and the sound it made was enough to make anyone deaf. By now the entire cave wall was covered with a layer of ice, and yet, the wall didn't budge, there wasn't even a scratch. Benjamin eventually gave up. Benjamin knew that it was going to be impossible for him to break through the wall, so he simply picked up the parchment again. If the map of the underground city appeared at such a coincidental time, there must be something to it. Maybe the map will show him the way out of here. Just as he had thought this, the contents of the map changed again. But instead of the details disappearing, this time it developed even more details with a faint, glowing green light. The few dots of light slowly moved across the map. What did the glowing dots mean? Benjamin decided he needed to check it out for himself. With map in hand, he followed the tunnel and went back the way he came. Luckily, the entrance to the cave was not sealed and he managed to emerge in the underground city again. That was when he noticed another glowing dot appearing at the edge of the map. It happened as he reached the city. Benjamin was taken aback. He finally solved the mystery. A glowing dot represented a person. And so, he turned to look at the other glowing dots on the map. A quick count showed 4 other glowing dots besides himself. 3 of the dots were close by, and if his hunch was correct, those would be the 3 mages from the Mage Freemasonry. But has someone else managed to run in through the entrance before it sealed up? Benjamin remained calm and didn't act rashly, instead he studied the map even further. It was then that he noticed that the glowing dots were moving towards his direction, slowly coming closer together. Did they want to escape because they knew that something was up? It wouldn't be impossible. With that in mind, Benjamin decided to put his attitude aside and try to work together with them in order to finally leave this god-forsaken place. Now that they were stuck in this situation together, whatever conflict that occurred before was now irrelevant. With the few of them working together, the chances of them figuring out a solution would be much higher. The strange nature of the situation made him cautious of running around alone. He waited for them, vigilantly watching for the only other people in the ruins with him. 3 minutes later. Isn't their speed a little strange? Benjamin frowned at the glowing dots that were moving across the map. Considering the scale used by the map, I can roughly estimate the speed that they are moving. The glowing dots were moving at a faster pace than they should be. You really are very troublesome. The system was reluctant, but Benjamin was adamant on his request and it couldn't deny him. 10 minutes later, it had the results. They are moving very quickly, surpassing the world record by God knows how many times. It continued, they must be using the flying spell, but then again the average flying spell is hard enough. They look like they are in a hurry. Benjamin's heart thumped when he heard this. They look like they are in a hurry. Why is that? As he looked at the unknown glowing dots that were following him, Benjamin had a bad feeling. The 3 people were really close to him now. Benjamin looked up and saw 3 people flying in the air above him, clearly in panic. One of them shouted out in fear. Help! Help us! Benjamin took a deep breath and conjured an ice fog, wrapping it around himself for protection. The entrance was sealed, and since they were like rats trapped in a cage, he might as well prepare to observe the last person's intentions. Throughout the time the three youths rushed towards him, Benjamin did not stop conjuring magic. He now had about 500 ice arrows floating about his head. As the three people drew closer, the unknown figure chasing them finally showed itself. It was a bull. That's right, it wasn't a person that sneaked in, it was a living thing that had the appearance of a bull. Except for the fact that it was about 3 times bigger than a regular bull. The bull had a murderous air about it, some parts of his skin had rotted away, and they could now see the white bone beneath, and its skin shook as it ran. What was strange was that the bull looked as though it was dead, and yet it was running incredibly fast. Its body was enveloped in a green light. It gave off a similar feel as a magical beast, but not quite the same. Benjamin did not panic. And here he thought it was something worse. Could a zombie or magic bull really scare the mages from the mages' Freemasonry so badly? Could these mages be any more useless? With an eye on the zombie bull charging at him, Benjamin waved his hand forward. 500 ice arrows flew towards the bull in unison. It looked like an avalanche that wanted to bury its enemies in snow. The three mages stopped in their tracks when they saw Benjamin's attack and looked at him in surprise. Maybe they were shocked that Benjamin would use such a massive attack. The green light that enveloped the entire underground city suddenly rippled like a rock breaking the surface of the lake. At the same time, the zombie bull was pierced with countless ice arrows, shredding its rotting flesh off and smashing its bones into thousands of shards. The bull that was charging at top speed just a second ago was now a pile of dust and flesh on the floor. Benjamin frowned at the scene before him. This felt strange. Even though he would admit that he did not think much of his opponent, but its defeat was too easy. Why would you do that? Don't attack it! Tony, who was still flying, yelled at Benjamin. Benjamin stood there in shock. Could it be? As he was still overcome with shock, a green light pulsed from the remains of the bull. Then, as though controlled by somebody, the green light gathered together and rose up, changing into something that resembled a flurry of 500 ice arrows. Fuck! Now that was unexpected. The green-infused ice arrows ignored the others and went straight for Benjamin. At the same time, the flesh and bone that laid scattered everywhere knitted itself together to form the zombie bull. In the blink of an eye, the bull was whole again, not a scratch on him. Suddenly, a low voice groaned from the green ice arrows, as though the ruins had awakened to warn Benjamin. Chapter 272, How Can It Not Explode? Because of that warning, Benjamin finally knew what was wrong with this place. The cult named Rab Kahala. The sheepskin scroll was taken from the boss of the Eagles, and he had very close connections with that cult. There was nothing normal about this place, or that cult. Unfortunately, Benjamin had very limited knowledge about them. He had no way of knowing the secrets the cult was trying to hide. As he looked up at the thousands of ice arrows coming straight at him, he put aside all his thoughts. With his eyebrows closely knitted together, he focused all his spiritual energy on how to counter his own attack. 500 ice needles is no laughing matter. During his initial attack, he planned to defeat his enemy in one blow. So he was unscrupulous in the freezing of the ice needles. But it never crossed his mind that he had to face his own willful attack. He also had no way of knowing if the green light increased the power of the ice arrows. The ice fog that was protecting him was thin, he didn't feel safe at all. So, he cautiously put up a few pillars of steam, allowing the hot steam to gather together. It became a small wall of wind, that blocked him from direct attacks. In a moment, most of the ice arrows were embedded in the wall of wind. Benjamin became even more nervous. This move should be effective, right? Fortunately, his estimations were correct. Even though the green light had infused the ice arrows, the power of the ice was still the same. And when they crashed with the steam liquefied on its own, generating a lot of heat. And this caused the sharp ice arrows to melt and become blunt. And with the wind wall in place, the speed of the ice arrows was reduced. In the end, when they hit the ice fog surrounding Benjamin, even though they almost buried him, they didn't hurt him at all. Even though he was covered in the green-infused ice needles, Benjamin breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to block it. At the same time, he learned that even if they copy their opponent's moves, it didn't increase the potency of the attack. They just turned it green. Just then, Tony's voice pierced through the ice and his thoughts. "Master Benjamin, be careful. It is going to explode." Benjamin's heart thumped in his chest. No way. He looked up at the green ice around him. When he observed carefully, he could also see that the ice was not stable. The green power that created them had a sort of restless feel to it. At that moment, Benjamin's face changed drastically. He didn't understand what kind of power the explosion would pack, but at the moment he was buried under a small ice mountain. And with just a thin layer of the ice fog to protect him, he was surrounded by a fearsomely large amount of ice. And now someone was telling him that the ice hill was going to self-destruct. What else could he say? Shit! Why was this zombie bull so troublesome? He hadn't even touched it. Hit it once and it retaliated, and its attacks could even explode. How can someone fight against it? Benjamin felt terrible. He had no other choice. He didn't know when this thing was going to explode. He hurriedly used the ice-breaking spell and formed a giant drill. He made the ice drill spin as fast as it could go. The ground beneath his feet was not very firm. The ice drill was made of magic and it was abnormally sharp. In this kind of life and death situation, its effectiveness was surprising. The green ice surrounding him gave a gentle pulse, as though giving a warning before exploding. And Benjamin was trying to make a hole in the ground before the ice could explode. He didn't dare to break the ice. He was not sure if a direct assault on the ice would speed up its self-destruction. The only thing that was worth celebrating in this situation was that the time it took to explode was long. In less than 10 seconds, Benjamin managed to create a 3-meter hole in the ground with the ice drill and escaped the ice hill. And just like cleaning a pipe, he conjured water that flushed himself out of the hole. The 3 other mages who had found hiding places for themselves watched with an odd expression. That was unexpected. Once he was out of the tunnel, Benjamin ran as far away as he could. He kept his control over the water and the drill that he used for his escape while conjuring a layer of defensive bubble and an ice shield to protect himself. 2 seconds after Benjamin escaped through the tunnel. Boom! The green light around them distorted for a second before it went and swung open. It was hard to describe the explosion. A strong force had pushed Benjamin from the rear. His ears were ringing, and even though he was miles away with extra protection, he still felt as though someone came at him from behind with a hammer. He fell to the ground and tasted blood in his mouth. The 3 mages that were hidden in midair dug in further, their faces full of pain. Without a doubt, this explosion definitely put a kink in their plans. What do we do? They are too near to the entrance of the cave, we have no way of getting near. One of the lady mages said in panic. They had no idea that the entrance was sealed and was still hoping they could escape from there. That guy better not die, someone needs to distract the bull. Tony said and took a deep breath. At the same moment, green light glinted in the resurrected zombie bull's eye, as though there was someone controlling him. It stomped his foot, shook his body and charged towards where Benjamin had fallen on the ground. Crap! Tony immediately yelled at Benjamin, "Master Benjamin? Are you still alive? Run! That thing is coming right for you." They were hoping that Benjamin would distract the bulls so they could escape the cave. But how could they just let Benjamin die so easily? The dust from the explosion hadn't settled yet and Benjamin was buried under it. No one knew if he was dead or alive, he didn't even make a sound. The 3 mages got even more panicked. "We're doomed, he must have lost consciousness," the lady mage said. "This guy really was too reckless, using such a fearsome move so fast," and it retaliated. He wasn't even prepared and was beaten to a pulp. We should get out of here, we have to think of another way to distract the bull and then escape through the entrance. Tony said as he shook his head. The other two just nodded their heads. Just as they were ready to escape, suddenly there was a strong movement in the elements, which pulled their attention. They turned around in midair and watched in shock. They could only see the ending scene of what happened. They saw a strong wind blowing away the dust from the explosion, and Benjamin, who was on the ground, had flipped over onto his back. He was half lying on the ground. With a tired look on his face, he raised his right hand, and turned to the zombie bull not 3 meters away. Fresh blood poured out of his mouth and he coughed a few times. It was like someone had hit pause. The bull still looked as though it was running, tail up, the front hoof just off the ground. But it had become an ice sculpture, even the green light in its eye had disappeared. A thin layer of ice could be seen covering its entire body, making it look as fragile as a work of art, though just a bit of strength would break it into pieces, just that the zombie bull was stuck mid-charge. This is... Looking at the scene before them, the three mages had looks of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 273, Autopsy on a Zombie Cow. Honestly, even Benjamin would have to admit that freezing his opponent was sort of by chance. With the zombie bull's ability to come back to life and turn his attacks against him, he knew that his battle was not with the bull before him, but the entire ruin. Unless he destroyed the entire ruin, there was no point to it. Luckily, just as the explosion happened, he could sense a strong force that turned his surroundings green. At that moment, he had an epiphany and the idea just popped into his head. The zombie bull needed the green light to power it, and the green light needed the zombie bull as a kind of host to use its limitless power. And so, if he were to break the connection between them, wouldn't that solve everything? Of course he knew that severing the connection between the zombie bull and the green light would be no easy feat. Among the ruins, the green light was like air, it was everywhere. The two were also very closely linked. Any attack on either of them was like a ripple effect. And the explosion caused by the ice heap also gave Benjamin a great opportunity. After the blast, the surrounding area became like a void, showing that the influence of the green light had been temporarily severed. And for the zombie bull to attack Benjamin, it had to cross into the void. And Benjamin saw his opportunity. In that few short seconds, the impact from the explosion made him feel as though he was falling apart. Sharp pain spread from his back and chest and he could smell blood. Before he could get his wits about him, it was like his head was cleared and the only thing going about his head was the sound of the zombie bull's hooves. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The void that the blast created did not last long, and Benjamin quickly seized his one and only chance. If he failed and the bull gets anywhere near him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even though the thoughts ran through his head, his emotions remained calm. He raised his right hand and chanted the spell, and watched as the ice frosted over. It was unbelievable. His water element's influence was very specific. He wasn't sure if it would work on the green light, but he hoped, refusing to even entertain the thought. When he raised his hand, he didn't know why, but he knew it would work. And reality confirmed his hunch. Once he separated the zombie bull from the outside with ice, even if the void were to disappear, the strange power would be locked out and have no way of forcing its way in. The ice that Benjamin conjured was thin, but it was compressed from a bigger layer of ice. The strength of it would shock others. With its own strength, the zombie bull would not be able to escape. It didn't take long for the green light to leave its eyes, just like a toy car powering down. Benjamin let loose a breath. When he thought back about what he just did, he couldn't believe that he had the guts to do it. If it failed, he would have been trampled by the hooves. Just then, pain rushed through different parts of his body, and he almost lost his breezy expression. Usually he kept his cool just like Magneto. Nothing to worry about, it is not moving anymore. You can come see it, this is an enchanted bull. After greeting the three mages that were still hovering in midair, he hurriedly conjured a healing ball. He placed it on his body one after another, slowly healing himself from the internal injuries he suffered from the blast. The three mages looked at each other, but were too afraid to come any closer. Maybe it was because nothing happened, they finally gathered up their courage and slowly came back down to the ground after a long while. And they slowly approached the zombie bull ensconced in ice, their faces filled with awe. In the end, they surrounded the bull in amazement. "Master Benjamin, what magic did you use? Why can't it escape?" Tony asked with a look of disbelief on his face. Obviously, they tried to use magic to control the zombie bull, but the results must have been devastating. Or else they would not have chosen escape. "It's nothing, just a little trick that I wanted to try." Benjamin's wounds were almost healed. He stood up and said, "That's right, I wanted to ask, where did this strange creature come from?" This creature that could bear the power of the ruins would not have just popped out of nowhere. Benjamin suspected that the three of them must have found something, or accidentally stepped into a special place, and disturbed the creature. "Ah, about that," Tony said with a guilty look on his face, "it is too dangerous here, who knows what other creature will suddenly appear, we should talk about this later." It was obvious that there was a secret they were not willing to share. Benjamin snorted when he heard this and said in a neutral voice, "All right then, if you can leave you may." The three of them frowned as Tony asked, "What do you mean?" Benjamin shrugged as he replied, "Nothing, if you want to leave you can leave, I want to stay here a while, so I won't leave with you." The three of them looked at Benjamin with stunned expressions. After keeping silent for a while, Tony and his companions exchanged glance before he said, "That, if that's what you want, then we will take our leave first. You should be careful, and leave as soon as possible." After he said this, the three of them nodded to Benjamin, and went impatiently towards the entrance of the cave without caring about Benjamin's reaction. They looked just like ants rushing for a bus. Benjamin just looked at them coldly as he shook his head. "Idiots!" the system said excitedly when it suddenly appeared, its voice dripping with sarcasm. Benjamin couldn't care less about them, and turned towards the zombie bull he wrapped in ice. He could sense that the green light was still trying to break through the layer of ice to restore the connection between them. He didn't know why, but it felt as though the green light was afraid of Benjamin's control over water. It didn't viciously attack the layer of ice, it was more of a slow gnawing. To keep the layer of ice in place, the amount that Benjamin would use would be less than an anti-magic ball. But by his estimations, he would only be able to last 3 hours. In other words, in 3 hours, the green light would be able to break through the layer of ice and the zombie bull would be able to escape. It would gain its power to not be destroyed, and attack Benjamin again. Benjamin could not completely relax. He had to find a way to leave this place, time was of the essence. After giving it some thought, Benjamin decided to use the zombie bull. Even though it looked as if the creature was just a pile of rotting meat and bones, but it was able to host the power of the ruins. To be able to do the unimaginable things the green light wanted, it must have something special about it. Or else the statues on the street would be controlled by the green light and attack Benjamin. More importantly, Benjamin felt that he could learn of a way to escape from it. He laid a hand on the layer of ice and released his spiritual energy, and took control of the zombie bull stuck in the ice. Under his command, sharp knives appeared across the layer of ice, piercing through the coat of the zombie bull and started to perform an autopsy. Benjamin knew that an autopsy was not his strong suit, but he had no other choice. The knives moved across the zombie bull and it didn't take long before it was cut up into pieces. Benjamin held in his disgust as he leaned forward to examine the pieces. Unfortunately, he was unable to find anything wrong with it. The bull had no internal organs, aside from the rotting flesh around a giant rib cage. It was empty inside, and Benjamin could not find any enchanted jewels or anything else. Then how was it able to host the green light? Benjamin could not think of anything else. He could only conjure another small knife beneath the layer of ice and continued to cut the zombie bull apart to see if he could find anything else. "I think you should look at its eyes." the system suddenly said. Benjamin was shocked. The system was finally making some sense, this was something really rare. Despite the ridicule, the system's words still gave him motivation. Every time the bull started its attack, its eyes will light up with green light. And once the power was used up, the green light disappears, just like the light on Ultraman's chest. Benjamin took control of the knife and cut out its eyeballs, and ran a few tests on them. He used needles, knives, water bubbles, steam. But the zombie bull's eyeballs were like steel. No matter what he did, there weren't any changes, as though they were ancient jewels. At that moment, Benjamin's heart thumped. Chapter 274, Cross Again. After giving it some thought, Benjamin decided to do a brave experiment. He wrapped the eyeballs the same layer of ice that could block out the green light. Then, without hesitation, he broke through the original layer of ice. The pieces of the zombie bull's body fell to the ground and the green light went straight for it. But, without its eyes, it could not use the body. The pieces of flesh remained on the ground, not returning to its original form. The green light still surrounded the eyeballs, moving slowly across the layer of ice. It was trying to communicate with Ti. Benjamin nodded his head in satisfaction. The experiment confirmed his thoughts. The ruins was communicating with the zombie bull through its eyes. Once he sealed the eyes, it was as though he sealed the will of the underground city. At the same time, the amount of ice that he had to maintain was less, so he had to waste less energy, and that bought 2 extra hours. So, how should he use the eyeballs to leave this place? Honestly, there was still too little information. He knew that the underground city was the cult's home ground, but he didn't know much about the cult. Moreover, more importantly, he didn't know what power caused the original entrance to seal up. Until now, he could only feel the power of the green light here. The area surrounding the entrance was black, the green light was not there. He knew that there was another reason why he could not leave. And he still yet to figure out what was going on with this place. What a pain in the neck. He was still thinking about a way to escape when the 3 mages from the Mages' Freemasonry suddenly crawled out of the cave after meeting that dead end. They saw Benjamin standing there deep in thought, their faces were covered with guilt. "Master Benjamin, you made the entrance to the ruin, I'm sure you know how we can leave this place as well, right?" They asked softly. After a moment of hesitation they walked over. They looked so helpless. Benjamin laughed silently when he heard this. He kept the eyeballs and shook his head. "I don't know." The 3 mages panicked. Tony went to Benjamin and bowed. "Master, please don't make any jokes now. If we can't leave, we will die here." "I'm not joking." Benjamin's face was cold when he looked straight into the other person's eyes and said, "Let's not beat around the bush. You definitely know more about this place than I do. If you don't tell me, then I will not know how we can leave this place." These 3 people managed to make the bull appear. He would not believe it if they told him that it was a coincidence. And things were out of his hands. Once he finished talking, the 3 mages had doubtful expressions as they exchanged glances. They stood there without a word, looking as though they were hiding something. Benjamin continued talking, adding more straw to the camel's back. "What is there to doubt? Honestly, I can only contain this bull's head for another few hours," he said aggressively as he pointed to the pile of flesh and said, "Do you want to tell me everything and everybody leaves, or do you want to wait a few more hours until that thing comes to life again and we all die?" Upon hearing this, Tony closed his eyes and sighed. "Honestly, we don't know much either." Benjamin shrugged and said, "Something is better than nothing." In the end, Tony bit his teeth and determinedly said, "What do you want to know?" Benjamin pointed to the pieces of flesh all over the ground and asked, "Where did you find this bull?" "We found the creature in the basement." Tony replied softly, "It was in an odd coffin, we walked in and the coffin shook and it came charging out. In the beginning, we even tried to fight it. But then we discovered that we couldn't kill it, we were just making it angrier, so we ran." Where is the basement? Benjamin asked. Don't go over there, it's useless. Tony said, it is hidden in the temple, the green light sealed the place up, we escaped with much difficulty. How did you find the hidden temple in the town? Don't say that it is a coincidence. Tony hesitated, but he still continued on and said, don't tell anyone else this. There are records of this place in the Freemasonry's ancient files, that is how I understand the makeup of the city. You saw the tapestry in the meeting room, before this, the power that is occupying this place was in a battle with magic. Benjamin nodded his head. Of course he knew this meant something in history of culture. Thousands of years ago, the Rabkahala cult was much stronger than they are now. They could control this odd green light, and created a different culture. But after that, as the power of magic rose, it defeated them. That was why this power slowly drowned in the long river of time and history. In the end, all that was left was a few streets in the city of Rayleigh. What he wanted to know was, it was supposed to be non-existent. Why was there such a powerful force among the ruins, and it was able to seal them in here? And so, he continued asking, and Tony opened his mouth and said something completely unexpected. FENVO. That was a battle that occurred very far away, the details in the records were hazy at best. The only thing we knew was, in the end, the power of magic lost and the green force took over the entire earth. Benjamin was stunned. What did he say? The power of magic lost, then what about the world they now knew? If the green force really did win, what was the cult doing down here in a god-forsaken corner of the ruins, not even having the strength to attack? What do you mean by that? He asked suspiciously. It is normal to doubt, I don't really believe the details recorded. But, this must be what remained of that world. Tony explained, my guess is that because the green light was trapped in the temple, we were able to enter that world's territory, the thing is, if we were to escape we would surely die. Benjamin's eyes went wide, he looked stunned. Why was he getting more and more confused? That world. So what you mean to say is, we are no longer in our own world? He asked in surprise and doubt, the city of Rayleigh, Ferelden, I sir, we are no longer in the same dimension as them. And when we went through that dark cave, you mean to say we came to a completely different dimension? Even as he was asking the question, he himself could not believe that he would ask this question. Dimension? Your definition is really interesting. Tony said thoughtfully, what the records state was that the battle occurred in a different dimension from the magic one. And after the battle, that world was abandoned by the god magic, and was taken over by another god I don't know the name of. But, these are all legends, the existence of the god of magic, there are many people in the world of magic that have a suspicious attitude about it, you can do your own research, we don't dare confirm anything. Benjamin was speechless. Turns out he had the place wrong from the start. This was not a place of prehistoric culture, it didn't even have anything to do with their own world. Just like he crossed over from the modern world, this was another dimension and the world view has changed. That was why there were so many things that he couldn't understand. Using the usual magic thought processes to think about things, was like using the modern-day thought processes to think about the magical world, it just doesn't work. No wonder he was unable to leave. Chapter 275, Return to the World. Are you sure we are now in another world? After having some time to think about it, Benjamin still couldn't believe it, which was why he asked. To them, this was an important question. I'm not too sure, the book wrote that. Tony was doubting too as he said, to determine things, according to legend, some mages went in search but the thing was, they never appeared again. Benjamin thought of the explorer that died in the dark room. Could he be the mage that was looking for this place from a long time ago? Even though he was still doubtful, but between the two of them, he was about 5% sure about things. That's it, follow me. He nodded his head and said to the other three, if what you say is true, then we can leave this place now. Tony was stunned. Are you serious? Benjamin replied, of course it's real. What do I get from lying to you? I can do whatever I want to you, you can't defeat me. Even though the last bit was a little over the top, but they remembered Benjamin fighting with the bull. And the three mages bowed their heads without another word. They still don't know how Benjamin defeated the bull. This added a veil of mystery to Benjamin, his magic skill also increased. So, it was expected of them to follow him. All right then, follow me. Benjamin turned and as he said it, he headed towards the entrance of the cave. The other three were still a little doubtful but they still followed him. Master Benjamin, Benjamin hesitated before asking, this cave looks like it's sealed. We tried to break it open with magic but it didn't work. We can only reach here, and no further. Benjamin was too lazy to say more, he didn't even look at them when he said, you guys just follow me. The three of them looked at each other and quietly followed him. Benjamin reached the entrance of the cave in about 10 minutes. The three mages that were following behind used fire magic to light up their path. This helped Benjamin conserve his energy because he didn't need to use the water element sensing technique to find their way through. The glow from the firelight clearly showed the black stone before them was firmly sealed. Even after going through Benjamin and the other mages' combined attacks, there wasn't even a mark on the stone wall. It was impossibly strong. Master Benjamin, Tony was about to ask what were they supposed to do now. But he saw Benjamin pulled out something from his pocket. If we are really in another world, then the only thing stopping us from going back is the power of the space. Benjamin said to the three mages as he shook the ginkgo biloba leaf in his hand, you guys should come closer, I don't know the radius of effectiveness this thing has. The other three were stunned. After spacing out for a while, one of the other mages said in a disbelieving voice, this is a leaf from the tree of time. Benjamin nodded his head. This was his escape plan. The strange sheepskin parchment went through time and space and opened a way into this place. Now, the path was closed, the sheepskin parchment was unable to be of any use, so he had to look to another magical treasure. He believed that since this leaf began his magical journey, it would be like the legends, a power of unimaginable heights that could break through time and space. It would definitely be able to break through this seal. Benjamin took a deep breath and stretched out his hand, gently placing the leaf on the stone wall before him. The three mages beside him quickly huddled closer and stretched out their hands to touch the small leaf. It was as though they were afraid of being left behind. The cave was not big, and with them huddled so closely together, Benjamin felt a little claustrophobic. Stop squeezing so closely, if you keep doing that I won't take you with me. A shiver of fear ran down the spines of the three mages, and aside from a finger that kept in contact with the leaf, they took a huge step back. They looked really odd standing like that, as though they were frogs walking on their feet. Benjamin didn't have the energy to complain. But, this was a matter of life and death and they don't have the time and energy to deal with these minute details. After a while, why is nothing happening? Tony said hesitantly. Benjamin frowned at the stone wall before him. The four of them were touching the leaf and the leaf was pasted on the wall, then why was there nothing happening to the stone wall? Was it because there was too many of them so it couldn't be activated? Actually Benjamin was not clear on how to use the tree of time. Maybe it required some sort of special technique, but before this when Benjamin was traveling through worlds, the leaf never required any special techniques. Maybe he needed to drip some blood on it. After a moment's hesitation, Benjamin kept the leaf again, deciding to try another way. The three mages also pulled their hands back, moving their aching bodies with odd expressions on their faces. It was then when the four of them felt as though something wasn't right. Why did their backs feel chilly? Just then, Benjamin's heart thumped loudly. This kind of ominous feeling, it couldn't be, the two eyeballs were safely hidden in ice, would the ruins suddenly bring out some moth? The three mages looked shocked, tremors running down their bodies and they did not dare to look behind them. It was obvious that this nagging feeling was felt by everyone, it was not something that any one person randomly felt. This mysterious ruin was a bad opponent to face. Now that they have sealed a bull in ice, would a horse suddenly appear out of nowhere? This is bad. Just then, Benjamin was preparing to enter into battle, and he even went into the space of consciousness to prepare his magic. What are you afraid of? Just look behind you, it is already nighttime, isn't it normal for it to be chilly at night? The system suddenly appeared and said in a matter-of-fact voice. It was already night? Benjamin felt as though something strange was going on. But, when the system said that sentence, the goosebumps disappeared. And so, after taking a deep breath, he turned and headed straight out the cave, ignoring the other three shivering people. But, he had never seen this cave, instead he saw a bright moon. Benjamin was stunned. The moon. The clear glow from the moon was like a dream or an illusion. What is going on? After losing his wits for a while, his eyes became brighter as he suddenly realized that the huge stone crushing his chest was now gone. The edges of his lips curled and moved outside with a stunned expression on his face. He didn't even take 2 steps before he started climbing out of the cave, or in other words, the pit. Aside from the cave, these were the desolate hills where he first entered the ruins, only now it was night time. The cool evening breeze blew past his face, and in that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the human world. He was back in this world. Maybe it was because he was used to loud colors and huge sounds during magic, and crossing over always made him a little dizzy. Maybe that was why he wasn't prepared for the ginkgo leaf's low profile. The small leaf brought him back silently through the worlds again. As the thoughts flowed through his head, Benjamin looked to the leaf and let out a breath. What else could he say? This world was amazing. We're back. The 3 mages behind him got over their fear, and turned to climb out of the hole. They lifted their head and looked to the sky, acting like people who were seeing the light for the first time in a long time. They looked around at the desolate hills that didn't even have a scrap of green at all. It was the first time that they felt such a desolate place could be relaxing. As he took in the fresh air around him, Benjamin turned and looked to the other 3 mages and said, "The mages' Freemasonry only sent the 3 of you? Are there any of your companions standing guard around here?" Tony gathered his wits when he heard the question, but he had a distressing look on his face. "We have always been lacking in terms of our manpower. Just like the element disturbance this time, it can be considered our fastest ever response even though it was just the 3 of us. Unless they haven't heard from us in 3 days, only then would they send someone after us. Regarding the other power that was disturbed, I don't know why they did not come." After hearing this, Benjamin couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. He didn't know why, but the mysterious and powerful mages' Freemasonry suddenly didn't look all that mysterious and powerful anymore. Even though they have a huge influence, but they still are unable to direct most of the mages. Not even their own people are not all that powerful. All right then, we went through all that trouble escaping, what are we still doing here? Let's go back," he said. "Master Benjamin, you really are a great mage." Tony sounded very sincere as the 3 mages bowed to Benjamin. "We don't know how to repay you. If you have any problems, you can always come to the mages' Freemasonry to look for us. We will do everything within our power to help you." Benjamin nodded his head without saying a word. With much joy and gratitude, the 3 mages bowed to Benjamin again before using the flying spell to leave the place. And Benjamin. Chapter 276, Torture Again. It was all quiet at the corner of the mountain as though there was no one there. Benjamin laughed coldly in his mind. Are they still hiding? If he hadn't been careful and alert enough to use his water element sensing technique when they left the cave, he would not have noticed the guy hiding in the corner. With the feedback from the water element, he could clearly see the person's silhouette. It was a middle-aged man, with his face covered and his robes all black. He looked exactly like an assassin. Even though Benjamin did not recognize him, he could guess that he must be the spy of some powerful person. The question was which powerful person? When the assassin remained where he was, Benjamin figured that the assassin thought he was just scaring him and shook his head. He chanted the spell in the mind and conjured a pillar of steam. The steam was undetectable as it floated slowly towards the other person. And suddenly, it picked the assassin up. The assassin gave a shout of surprise, as Benjamin easily caught the spy. He held the person in mid-air and went over to him. "Who sent you here?" The person seemed amazed at Benjamin's prowess, but he still didn't open his mouth. He only watched him with big round eyes. Benjamin sighed impatiently. Honestly, this can either be a small thing, or things could easily get out of hand. Maybe it was just a small insignificant person who was attracted to the odd happenings, and they sent someone here as a lookout. Benjamin just needed to handle this person, then everything will be settled after. But, what if it was a special power? When Benjamin thought about this, he had his own theory churn in his mind. He wanted to test him, so Benjamin said, "Rab Karhala." The second the words came out of his mouth, he could obviously see a mild change in the other guy's face. Even though the guy hid it well and only showed his reaction for a few short moments. However, Benjamin was watching him so closely it was impossible to miss. As it turns out, this guy was really from that cult. Even though he didn't know what the cult wanted to do with the ruins, but the relationship between the two must be kept a secret. Benjamin accidentally found the ruins, so the cult sent people here to check out what was going on here. But, knowing who sent the assassin here made things complicated. He had to deal with things well. "What do the ruins have to do with you?" He made a fierce face and continued his interrogation. The spy opened his mouth, but the words that came out from his mouth was undecipherable. Benjamin suddenly felt weak. What if Benjamin didn't understand him? After giving it some thought, he decided to not give up so easily. So, he used steam to bring himself and the spy up to the sky and found a nice quiet wood. Then he started the real Benjamin Inquisition. Maybe he was going to conjure a few ice crystals to run through the body and heal it again. Benjamin had to create a strong soundproof igloo, in case the screams travel and scare the random passerby. Luckily, his efforts paid off. Even though the masked man preferred to speak in his own language. But because he was in this country, he was still able to speak the local language. "What is your purpose?" The masked man stuttered as he said, I'm looking for Johnny's murderer." Benjamin didn't think it was an accident. By keeping his alliance with the crows a secret, the people in the cult must be unable to take it. Even if Ferelden sent people out to watch them, they would still want to know who was pulling tricks behind the scenes. "What did you find out?" Benjamin asked. "We haven't found anything yet." "Really?" Benjamin sent the ice crystal through the guy's body again and asked again. "Really, the people above keep sending people to check on us, and we don't dare to make any moves. If it wasn't for today at the holy ground, I wouldn't even be here." The masked man screamed and answered it in bursts. When Benjamin heard this, he let out a breath. It would be best if they didn't discover anything. In the world now, the cult was still a weakling, and without the help of the odd green light, they aren't making any waves. Holy ground? It's the place where the sheepskin parchment brought us, right? What is up with the new place? Benjamin turned around and asked. I'm not too sure, I only know, that place is important, that was why we tried to get the scroll back. Benjamin nodded his head thoughtfully. He asked more questions about the internal happenings of the cult, and the masked man did not hold any high positions. He didn't know much. They must have been planning something, and after Johnny died, their plans were messed up. The higher-ups were angry, but there was nothing to be done. They would hang their tails between their legs and lay low for a while, and figure out a way to get the sheepskin scroll back. After hearing all this, and when he thought about the tapestry on the wall that depicted the battle, Benjamin couldn't help but feel that he might just have accidentally saved the entire world again. What if the cult had managed to find the ruins and come up with some elaborate plan, that might be potentially devastating. After asking all his questions, Benjamin saw that the masked man wasn't saying anything, so he ended him. After getting rid of the body, he wasn't in a hurry to leave and took out the thing that he got from the ruins. First it was the pair of eyes. Even though they had already left the world, Benjamin still kept it carefully sealed in ice. The thing was thinking about the fact that the cult might have some other plot. Benjamin looked at the pair of eyes, he felt something in his chest. He will never let this fall into the hands of the cults no matter what. Also in there was the sheepskin parchment, the glowing green stones that they picked up from the ruins, and the sculpture made of green crystals. These were his gains, but now, it looked more like an unsettling ticking time bomb. Benjamin felt like destroying them, but they were really solid, as though it would be hard to do so. Who knows, one day, if these things were used by the cult, then wouldn't he go down in history as a criminal? Benjamin felt torn. But very quickly, he thought of an idea that could solve his problem and it'd have him peace. It was true that he is unable to find a way to destroy the items. But to think of it another way, he can destroy the cult that is in this world. They have not established themselves, and if they can be killed while they were still young. Benjamin can also settle the murder of Johnny once and for all, or else there will always be someone who will ask questions. It really was killing two birds with one stone. And if the cult is destroyed, then the things that he took from the ruins would not be a threat anymore. And moreover, he might not need to show his own hand in this kind of matter. The justice power of Ferelden, the crows, and the mages' Freemasonry are all there for Benjamin to use. After all they went through in the ruins, he believed that at least the mages' Freemasonry will be very willing partners in getting rid of this pain in the ass. Chapter 277, Mages Gathering. Benjamin didn't want to disturb people with work so late at night, so he went home. The mages in his group was worried because he came home so late, but he greeted the other mages and everyone was okay. After leaving the hall, he finally went back to his own room. As he laid on his bed, he felt the day's tiredness suddenly just rushed through his body. But he persevered through his tiredness and entered the space of consciousness. He planned to look for the small bubble that appeared not too long ago. In the darkness in the space of consciousness, he could not control even an ounce of the water element. Benjamin was not used to this, but because all the water element was compressed into a small bubble, it wasn't all that bad. 3 magic runes stood peacefully beneath the blue light at the corners, the bubble was still floating in the middle. As he went over to check on it, perhaps it was due to the fact that he had used too much magic today, the water element in the bubble did not replenish. While he was in the ruins, he did not have the chance to fully explore the changes in his space of consciousness. He had been in battle so many times, but he had still yet to hear of the water element completely drying out. This showed that even after releasing the water element rain, there was still a lot left over. The sages that appeared after the rain would probably not appear again. However, Benjamin was still not satisfied with the rate the bubble was filling up. Even when he was fully relying on his body's own restorative powers, it was still too slow. And so, he took a deep breath to focus and shake off his weariness before focusing his efforts on pulling in the water elements from the outside world. With 1 foot in the real world and 1 foot in the space of consciousness, he managed to pull in the water elements that were floating about and save them into the water bubble. Before this, he would always meditate before going to bed, but now, with the existence of the water bubble, there was no need for him to do his meditation. He only had to continuously fill the water bubble and let out the water element rain, then through this process, his spells will become more powerful. From the looks of things, the process of collecting the water elements was fast taking over his previous habit, and becoming his new meditation ritual. After meditating with his new way for a while, Benjamin left the space of consciousness and went to bed. The night passed uneventfully. After breakfast the next day, Benjamin left the house and went straight to the Mage Freemasonry at the city of Rayleigh to pay them a visit. The north part of the city of Rayleigh was a white building that resembled a library. Benjamin walked in and saw the servant standing in the hall. And he asked the servant, "Have you seen the mage Tony?" May I ask who are you? The servant hesitated before asking respectfully. My name is Benjamin, can you let him know that I am here? Benjamin? You are the mage Benjamin. Surprisingly, even the servant watching the door also heard of Benjamin. The servant had a look of surprise as she said, It is an honor to meet you, the mage Tony already gave us instructions, come with me. Benjamin was surprised but didn't say anything as he nodded his head. The servant led him to an elegantly decorated room. There was a dark maroon rug on the floor, and book racks filled to the brim with books covered the walls. Benjamin looked curiously at the tomes. Unfortunately, most of them had nothing to do with magic. It was made up of books on folklore, encyclopedias, books on history, there were so many of these. He sat down at the table, and the servant served him gently, carefully giving him wine and snack, letting him live the life of a noble for a while. These mages really are living the good life. Please wait a while, the mage Tony will be with you shortly. Benjamin just nodded his head. The servant bowed and left the room. Benjamin was enjoying the food set before him, and after a while Tony opened the door and joined him. He gave a smile and sat down opposite Benjamin. Master Benjamin, I never thought that you would really come here to visit me. Maybe it was because of what happened in the ruins, but he looked very awkward. Benjamin didn't mind. He took a sip of the wind and said, When you think about it, there is a world out there where magic has been defeated. That world is able to reach ours, it really makes me uncomfortable. So this morning, I came to visit you. To remove the cult, Benjamin cannot do it on his own. That was why he was here. He knew the mages' Freemasonry was not strong, but they had their own influence. As long as they realized the severity of the situation, Benjamin did not have to be too stressed up. Tony laughed and said, That really is a terrifying world. Benjamin shrugged and said, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you, I am very sure that the power in that world is also present in our world. Do you remember the days when we were bullied by the cult? The object that I used to go over to the other world was something that I stole from them. At that moment Tony became awkward as his face changed. Are you serious? I'm not lying. Benjamin continued and said, I'm sure after you came back you didn't do any more research, right? The noise that we heard in the ruins is the same as the language of the cult. Maybe it's just a coincidence. The cult is so small and weak, so different from what we experienced in the ruins. Benjamin shook his head and said, Which cult is strong in the beginning? I don't know if you have heard this, but before the attacks, the cult had some relationship with the street gangs. They may be just the rats in the gutter, but it's enough proof of their intentions. Tony just took a deep breath and nodded his head. I heard some news from Ferelden's army, but because the cult was small and weak, no one is taking it seriously. Benjamin immediately added fuel to fire and said, And now? After what happened yesterday, we as mages cannot take this lightly, who knows what they are planning in secret. In the end, the mages' Freemasonry and the Ferelden army do have a connection. He just had to convince this group of mages, then he would have nothing to do, and then Ferelden will handle the cleanup all on its own. After hesitating for a long time, Tony seemed convinced and said, I believe what Master is saying, but this is not a small matter. I will report this and convince the people up there, but I cannot guarantee anything aside from these. Benjamin had a solemn look on his face as he looked Tony in the eye and said, You should understand that this determines the mage's future. Tony took a deep breath and nodded his head. Benjamin also knew that he had achieved his purpose in coming here. Tony may not be a great mage, but he must have a say in things here. Benjamin wasn't lying to them, he just wanted Tony to grab their attention, so they can do a deeper investigation. They will definitely find something wrong with the cult. In the end, Benjamin did not have to nag them, they will help Benjamin settle things. Since you are able to understand the importance of this matter, then I really am relieved. Benjamin stood up from the chair and said, You must be very busy, I won't disturb you anymore. Tony could only nod his head. As Benjamin was turning to leave, Doubt swept through his face, and he suddenly stood up and called to him. Master Benjamin, wait a minute. Benjamin frowned and turned around. What is it? Tony sighed and said, Master Benjamin? You know the mage Vinci. Benjamin's heart have a tug, but he didn't show anything on his face as he said, Of course I do. I just joined the gathering he had at his place a few days ago. Was there something going on? Chapter 278, Fattened Up System. Benjamin did not stop by for long at the mage's Freemasonry. It was about a little past half an hour before he left the quiet library-structured building to head home. While on his way, he kept thinking about Tony's last words to him. Did I accidentally offend that tycoon mage? He whined. You humans are just too complicated, I can never comprehend. The system casually remarked, but those who are rich are always weird. Perhaps he just saw you as an eyesore, you don't have to take it to heart. Benjamin shook his head. Whatever. What was the point of saying this to system anyway? It was better to figure it out himself. Before he left the mage's gathering, Mage Vinci was indeed looking for him and spoke with a sting in his words, which made Benjamin paranoid. He even had the mages keep watch at night on a rotational basis. However, these days, everything was peaceful and no one came to bother them. That is why he thought that Mage Vinci would not bear that much hatred towards him. Obviously now, he was wrong. If it weren't the fact that he rescued Tony's life by fate, he probably wouldn't have known that someone stabbed him in the back. What did he mean by people having to watch their backs from him? Benjamin felt that he was pretty friendly. He even explained about him being on a wanted list. Why was he made to look like an arch-nemesis, secretly devising his own devious scheme and others were to watch their back? All he wanted to do was eliminate the church, which was also beneficial to mages alike. Benjamin scratched his brain and could not quite figure out Mage Vinci. But since he was already poked from behind, he should return the favor. After giving much thought, he changed his course of direction to head to the Mercenary Association. He wanted to collect some data on Mage Vinci. From a mage's perspective, he did not see a point to Mage Vinci's hostility, but if it was some special connection or purpose behind this rich fella, it would make a hell lot of sense. Ultimately, it boiled down to knowing your enemy and thyself. He disguised himself in a remote alleyway before entering the Mercenary Association to post a task to dig some dirt on him. It could be some dirty tactics he used in his business dealings or any peculiar rumors. Anything that was about Mage Vinci negatively, he was all ears. Surely there would be some blot on everyone's favorite magic potion tycoon. In the mix of numerous rumors, of one that may seem absurd, could be an actual clue. After posting the toast, he quietly made a move home. There could be people watching them. It was better they stay low in the days to come. He decided to meditate in seclusion for the time being. He sat in his room and meditated until he finally filled up the little bubble in his space of consciousness. He poked the bubble with anticipation, and the water elements turned into drizzles of rain, showering the entire space. He opened up his arms under the rain and felt his quickened growth of his spiritual energy that left him with a sense of utmost satisfaction. Even the system was jumping around the rain excitingly like a big yellow ball. But don't you think that it was bigger than the first, this time around? At the end of the water element rain, Benjamin suddenly frowned as he looked on at that fidgety comical face. The system halted and innocently responded, "Oh, really?" Benjamin went over and scooped the system. He flipped the system left and right in his hands. That's right, the system has evolved again. After the birth, it must have received some benefits from the meditation. That little taunting face was fat. It must have absorbed some from that water element rain. You little rascal, you have gotten some benefits. Don't you have anything to show? Or some evolution, anything? Benjamin rubbed that fat little face and teased it discontentedly. Hey hey hey! The signal isn't very good, I cannot hear a word you say. Benjamin did not speak, but there was a murderous gleam in his eyes. He added more force in his rubbing, it escalated to squeezing and tearing. My bad. The system finally admitted defeat half a minute later and obediently answered, after the birth, I realized I could absorb the water element and slowly grow bigger. Although I don't have a clue on any new powers, I could extend your intangible form by 2 seconds. It seemed like it was possible to evolve. Benjamin then nodded and let go of the system. Once the system broke away, he skedaddled over 10 meters apart and looked on from way over there. It went from being comical to scared. Benjamin laughingly shook his head at that sight. The water element that the system absorbed was not much. He felt that it could take no more than 1% on one water element rain. If that was the case, then he would let it absorb the water element rain. Who knows where this could lead to in the future? He then left his space of consciousness and took out 6 books from his bag. Spending those long hours absorbing the water elements could be tiring. He should have a change of scenery and do something else instead. The forbidden spell that he exchanged from the mage's Freemasonry was mostly thought by others as useless and was only kept as a memento. However, that sparked Benjamin's interest to take a look at it. The 6 forbidden spells were the Fire of Hell, the Descent of Glacier, the Uprise of the Shadow, Sky-Ripping Wind, Earthquake Spell and Erupting Volcano. These were the standard explosive magic. During the selection, Benjamin intentionally chose an all-rounder, making sure he had 1 forbidden spell from each element. Without a doubt, he picked up the Descent of Glacier first. To a mage, the meaning of forbidden spell was self-evident. Not only could it cause a huge impact but in fact most of the time, it was a symbol of a mage's dignity that represented the deterrent forces of magic. Benjamin was curious as to how such an existence ended up in such an awkward stage. He flipped the page and the first thing he saw was the dense incantations. He did not go through it but instead flipped the book to the back. What didn't cross his mind was that by flipping through a number of pages, all he saw were only incantations. Benjamin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Such a deserving title for forbidden spell. After a brief hesitation, he decided to skim through the entire book before choosing a section to read. He realized that, through the skimming, it was mostly on incantation in the Descent of Glacier. The incantation itself was more than 10 pages. There were annotations on the pronunciations, the placement of a break or accent. Right up to the last page, Benjamin felt like he wasn't reading a magic book but instead an extremely long-winded foreign thesis. He was in a daze. Based on his calculation, even those with a slick tongue needed half an hour in order to recite the incantation without accounting for the tongue slips, wrong rest breaks, swallowing of saliva, etc. Once there was a mistake, the whole incantation had to go from the beginning again. Terrifying. Just the thought of it made Benjamin lightheaded. Chapter 279, Breaking Down Forbidden Spells. Even though Benjamin has now seen the difficulty of the forbidden spell's incantation, he still believed that if it was only the difficulty in its recitation then it wasn't totally non-functional. Although the incantation was long, it could still be recited slowly. After a couple of weeks of practice, they might be able to get the reciting down to 1 or 2 hours. After all, it was a large-scale damaging weapon. Using a few hours to cough up such a secret weapon would be more effective than launching a missile on a battlefield. Hence, Benjamin fixed his gaze on the last part of the book. After the explanation of the incantation, there were a few notes on introducing the effects and summoning points of the spell. Magic such as Descent of Glacier could impact ranges up to 1,000 square kilometer, which was about a half of a city. The forces were great and it was a combination of snowstorm, projections of ice pricks, freezing spell, an assortment of magic effects. Regarding the difficulty of the summon, one would need to have a high demand for spiritual energy, affinity to water element and volume of the water element. Though nobody would know how high the high demand needed to be. Benjamin was rendered speechless. That extremely huge water ball he released at Haven Right did have some forbidden spell feel to it. But without a doubt, the demand of the water element for the Descent of Glacier was higher by multiple holds, its complicated process was incomparable. How does one direct such a large amount of water element by combining it to complete the complicated structure of the incantation? The amount of spiritual energy needed would be impossible. No wonder nobody was willing to learn the forbidden spell. This thing had such a huge impact on people. Even the most talented mages that meditated for a lifetime would not have accumulated such a large amount of spiritual energy and affinity to the element, what more immortal. It was as if a mountain was so high, one could not see its peak. Because from the foot of the mountain, one would already have felt that it was impossible to climb, and therefore, nobody was willing to give it a go. Benjamin was overwhelmed with disbelief. Was this bizarre item really invented by a human? He refused to believe that anyone in this world could master it. He started to question the authenticity of the forbidden spells and thought that perhaps it was a ruse that researchers came up with after researching countless spells and that no one has ever attempted it before. After all, apart from this, he could not figure out the origins of forbidden spells. He disappointedly places the book aside and started flipping through other forbidden spell books. The end result was similar. Every forbidden spell was rustically simple. It all included a horrifying length of incantation with unreasonable high summoning demand and a theoretically explosive effect. In the end, Benjamin realized that he did not attain anything from reading all 6 of the forbidden spell books. He himself could not learn any of its magic. If he were to distribute these to the other mages, they would probably take one glance at it and be scared off like Benjamin, with no possibility of learning them. Honestly speaking, if these magic were to be summoned, then they would probably be immortals. A god, perhaps? It was no wonder the mages thought of the forbidden spells as little to nothing. He thought it through and felt that it was best to leave. He placed these books in the library for those who were interested could take a look. Even if no one could learn it, it could still enrich one's knowledge. Teacher Benjamin, what book is this? Frank was also at the library. He saw Benjamin and curiously asked. Incantations of the forbidden spell. Benjamin nonchalantly replied, you can just take a look. Nobody could actually summon it, so don't get too attached to it. At the words of forbidden spell, Frank's eyes lit up. He took one of the books and appeared to have disregarded Benjamin's last few words. Benjamin could only shake his head. Even he himself shot a few glances before giving up, so he wasn't worried if one was headed into a blind alley. But what caught him by surprise was that when Frank opened the sky-ripping wind book and flipped through the dense incantation pages, he wasn't in a daze. Instead, he read with full focus, with his heart and soul poured into it. Benjamin was startled. He could understand the book? Moreover, did someone actually like reading such lengthy, boring incantations in this world? Even if there really was one, Frank didn't seem to be of this character. Out of curiosity, Benjamin did not leave. He stayed in the library and patiently waited aside. He wanted to see how long Frank could last on this book. What he didn't cross his mind was that this wait would go on more than an hour. It wasn't that Benjamin couldn't wait any longer, but instead, it was almost mealtime, so he called Frank out of his state. He suspected that this young man may be able to continue reading all day. You think you can learn this? Benjamin perplexingly asked. How can it be possible? Nobody could complete this kind of magic. Frank's head shook like a punk rocker. And yet you're here reading with such enthusiasm. Benjamin was deeper into confusion. This incantation is pretty wicked. Frank was excited. I only read a few pages but found that in this incantation, it combined the wind blade spell, flight spell, wind wall spell, over 10 wind spells. These spells themselves are similar, but I didn't think that it could blend together beautifully to become a magic. Forbidden spells are simply awesome. Benjamin stopped in his tracks. You're well versed on incantations. Frank scathed his head and answered embarrassingly, I guess it can't be helped. I have a hard time correcting my southern accent and suck at reciting incantations, and so I spend my time look through these things to try and change up the syllables, or else I wouldn't be able to summon much magic. Wow! Benjamin felt that he was looking at a tone-deaf but has immersed passions for music and hence, ended up burying his head in researching the theory of music. Could this count as an inspiration for being handicapped? Wait. So you're saying that the forbidden spell blended in many other spells? Does this include intermediate level magic and advanced level magic? Suddenly, Benjamin had a thought flashed by. Although there is a lot that I don't understand from this incantation, but I can confirm on that point. Frank nodded. Were you able to break down the incantation? Benjamin sought. Frank was hesitant. I am not very sure, as I'm not that well versed, but if we were to try one by one, we might be able to come up with some new incantations. Benjamin patted Frank's shoulders with joy. Not bad. If you could spend more time on this and break down one incantation that we don't have, that would help a lot. Who would have known that they had one potential person in mastering incantations among them? It was impossible to use these forbidden spells, but at the same time, if they were being treasured by the mages' Freemasonry, surely it has its value. Incantation was a requirement to summon magic and control elements. Its existence itself must have some sort of law. Benjamin's circumstance was unique and could only use 3 incantations in his lifetime, and that was why he was lazy to research them. However, dissecting and enhancing incantation was a noble cause to other mages. Although Frank was a silly bumpkin, but if one thought about it, he was the one who first prompted on the dual practice meditation. Perhaps one day, he could break down advanced incantations or even simplify forbidden spells that it would be possible to summon forbidden spells. Chapter 280, Hurricane Cape. After discussing about the forbidden spells with Frank, Benjamin had dinner and went back to his room. Originally he had planned to meditate to gather more water elemental energy, but when he sat on his bed, he couldn't help but frown like he had forgotten something important. What did he forget? After frowning for a good while, Benjamin suddenly had an epiphany. Previously in the underground remains, he had found a dead adventurer in one of the hidden rooms. He had taken 2 old and broken books from that corpse and kept it in his bag as some sort of reward. He'd forgotten all about them until now. Since he was free, he decided to take them out for inspection. The dead explorer must have been a mage. Although he seemed to be from a distant past, the books were still printed in an understandable language. Benjamin hoped that the wisdom of these ancient texts might lend him some help or inspiration. The 2 books looked quite broken, even their titles were obscure. After flipping a few pages, Benjamin felt like this was the recipe for some concoction. Apparently by mixing some monster parts into a dye, then by using some plant vines one would make an organic fabric which could in turn be knitted into a cloth. When the cloth was mixed with the dye using some special technique, it would enhance the strength of its wearer. Upon reading this, Benjamin couldn't help but frown. Isn't this a recipe for a magical instrument? Once upon a time, magical instruments were commonly used by mages. From crystal balls, to staffs, magic robes and even specialized earrings, these items provided a massive advantage for their wielders. However, after the war, the art of creating these items were either lost to history or stolen by the church. In the modern day, magical instruments practically became synonymous with the priests, and became known as divine instruments. Whereas for the mages, magical instruments were not as popular as magic potions. Even in nations where magic was an open practice, magical instruments didn't receive much attention, and were at risk of extinction. To find a magical instrument in Ferelden was tougher than going to heaven. Benjamin had never expected to find such a gem in the corpse of the explorer. However, after giving it more thought, the art of magical instruments only started to fade in the last few centuries. To find the recipe and blueprints for it in the corpse of an ancient mage in the ancient underground remains shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. Rather than be surprised, Benjamin was more than happy. Previously, while he was in Helius, he had always lusted after the idea of owning his own magical instrument one day. He'd always been jealous of the rich priests who didn't wield any abilities, but were still formidable opponents simply due to their magical instruments. Not to mention, if Benjamin was hell-bent on leaving a mark, how could he disregard good equipment? Because of all that, Benjamin started to look at the 2 books in a different light. This was the true major reward of his adventure. In a moment of excitement, Benjamin started to read the 2 books in detail. Due to the book's old age, many parts were obscured or completely illegible, that made the experience of reading it something like riding an emotional roller coaster. One moment Benjamin would find it leading to something interesting, and the next it'd just be a blank page. After some filtering, Benjamin narrowed it down to 20 usable blueprints. 20 blueprints that were still legible. Amongst all the blueprints, most of them were related to knitted magical instruments such as capes, robes, clothes and even flags. They all had unique effects, some expanded focus, some increased its wearer's elemental powers. It was just stunning. Benjamin couldn't help but sigh in awe to be able to acquire these books. All those months of being a good person probably lead to karma delivering this to him. If he makes everything on that list, not just Benjamin himself would benefit, heck, all of the mages would literally level up if they were to each get one of their own. If they can even automate the production process, they could even sell it or use it to attract new recruits. For whatever the 2 books were worth, they were definitely a huge step forward strategically. Of course, however, Benjamin didn't dare to celebrate too soon. First he had to test the feasibility of the blueprints. If he can't even find the materials/ingredients to begin with, then all this would still be useless. So he started flipping through the books in search of an easier blueprint he could try out. Until he stumbled upon the hurricane cape. Despite its name, it looked more like a cloak than a cape. By wearing it, the owner's wind elemental energies would become significantly stronger. Benjamin chose it cause it looked like the easiest compared to the rest. Coincidentally, their warehouse nearby had a lot of materials that were prepped for the potion mages to brew their potions, and amongst all that was all the necessary pieces needed to make the hurricane cape. Benjamin excitedly got up, and headed towards the warehouse. The skin of a wind wolf, blood of a long-tailed ferret, polygonatum leaves, and the feather of a dark crow. The ingredients and materials necessary to make a magical instrument was much more complicated and rare than the ones used for magic potions. As this was his first time doing this, Benjamin took extras for everything just in case he failed and needed to restart. After giving it some thought, he even called up the lady boss from the tailor shop earlier for technical assistance. As he got everything in place, Benjamin took a deep breath and began the process of making the hurricane cape. Using the ice-breaking spell, he conjured a series of tools: ice scissors, ice needle, ice mortar, ice pestle. Compared to making a normal cape, the hurricane cape was at least a few times tougher. Luckily Benjamin could control these items telekinetically, and the lady boss was giving him advice on his side, else it might have taken forever to complete. Let me see, first is to create the magic fuse, which would be the strings here. Following the instructions and the layouts on the blueprints, Benjamin put the ingredients into the ice mortar and used the ice pestle to beat it all into a paste. Very soon, all beastly parts and the blood mixed with the plants were mixed into a dark green paste that emitted a pleasing aroma. Upon seeing this, Benjamin quickly threw in the fur of some goat-like beast, and under the instruction of the lady boss, he made the fur into a brown fabric string. This should be it, that's what it says on the blueprint, the lady boss nodded as she held onto the book. Don't worry, this is very sturdy, no matter how bad you are at this, you can't mess it up too much. She sure didn't hold any punches back with her words. Then, Benjamin decided to just hand the stitching and sewing equipment to the lady boss so she may show off her skills by making more fabric. Chapter 281, Take it back and sew slowly. The first step in treating wolfskin is to cut it into set shapes. It was not a difficult chore as rough handiwork was not an issue. Maneuvering his ice scissors, Benjamin did not take long to finish cutting up the wolfskin. The next step is to make a special mixture of dye. Thus, Benjamin crafted another basin and pestle combination out of ice and poured a few ingredients into them. Then, he began to grind them up. The production of dye still require a short incantation from a mage to attract some wind element into it. Unfortunately, due to his constitution, Benjamin could never get the wind elements even if he chanted the spell for 1,000 times. Hence, he could only delegate this step of the process to the boss lady. Indeed, the movements of the boss lady exudes practice and efficiency. She had already finished her work with the yarn. With Benjamin's reminder, she held the ice basin and chanted the spell to gather the wind elements and scatter them into the liquid within the basin, much like a chef sprinkling salt into a pot full of vegetables. In an instant, the liquid within the basin started to boil and roll. Then, the dark scarlet liquid suddenly turned into a pure silver, and it was so shiny that the basin looked like it was filled with silver water that was vibrating slightly. When Benjamin saw this, he immediately soaked the cut wolfskin into the liquid. According to the instructions on the fabrication drawings, the treatment of the wolfskin will only be complete after it was soaked for half an hour. For efficiency's sake, Benjamin had no choice but to place this basin aside before he turned around and start working on the other materials. At this step, even the system could not help itself as it sighed, "Mother of God, why is this cape such a fuss to make?" As if Benjamin had a choice. The hurricane cape was already one of the simpler ones among the magical instruments he picked from the handful of fabrication drawings. He felt dizzy after just reading the production procedures for the rest of the instruments, making them would be off the table for now. However, there was only one material left to deal with after their continuous effort. The feathers of the dark ravens. They needed to be trimmed from its natural oval shape to a fixed rectangle before each individual feather was enchanted with wind elements to ensure their magical properties. This is indeed a painstakingly detailed job. With a total of 80 feathers to tend to, and they divided the workload among themselves to work together. Benjamin will be trimming them with his ice scissors, and the trimmed feathers will then go to the boss lady to be enchanted with wind elements. This production line method did cause a spike in efficiency, but the process in tending the feathers still took more than an hour of their time. "I can't do this now. My spiritual energy can no longer sustain this. I need some rest." The boss lady shook her head as she placed the feather in her hand down onto the table. Benjamin's vision also blurred over after an hour of trimming feathers. He nodded in agreement, and both of them took a breather. After a short break, they turned to look at the ice basin that the wolfskin was soaked in. The silver liquid that was originally in the basin disappeared, and all was left was the cut of wolfskin. Not only that, its appearance changed too. It shone a shade of brilliant silver, as if it absorbed all of the aforementioned liquid. It was breathtaking. Furthermore, the wolfskin already attracted quite a number of wind elements. They surrounded and floated excitedly around it like tiny, happy elves. At this sight, Benjamin could not help himself but to take the wolfskin and caress it repeatedly as if he was petting a cat. He savored the soft texture of the wolfskin, and for a moment he thought he was petting an actual wolf. "Ah, how comfortable!" Benjamin returned the wolfskin to the boss lady after another round of petting. In contrast, the boss lady behaved differently from Benjamin. Her stance was professional as she tugged and pulled at the cloth. Sporadically, she even nodded impassively, as if she was judging a cloth. The softness is excellent, and it is pleasant to touch. However, it was also extremely durable and breathable. If this was used to make clothings. Benjamin wiped off some sweat. This magical material that they poured so much effort into getting can never be taken away by someone else to make into clothes. No. The boss lady understood this without needing his reminder. After some exclamations pertaining to her career as a tailor, she took the ice needle and the thread she made earlier to prepare for the next procedure. At this, Benjamin became alert and ready. This step is the most crucial one in the production of the hurricane cape. They were required to follow certain steps, sew the thread onto the wolfskin to make an intricate design, cross-stitch style. Originally, Benjamin planned to take over this job by himself. However, his eyes were blurry after trimming so many feathers, and the lady boss was indeed full of experience in this area. She offered her service, and her words were, "I've sown more things than the roads you've walked." Benjamin decided to just hand the job over to the expert. The lady boss sat on a chair, the wolfskin and fabrication drawings draped on her lap, needle in her right hand while her left guided the thread as she sewed it, one needle at a time. Her movements were precise from the start, and her whole being exudes professionalism. Benjamin was initially very worried that she might make a mistake since the design was incredibly complicated, but he relaxed after a short period of observation. There was no way that she would trip over something like this. Honestly, if this was not her first time sewing this, Benjamin would expect the boss lady to be just like the knitting elderlies, who knit while they talked, their hands never stopping while they chatted away. Passing this job to her was such an efficient business decision. At this point, Benjamin realized how great a thing it was that over half of the mages in the group had their own occupation before their lives as mages. Each and every one of them had maintained years of skills and expertise. Their group now possessed a variety of skills, which was a huge advantage to them. Based on the fabrication drawings, it would normally take up to a week to sew the design, much alike to knitting. However, judging from the boss lady's expert handiwork, she could probably finish this in 3 to 4 days, tops. In this process, a mage was required to chant a spell to add wind elements to it whenever a part of the design was completed. A total of 80 incantations will be needed for the design to be complete. After the design was done, they would place the trimmed feathers at the predetermined place for the cape to finally be done. The arduousness of the whole process was evident, and the mage poured blood, sweat, and tears into making the cape. As Benjamin went through the procedures, he gradually understood why the producing of magical instruments did not catch up throughout the years. It was not only due to the church, per se, the production was too perplexingly difficult. As mages, everyone took much care of their own status that no one was willing to spend such a long time and effort sitting and sewing clothes. Both of the economic factors and the troublesome production caused potions to overtake the status of magical instruments. Potions were quick to make, suitable to be used by a wide range of consumers, and people would return for another purchase after the potions were used. Magical instruments, on the other hand, might not have as good of an effect like potions, and they could be used continuously for a very long time that the sellers could not have a sustainable income. That was why they were not favorable among most mages. Of course, as magical instruments were almost extinct in the market nowadays, a cape like this would cause a monopoly, and thus could be sold at an incredibly favorable price. The mages' Freemasonry's efforts in preserving books were not enough in this aspect, they only managed to protect the forbidden spells that were worth researching. They had none of the production procedures for magical instruments. No one knew what they were thinking. This cape will need a long time to sew. It's better if you pass everything to me, so I could slowly sew it at home. I'll inform you once the cape is done. The boss lady asked as she rubbed her eyes as she finally raised her head after an hour. Benjamin was nodding off. He jumped awake at her question, then nodded immediately. She then picked everything up and prepared to return to her quarters. Benjamin thought for a moment before passing another 2 books to her. Here, these 2 books are all about things like this. Capes aside, they also have drawings for clothes and robes. Take it and read it if you can, Benjamin said. Will it be a bother if I hand this over to you? Will this interrupt your cultivation progress? The boss lady barked out a laugh as she waved. Of course not. I'm not familiar with this now, but once I grew familiar with making it, the process would be much faster. Still, you would need to hire me some helpers. Not mages, mind you, just basic tailors would do. I just need them to help me in minor things, else it would indeed be a painstaking job. Benjamin laughed as he nodded. He would need to hand the making of magical instruments to someone else anyways. This was the boss lady's profession, hence he had no need to worry about this anymore. He would also find a way to hire the tailors that she required, but he would need to think of a way to ensure that the hired hands would keep the fabrication drawings a secret from the outside world. Chapter 282, Quick, Arrest Me. 3 days later, the boss lady held the finished hurricane cape in her hands as she delivered it to Benjamin for his judgment. The soft silver-white fur flowed with a subtle beauty, while the feathers of the ravens, dark as night, decorated the upper part of the cape as they formed shapes akin to clouds. Inside, a weird, slightly flawed half-circle was sewn in with brown thread. Benjamin's face was colored with a pleasant surprise when he felt a tiny breeze surrounding him even if he only held it in his hand. It was all thanks to the boss lady's expert hands that their first attempt at producing a magical instrument went without any mishaps. They managed to prevent themselves from wasting an unknown amount of materials and even managed to end up with an end product of such high quality. Identical magical instruments will possess different capabilities depending on the production quality and handiwork. As stated on the fabrication drawings, a cape that could cause a natural breeze around it is one that is of great quality. If it was worn by a mage, the power and impact of any wind magic will increase exponentially. The boss lady indeed has a bright future in this field for her to reach this high of a standard with her first try. Benjamin considered for a moment before he handed the hurricane cape back to the boss lady. "Here, take it. This is our first finished product, you could wear it for yourself or keep it as a token. If you want to sell it, it's best if you wait for some time to pass. Basically, this thing is yours now. What about you?" The boss lady inquired in surprise, still holding the cape. Benjamin shrugged, "It's not like I don't want it, but I'm not a wind magic user. Besides, it was your hard work for the past few days. Hold on to it." Although they were like a family already, he could never hog the benefits all to himself. After all, producing the magical instruments took up her own cultivation time. Capitalists would pay minimum wage to the people they were exploiting, and Benjamin refused to stoop lower than them. The boss lady nodded happily, "All right, I'll keep it then." Benjamin smiled as he continued, "Also, I gave some thought on the matter of getting you some helpers. These fabrications drawings are confidential documents that should never be leaked. Thus, I made a deal with a textile workshop nearby, and they were willing to help in making intermediate goods. Subsequently, you could pass them odd jobs that a non-mage can do, and their pay could be directly deducted from my account. They would only help you with the intermediate goods. The whole production process would still be in our hands." The boss lady considered for a moment. "That should work. Which textile workshop do you mean?" Benjamin told her the address and contact, and she nodded before she left excitedly with the cape in hand. "Hey! The production of magical instruments are finally up on track," Benjamin sighed and stretched as he shut the door behind the boss lady, who retreated to her room. Although nothing major happened in the past 3 days, menial chores such as purchasing raw materials, negotiating with the owner of the textile workshop, ordering Varus to prepare an account for this, and scouting out the magical instrument market here in Ferelden, still took up most of his time. He nearly had no time at all to deal with the cult and investigate Mage Vinci. Speaking of it, the seed he planted in the Mage Association should have already sprouted, right? Thus, Benjamin sneaked out the next morning after a whole day of rest and headed towards the streets where the Rabkar cult was located. These streets were indeed much more deserted than they were when he last visited. The strange temple where he previously pretended to listen to the talk now looked black and barren, the signs of flames yet to be recovered. Even the shop where Benjamin had a bowl of beef noodle was affected, it was no longer open for business. It looks pretty pathetic, but Benjamin had no choice. His aim was not sympathizing them, but to rid them forever. He walked the streets while he sensed the surrounding, indoors and outdoors, using the water elements. However, when he walked past one door and another, he realized that these people with a small round hat were living quite heartily. They were only living behind closed doors and keeping it down low, but aside from that, the beef and mutton that they sacrificed at the praying mantle of their homes did not even decrease in amount. Benjamin frowned at this. He has warned the mage Freemasonry, but 4 days have passed since then. Did the mages or the military not do anything to solve this problem? Now, this is beyond strange. Just as he was deliberating whether anything happened in between these events, some soldiers suddenly walked over and stopped Benjamin in his tracks. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Benjamin was stunned stupid by the interrogating tone of the soldier. "Wait." As if he was struck by a thought, he did not answer the question, but instead asked them, I'm sorry, but are you the soldiers that were tasked to investigate the area due to the previous attack that happened here?" The soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions odd. "Hey! I'm asking you a question here, why are you asking us another question instead of answering?" A soldier barked as he scowled fiercely, "Who exactly are you? What purpose do you have in coming here? Answer quickly, or we'll arrest you like a criminal." Sadly, Benjamin looked delighted than he was afraid after he heard the soldier's threats. "You're really the people who were sent to investigate this matter." He tugged at the arm of the soldier as he continued excitedly, "Who's your officer in command? I want to see him. I have a very important message to tell him." The soldiers stood dumbly in place. You. Who's your officer in command? Who's in charge of this?" Benjamin demanded. It's Sir Lance, the head of knights." "Bring me to him." "You. No, what are you planning to do?" The soldiers finally snapped back into reality as they stared at Benjamin in disbelief. "Why do we need to listen to your commands? Who the heck are you to demand a meeting with the head of knights at your whims?" Benjamin was troubled after he heard that. How could he ensure that the official authorities in Ferelden would not let the cult off the hook without meeting those in the upper part of the organization? After some thoughts, he declared, "How about this? You feel that I'm very suspicious, right? Here, arrest me for an interrogation. I have so many inside information about this, and as long as your officer is here, I will be willing to tell him everything. Quick, arrest me." The few soldiers felt like they were dreaming. "Have you gone insane?" "No, I haven't. See, I'm so suspicious, why are you not arresting me yet?" "He's crazy." The soldiers shook their heads and turned to leave, their faces as long as horses. "Hey, don't leave. Don't come near us. We'll arrest you if you do." "Arrest me then. A madman. Quick, let's go, don't bother him any longer." Benjamin had no choice. He chased them and shot his leg out to kick a soldier hard on his bottom. He exerted a huge force on his assault that the soldier shouted and lost his balance, falling face first onto the floor. The other soldiers turned to face Benjamin. They looked as if they became insane. What sins have they committed in their past lives for them to meet such a crazy man like you in this lifetime? The system suddenly sighed, its voice filled with sympathy. Chapter 283, The Frustrated Head of Night. Lance, the head of night, was very frustrated these days. Ferelden is a country who prides itself on its freedom. As he was shouldering the responsibility to protect this freedom, Lance, the head of night, was clear that this freedom has an unspoken line that should never be crossed. The different cults within the borders were always the thorn in the flesh for His Highness the King. After all, a lesson was learned from the experiences of the Kingdom of Helius. No one dared to underestimate the cults which seemed small and unthreatening as they might grow and step on your head the next moment when you are no longer paying attention. This time, an obscure cult in the city of Rayleigh was attacked. It was not a big deal initially, but His Highness the King still dictated him and another officer to investigate the matter, and it was a must for them to show him the results. But what could he investigate here? The case was simple: a bunch of hooligans attacked this street hell, and burnt down a temple in the process. However, these thugs were nowhere to be seen once they started their investigation. They had hidden themselves away long before this. The leader of the crime committed suicide at a street nearby, his body hung for the people to see. If Lance intended to end this vaguely, he could simply close the case with the dude's head. Unfortunately, His Highness was not a man that could tolerate vagueness, especially in cases where cults were involved. The stakes were too high. Basically, they would never be allowed to leave this bloody place unless they solve the incident, and bring along some legitimate witnesses and evidence. That sentence alone could already be the cause of his frustration. Hence, they camped around these streets in the following days, having daily patrols and sudden spot checks in order to obtain some relevant evidence. Sadly, whenever he tried to ask the residents around here, jumbled words leaped out of their mouths when they tried to speak. He could never understand what they were saying, which only served to intensify his headache. How could they not know how to speak the common language if they had lived in Ferelden for so long? Lance refused to believe that. Even so, he could not deploy harsh measures due to the sensitive nature of the cult issue, which was why he had no choice but to allow the people to pretend as if they were dumb or mute. He had no idea how to deal with this issue even though the evidence were right before his eyes. Thus, they were stuck with zero progress as days went by. The officer that came with him was not on his side, and would periodically come to him and insult him. On top of that, the soldiers under his command were not the obedient type. Too, they had a conflict with the locally stationed soldiers just days ago, and the general came to question him about it. What could he say but to lower his head and apologize for his subordinates' behaviors? When he was jolted awake yesterday night, Lance realized that he suffered from severe hair fall due to the stress. The incident happened so long ago, and the probability for them to uncover new clues became slimmer by the minute. How is it possible for him to crack the case? Might as well return to the king and beg for forgiveness, really. The intention to give up grew stronger in his heart. However, the patrolling soldiers under his command returned early today to inform him that they arrested someone. Arrested someone? Was it because they found some clues? No, it was not. It was because the person behaved crazily and was spouting nonsense. He even kicked some soldiers in the ass, and the kick was so strong that the soldiers' waists were injured. Could you imagine Lance's frustration as he was hiding in his room, trying to glue his hair back on when he was suddenly told of the news? He nearly unearthed a whole piece of his scalp by it. He had a burning intention to commit homicide. Seriously, those really cruel and inhumane ones. Sir, Lance suppressed his inferno of rage as he interrupted the soldier's words. Where the heck are your brains? What do you think you're here for? Fighting with the soldiers from the neighboring camp? Fine, it wasn't a big issue after I apologized for you. But now? Your waist snapped just after a kick by some nobody? What soldiers are you still trying to masquerade as? Go home and rear some pigs, really? The soldiers were evidently shaken as they immediately explained, no. Sir, it's because we. Sadly, Lance was not in the mood to listen to explanations. All right. Release him immediately. How would the locals think of us if this incident became public? Us soldiers, the bullies that were taught a lesson by a local hero. That's what the press would love to write. Also, if the neighboring camp caught wind of this, I would become the joke throughout my *ing lifetime. Freb Novo. No, sir. Enough of your explanations. Release him immediately, and never let this become an issue. If His Highness were alerted by this, even I would not be let off the hook. Sir, that couldn't be done. Sir Michael is interrogating that person now, we had no way to release him. Lance had a double take. Michael. That weirdly effeminate officer that came along with the investigation? *T. That dude was the supervising officer that the king sent to follow along. His pair of small eyes was always following Lance, never letting him out of his sight. Now, these useless half-wits caused a ruckus, and somehow it landed right on that fellow's lap. He must be so delighted that his bottom must be waggling to the sky as if there was an imaginary tail. He would definitely snag this opportunity to drag Lance to hell. Lance felt darkness creeping at the sides of his vision. Please, take sympathy of his effort. He walked through fire and lived warily just to reach his height today. Now, he would be required to hand his head of night away on a plate even if he only had it for a few years. This was an unfair defeat, really. Say, Why and how did he end up with this batch of subordinates? Sir? Sir? Are you okay? Lance gradually returned to his senses when he heard the desperate callings of his soldiers. As he glanced at the soldiers before him, whom were visibly shaken and trembling in fear, he suddenly could not muster any anger within him. He was like a deflated balloon, with only sadness filling to the brim. What use could scolding bring to him? Maybe the situation was not as bad as he thought. Maybe Michael did not get anything useful in his interrogation. He needed to go and take a look. Wait here for my return. I'll deal with you after this. Lance leaped from his chair and rushed out the door, his words loud in his wake. The mayor of the city of Rayleigh was not too much in their favor either. He refused to let them work in the city hall. Thus, they had no choice but to rent an empty house in the area as their base of operations, and the basement of that house was altered to be their interrogation room. Lance went past the walkways to arrive in front of the basement. He pushed the door open to hear a sudden bark of laughter. His heart abruptly went cold. This laugh was Mikkel's, the chillingly fake one that feigns familiarity and closeness with you while he spread rumors behind your back. In what way will this kind of laugh fit into an interrogation session? Lance was increasingly flooded by an overwhelming sense of doom. However, he was surprised at the sight that greeted him when he entered the basement. Michael was sitting right across a young man, and 2 cups of wine were sitting on the table between them, as if they were having a pleasant conversation. This was definitely not how a standard interrogation should be. You're finally here, Sir Lance, the head of night, Michael smiled as he stood and walked towards him. I thought you would be crying in your room for an hour for your incompetence. I never expected you to show up so quickly. Your courage as a head of night is indeed a respectable one. Lance took a deep breath and smiled. No, you're the great one, Sir Michael. You managed to climb out of the bed of 3 prostitutes right after you got the news. Sir Michael's speed in arriving here is the most impressive thing I've experienced in my life. Oh, you're flattering me. The head of night is greater. You must be pulling my leg, sir. You're the respectable one. You are the great one. No, you are. The atmosphere was tense. Just as Lance and Michael shared a wordless stare, the exaggerated smiles plastered on their faces getting more and more uncomfortable by the second, the young man who was sitting in the other seat finally decided that he could not take it anymore. He spoke abruptly, his voice slicing the terrifying air. Chapter 284, So Tiring Being the Mediator. While watching a confrontation was entertaining, Benjamin wasn't here for a show. In order to uproot the cult entirely, he needed the help from Ferelden authorities. While he could just wait patiently and let the mages Freemasonry deal with the officers, it would probably be more efficient if he took charge of it himself. After intentionally provoking the few soldiers on the streets, he ended up being arrested and sent to a basement interrogation room, just as he desired. All things accounted for, Benjamin was still unsettled with his plan. What if the knight that arrested him was a complete idiot? What if the knight doesn't actually do his job and ends up being of no help? Plus, who was he to demand help just like that? Hence Benjamin waited patiently and silently in the basement. The knight in charge never showed up. Instead, a bureaucrat named Michael showed up faster than anyone else. First things first, none of those soldiers are my people, but for their rash actions, I am incredibly sorry. Michael even brought a bottle of wine with him as he smiled and apologized. Come, tell me. What did the soldiers do to you? How were they disrespectful? I'll have their superiors fire them immediately. Benjamin was still confused, but he still said, those soldiers did not bully me into this, I came here by my own free will. Mikkel's face seemed stunned. Benjamin saw this and was fazed as well, but he could guess that whoever he was facing definitely wielded a lot of influence. With that influence, it meant that this Michael might just be helpful to his cause, so he had to say something to break the awkwardness. Hi, I'm Benjamin, I'm a mage, he stood up and said with a wide smile. Mages in Ferelden lived a life of glory and respect amongst their peers. This was a denotation of their influence amongst Ferelden society in regards to their abilities. If this Michael is truly a bureaucrat, he should show some respect to a mage. Oh, so you're a mage? I am so sorry for my disrespectful attitude. Michael seemed shocked, but he came to his senses quickly and reached out to toast Benjamin. I am an officer sent by His Majesty, you can call me Michael. Benjamin took out his aristocratic stance and toasted Michael's glass. I heard that a great mage had come out of Haven right recently, and his name is Benjamin. Could that be you? Michael took a small sip from his cup before putting it down and asking. Benjamin was rather shocked to hear that. News sure travels fast in Rayleigh. Benjamin didn't even do much except for his 10 consecutive match win at the Mages' Gathering, yet his name had already reached the ears of a bureaucrat all the way here. This was truly shocking. Unless this official named Michael is simply very well informed? There are many powerful mages within the borders. I can't say that I am among the best. The other mages are too kind. You must be joking, Mr. Mage. Originally, Benjamin had intended to just cut to the chase and talk about the cult, but Michael kept making small talk and jokes. Suddenly, Benjamin realized that this was probably how bureaucrats socialized, and since he had exposed his identity, he must play along or else he'd be disrespectful. Hence, Benjamin begrudgingly played along. The socializing didn't last for long as the head of Knights Lance stepped in after a while. Benjamin didn't even have time to speak up before Lance gave Michael a stern and cold look, dropping the room's atmosphere to a chilly below zero in human warmth. Feeling helpless, Benjamin had no choice but to step up and defuse the awkward situation. Excuse me, you are? Lance frowned, like he had missed out an important briefing about this meeting. Before Benjamin could speak up, Michael had interjected. This is the great mage, Benjamin. One of the finest young talents who had just recently won 10 consecutive matches in the Mages' Gathering at Rayleigh. He even formed and runs his own mage mercenary group. He looked at Lance, smiling cheek to cheek. However, someone as slow as you probably hasn't even heard of him, right? Lance took a deep breath, and looked at Benjamin. Mr. Mage, I apologize if my men were disrespectful earlier to you. Benjamin just shook his head. They did not disrespect me at all. In fact, I practically begged them to drag me here, that was why I ended up using some extreme methods. For that, I am sorry. Lance was even more confused now. Why would you do such a thing? Benjamin smiled. I heard that Your Excellency was working on the assault case recently. I just so happen to have some important evidence for you that will help you in your investigation. Lance's eyes seemed to glow. Really? Benjamin nodded. Well, get on with it. Lance was impatient, but he still took a quick look at Michael. Mr. Michael, not everyone gets to lounge around and not do anything like you. Can't you see that I'm trying to do my job here? I'm about to finish the assignment His Majesty tasked me to do. You can move on to lounge around elsewhere now. Michael squinted his eyes in response. Mr. Head of Knights, my job is to supervise you on behalf of His Majesty. Now that you have new evidence, I must stay to listen to it. What if you miss out an important detail and end up not cracking the case? That would be my undoing. You're too funny. A big man like you must have important responsibilities waiting for you in bed. Go on back home. No, I must stay and help divide up your stress. Benjamin was speechless. How could two adults argue like kids? Mr. Mage, these news are coming from you. Why don't you tell us what you think? When the both of them couldn't resolve their differences, Michael decided to seek Benjamin to help. It was just a matter of whether one or two persons should listen to the news. Why were they making such a big fuss out of it? In fact, now if he chose wrongly, he might end up being perceived as siding with either one of them, hence pissing off the other side. After some thought, Benjamin said, it is good that Mr. Michael stays as well. 2 heads are better than 1, so are 2 pairs of ears. I bet Mr. Lance wouldn't mind the extra help either. Michael looked like someone who was selfishly overconsiderate. Surely Benjamin wouldn't want to cross someone like that. At the same time, Lance is a formidable leader of a large group of soldiers, so he shouldn't mind something like this. Not to mention, they could always use the extra help in their fight against the cult. The mage speaks wise words, unlike some soldiers and knights who swing their swords around so much their brains seem to have dissolved. Right, Mr. Lance? Michael declared victoriously. There are advantages to practicing your swordsmanship, so that we don't end up like you bureaucrats who use your sword so little. I bet that if you tried to unsheath yours now it's so soft it wouldn't even come out. Benjamin felt so tired being the mediator. Chapter 285, True and False Testimonies. What is it? Hearing these words, despite the ongoing argument and their mutual hatred, both of them couldn't help but turn to look at Benjamin at the same time. At least that stopped them from arguing. Benjamin sighed and said, "You should also know that a gang attacked the street. But judging by the way you've been going about with this investigation, I bet you haven't had any luck with finding the gang responsible, nor do you even know what actually happened, do you?" The two stared at each other. Lance was silent, and nodded. Benjamin went on to say, "The truth is, the gang that carried out the attack is called Eagle. You won't be able to find any of their people. Not because they are all hiding, but because the gang has actually disbanded." Lance heard this, thought for a while, and said, "But, what does this have to do with the cult's plan for a rebellion?" "Oh, they're tighter than you think," Benjamin immediately replied. "The thugs in the gangs and the members of the cult go way back. While their work may look entirely unrelated, they've actually been allied for a long time now. In fact, this is just one part of a big scheme." Lance's face changed slightly, shook his head and said, "Impossible. We've been keeping an eye on all of these cults this whole time. There is no way they can do anything without us noticing." Benjamin relentlessly said, "Just because you have eyeballs on them, it doesn't mean that they can't be plotting anything. Plus, would you dare say your surveillance goes as far as monitoring every move of the gangs?" Suddenly, Lance was silent. He could not think of anything to refute. "Thugs are like this, you say they are insignificant, but sometimes they band together and become a formidable force, but if you were to pay attention and try regulating them, they are like grease, no matter hard you scrub, you can't clean them completely. In fact, the reason their investigation has not progressed at all is because they haven't been able to find any reliable leads from the local thugs." "The Eagle was disbanded on the day of the attack on the streets," Michael suddenly spoke. "The streets they used to occupy are now occupied by a gang called Sparrow. I have inquired about the gang, the new one has no connection at all with this matter." Suddenly, Lance showed a surprised expression. "How did you find out about this? Why did you not tell me?" "Ah, I presumed that since the knights are so intelligent, something like this should be common knowledge. Hence I didn't see the need to tell you." "Well, we have more important things to look into." Sensing that the atmosphere was starting to sour, Benjamin quickly said, "A small cult, secretly allying itself with the thugs, there must be a reason behind it." He was not surprised to learn of the existence of the Sparrow Gang from Michael. Jessica is a careful person. Ever since Eagle was disbanded, she didn't push for Crow to take over the streets. Instead she somehow formed a puppet gang called Sparrow to maintain indirect control, with plans to merge them back into her control later in time. In fact, her tact worked. Michael didn't even bother looking into the Sparrow Gang. But if they were really secretly linked, why would the Eagle attack them? Are they not allies? Michael asked again. Because there's been some discord in between the two groups, Benjamin answered. A tinge of tension started rising in his heart. He was about to put his lying skills to the test. I am not too sure about the details of it, but I have a rough idea. Apparently after some unpleasant exchange, members of the cult decapitated the leader of the Eagle, and then sent his head back to the Eagle's hideout loaded with explosives. The low-level thugs had no idea that their leader and the chiefs of the cult were secretly connected, but through some digging, they still guessed who was the culprit. Then voila, you have your fire at the monastery. The most important thing about lying is to not lie outright. Instead, it is to mix bits of the truth with bits of fantasy to confuse the listener while giving on enough to make it seem believable. In reality, he just threw the blame for everything he did with the crow to the cult. There were indeed reports of explosion sounds on the street where the Eagle operates. Michael corroborated Benjamin's words with what little he knew from his own investigation. Lance heard this, nodded and said, "Mr. Mage, may I take the liberty to ask, how come you seem to know so much?" "Because when I first arrived at Rayleigh, I crossed some members of the cult," Benjamin continued to lie through his teeth. "If you go to the Mage Freemasonry and ask, you will know that I opened some very dangerous underground remains a few days ago. Those particular remains were very important to the cult, and I managed to gain entrance to it by stealing the key from the leader of the Eagle." Underground remains. Suddenly, Lance fell into deep thought. Benjamin could tell from their expressions that the Mages Freemasonry did not make a report to the officials in Ferelden, despite promising to do so previously. So what or who is messing everything up in between this? The answer was already obvious at this point. Benjamin put all of these thoughts at the back of his head and continued, "In order to explore the remains properly, I made a lot of preparations beforehand. One of these preparations was a thorough investigation of this particular cult. During my investigation, I accidentally discovered the relationship between the Eagle and the cult. I wanted to let the Mages Freemasonry warn you, but it's been too long, so I finally decided to tell you these things in person in hopes that this information could be of some help to your investigation." Lance sighed and seemed to be upset, but still smiled and said, "Thank you very much, this does really help." Benjamin nodded, and said earnestly, "After all, as a mage, I do not want Ferelden to eventually suffer the same fate as the Holy Kingdom. This is the only thing I can do." Michael also smiled and said, "Your Excellency is so thoughtful, we thank you for your sincerity on behalf of His Majesty." After some thought, Benjamin added, "The reason why I believe they're planning a rebellion is because I saw some horrible things inside the underground remains. If you don't believe me, you can ask the folks at the Mages Freemasonry, they'll tell you how terrifying those underground remains are." Upon hearing this, Lance patted Benjamin's shoulders, stood up from the chair and said, "Thank you very much for your help, I think I got the information I needed." Benjamin also stood up. "Well, I have no more news to tell you." Well, that was all about it, he's probably going to leave. As for whether these two men would believe him, it goes without saying that they would definitely to see some proof before taking Benjamin's word for it. Heck, they couldn't just go out there and destroy a cult just because of what they heard from Benjamin, right? They needed substantive evidence. Therefore, Benjamin's work was not over yet. He had the rest figured out. He would let these two men investigate the truth along Benjamin's narrative. No matter how much he said, they would only completely fall for it if they believed they investigated the truth by themselves. As for the evidence, the cult has always looked fishy, they'll give themselves away somehow. If the two men could not find anything, Benjamin did not mind motivating them with some fabricated evidence. In short, he wanted this cult dead, no matter what. "If you need any help, you can come to me. I believe you know how to find me." He then said, "I would love to stay longer, but I still have meditation exercises to do, so I must make a move." "I'll walk you out," said Michael, smiling. Benjamin simply nodded his head. Lance smiled at Benjamin as a farewell gesture, his hands were planted on the table, as if he was dwelling into a deep thought. Just like that, Benjamin and Michael left the basement. On his way out, Benjamin treated one of the soldier's twisted waist with the water ball of healing, inevitably attracting a burst of exclamations. Chapter 286, Scandals and Letters. Benjamin left via the longer route to make sure that no one was following him, then turned and went straight to the Mercenary Association. "Hello, I was here few days ago to issue a task, it should be completed by now. He stood at the front desk, took out the receipt and handed it over to the clerk. The man at the front desk checked the receipt, got an envelope from a box behind him and passed it to Benjamin. This is the item you requested. Benjamin nodded his head and put away the envelope, then he turned and left. If the Mages Society did not convey the warning message to the government of Ferelden, there must be a reason why. Now, as for what could this reason possibly be? No doubt, the mage Vinci was in their way. If this local tyrant was constantly spreading rumors about Benjamin among the mages, who else would it be? Fortunately, the Mercenary Association was known for their confidentiality, or Benjamin would have been too afraid to even issue this task. Thinking about this made Benjamin's heart heavy. If this mage Vinci was really to become his enemy, then he will be hugely troublesome after all, he was extremely rich and famous. However, Benjamin felt that the best thing to do was not to go against him right now. He should observe the situation first, and if necessary, he will counterattack from the shadows. As for the letter in his hand, it had become his only weapon. And just like that, he went home, shut the door, opened the envelope and carefully read it. As people become famous, it was only natural that there will be rumors, this was an undeniable fact. And within this thick stack of letters, Benjamin saw countless scandals about Vinci. There were a few scandals that frequently appeared, like how he was secretly suppressing the growth of other magic potion shops, stealing recipes from others, bribing to clear up his reputation. All sorts of business scandals. These were stuff that most businessmen did, therefore Benjamin did not pay much attention to them. However, a particular event about political secrets caught his attention. A few years ago, when the empire was divided into two, the original Mage Guild also went through drastic changes. The guild master took many mages and magic books with him and left to seek shelter from the current Queen of Isar. It was said that the reason why the guild master could take so many things with him was because Vinci had secretly supported him. Among all the complex scandals, this was the only one that looked like it could be useful to Benjamin. The relationship between the mage Vinci and Isar. Come to think of it, during the meeting, Vinci came to talk to him. It seemed like it was not because of Benjamin's 10-match winning streak, but because he had found Benjamin's arrest warrant in Isar. That was why he told Benjamin to behave himself. Interesting. Ferelden's richest mage had ties with Isar? Thinking about this, Benjamin decided to try to verify this hunch. The Mercenary Association did their job thoroughly, the scandals were investigated by different mercenaries. If he were to ask the Mercenary Association about this letter, they would try to help him contact the mercenary who completed this task. Of course, whether or not the mercenary was willing to show his face and speak out was another matter entirely. After all, he might offend a very powerful man. Usually, people would just provide information anonymously, as they did not want to get involved. Benjamin took a trip to the Mercenary Association to try his luck. Surprisingly, the man at the front desk was not surprised, instead, he calmly handed Benjamin another envelope. This is... Benjamin took the new envelope with a confused look. The mercenaries who provided the news left this message. The uncle said with a cold expression, "He's not in Ferelden now, so he can't meet you. He said that you would come back and ask about him, so he told us to give this letter to you. He said that after you're done reading it, you should have a better understanding of what is happening." Benjamin was confused. What is this? Even mercenaries were being mysterious while out on a mission? However, he still graciously nodded and left with the letter. After he went back to his room, Benjamin opened the envelope. Before long, Benjamin had read the whole thing, however, after seeing the contents, was not happy at all. The message read, "Long time no see. It's me, Miles. Do you still remember me? The mercenary who makes all mages feel powerless. Recently, you seem to be very active in Ferelden. I have heard a lot of news about you in Caretus." It was just the beginning of the letter, but Benjamin already had the urge to tear it apart. What was this about? Why was it this guy? What is happening? Did you guys secretly have a pie trade without me knowing? Why does he sound like he is very close to you? Even the system came out and prodded Benjamin with questions. You're thinking too much, even I do not know what he is doing. Benjamin couldn't help but shake his head. The rest of the letter briefly mentioned the scandal between Vinci and Looker. Miles claimed that ever since the Empire was broken up, Vinci stayed in Ferelden but continued to maintain a close and secretive relationship with Aesir. Almost no one knew about these connections, he only discovered it when he had snuck into Regina's headquarters. As for the identity of the contact, Miles said that he was unaware about it. However, after the coup in Regina, the connections suddenly stopped. He could only guess that Vinci was afraid that others might find out about it. At the end of the letter, Miles mentioned that he was very sure that this information was reliable and that it did not need verifying, claiming Benjamin could safely use it. Bulletin. To be honest, even after reading the entire letter, it did not clear Benjamin's doubts. It was just too weird. If Miles was really in Caretus, then how did he know that Benjamin was the one that issued the task? No doubt, Miles was a legendary mercenary who was very well informed. Miles found out that Benjamin was living in Rayleigh City, he even heard some of Benjamin's plan, but Benjamin secretly went to the Mercenary Association to issue this task. How did he find out about it? Incredible. Who was he? The mastermind behind the Mercenary Association? Or the son of the guild master? At that moment, Benjamin once again felt a pair of eyes looking at him in the dark. Worriedly, he activated the water element sensing technique to sweep his surroundings repeatedly countless times. Only after a few minutes of this did his anxiety gradually start to fade. No one was staring at him, at least, no one nearby. Then what was the matter? Could it be? Based on the shallow information provided, did Miles really deduce a conclusion on his own? If he was really that incredible, why didn't he just become a fortune teller and make a fortune? Why would he become a mercenary? After thinking about it for some time, Benjamin still could not figure out anything. So, he pushed this issue to the back of his head and tried his best not think about it anymore. Either way, he needed to deal with Vinci's malicious intentions. If others want to play tricks on him, he should just let them be. At the very least, he felt that the news Miles gave him was reliable. Vinci had been secretly contacting Aesir. The relationship between Aesir and Ferelden, although not hostile, was not friendly. After all, they had just broken up less than 50 years ago, and as such, their relationship was still quite tense. If this message were to leak out, would Vinci be found guilty of treason? No, it still felt a little far-fetched. At this point, Benjamin felt as though he had finally gotten himself a weapon. It was a sneaky tool, but it just was not lethal. If Benjamin relied on it to go against Vinci, it could destroy Vinci's reputation, his business would take a hit, but there was no way that it could bring him down in one strike. Instead, it might drive him to take a brutal revenge. Previously, Benjamin had already thought about it, and now he maintained his stance. Now was not the time to go against Vinci openly. Looking at the letters in his hand, Benjamin remained silent for a while before he eventually got an idea. What Vinci did so far was just attack Benjamin behind his back, therefore, Benjamin would just return the favor. If Benjamin used the rumors and scandals to decrease Vinci's credibility, then things will become much easier to settle. By doing this, it would not wipe him out completely, but at the same time would still be very effective. So far so good, Benjamin nodded his head with satisfaction and revealed a sly smile. It was time for a public debate. As for how he was going to hide behind the rumors without getting involved. Chapter 287, The Trouble of Distribution. Although Benjamin already knew what to do, he did not rush to make his move. He was busy with the concurring problem of a small cult with ulterior motives that had started a fist fight with the powerful local tyrants, and made it look as though the world needed their saving. To avoid him from being exposed, he did not dare to be too hasty. It was better to do it one step at a time. His issue with the Mage Vinci Master could take a back seat first. After all he was doing was spread rumors about him behind his back. As for his connection with Isar, Benjamin was not affected by it. The people of Isar would not cross the border to arrest them. At the same time, he should really start investigating the head of the night, Lance. He needed to pick up the pace. So, for the rest of the day, Benjamin did not go out, but instead wrote a letter about his long-prepared plan. After writing it, he kept the envelope nicely. He used water vapors to pick up the wind, quietly blew the letter to the streets outside their house, right into a hidden crevice in the side of a building. This was the way Jessica and Benjamin contacted each other. Benjamin was getting more and more famous. In order to avoid coming to a bad end like the Eagle, they decided to meet as little as possible and instead use this method to communicate. Afterwards, he continued like nothing happened, stayed in the room, concentrated on his meditation, etc. He even accumulated drops of water element energy in his space of consciousness. The next morning, as Benjamin was just waking up, some members of the Mercenary Association came to visit him and brought him the benefits exclusive to mages in the association. Sorry to bother you, but one of your mercenary has been promoted a level. Therefore, we are sending the bonuses over. A middle-aged mercenary was leading them, and he politely explained to Benjamin, because there's a lot of mages in your team, according to the rules, every mage will get a sharing of the bonus, so it took us some time to prepare for all the mages. Benjamin stood outside the door, and slyly took a glimpse at the crevice on the street. Not bad. The letter had already been taken by the crow. Benjamin smiled and replied, the Mercenary Association member, it's not a problem, we understand. The middle-aged mercenary nodded, turned around, and commanded his underlings to move the 4 big boxes into the house. This is the stuff, it's a little heavy, do you need help to move it? Benjamin shook his head and simply casted a spell. The water vapors lifted the box up and steadily moved it in through the door and into the corridor. Incredible! The middle-aged mercenary said with admiration, you can check it, there should have 23 pieces of material and 23 laws of meditation. In addition, because there's more than 20 people in your team that are part of the association, we also present you a small fire element crystal. Oh? Benjamin was a little surprised. The Mercenary Association's benefits were beyond his imagination. Originally, he only wanted some magic beast material, which was worth a lot of money. As for the laws of meditation, the mages already had their own rules, so these new laws were not helpful to them. What he did not expect at all was to get fire elements crystals. Fire element crystals were not something that could be bought with money. Using the water element sensing technique, Benjamin scanned through the insides of the 4 boxes. Yes, there was indeed a deep red crystal, quietly lying in a box. Its surroundings were radiating with heat. Although this was of no use to him, but other people might need it. I have checked it, there's no problem. Thank you for your hard work. Benjamin replied. The middle-aged mercenary nodded and said, then we will take our leave. Very quickly, the people from the Mercenary Association turned and left. Benjamin shut the door, and turned to look at the 4 boxes in the corridor. From the living room, the mages overheard Benjamin's conversation with the mercenaries. Many of them came out, eager to see what was in the boxes. Other than a few potion mages who were not in the mood and some mages who were not interested in the fire magic, the rest of the group stared at the fire element crystal like dogs watching their master eat. Seeing this, Benjamin smiled helplessly. Don't worry, I don't use fire magic. The crystal is for all of you. They were understandably happy to hear this but quickly discovered a problem. Then, who does it belongs to? Everyone went silent and looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Now, Benjamin had a new headache. The thing with fire element crystal was that there was no way to use it separately or to take turns, it could only have one owner. Now that a dozen mages were looking at it, who should he give it to? This thing, can it really only be used by one person? Joanna said hesitantly, as though thinking of giving up. Benjamin nodded. After all, this is a pure fire element crystal. After it is activated by spiritual energy, it will only follow the one who activated it, so, the one who activates it will become the owner of the element. Many people members decided to step back and give up on trying to claim it. There are people who go on daily missions, however, I'm not doing anything, so I'm too embarrassed to take this. I'll leave it to them to take it. One mage suddenly said. After hearing this, the rest of the people who wanted to fight for it, suddenly lost interest. They saw how everyone gave up out of modesty, so they too were too embarrassed to take it. Everyone, why are all of you giving up? Unconsciously, everyone shone away from the few boxes, as though the burning fire element crystal had become haunted, and would bring bad luck to anyone who owned it. Well then. I don't want it either. Even those who would in truth like it were now too embarrassed and awkwardly took a few steps back. Suddenly, the room was silent. Everyone had a strange look on their face, some were looking at the boxes and others were looking at the floor. The atmosphere was stiff. Benjamin felt horrible. He had to say something. We don't have to be like this, it's just a piece of fire element crystal. He got up, opened the box and took the crystal out. The crowd was stunned. He was holding a precious fire element crystal in the hands but handled it as though it was nothing. He casually threw it around. Who are we? We are not afraid of the church, yet this small crystal got us all worked up about it. If we can get one today, we can get a second one tomorrow, isn't that right? After hearing this, everyone looked Benjamin, with mouths gaping. Teacher. Are you serious? However, that awkward atmosphere had now cleared. No matter who this small crystal ends up with, none of you need to feel guilty. Benjamin saw how they reacted, and smiled. After all, if any of you took it this time, you most won't get it the next time. Therefore, no matter who gets the crystal now, all of you should sympathize with him/her, do not laugh at them, they're really pitiful, okay? PFTT. The group couldn't help but laugh out loud. Benjamin opened his hands and said, "What's going on? Why is no one answering me? Please be sympathetic, do not make fun of the one who gets the fire element's crystal, okay?" Most probably due to his eccentric performance, but most of the mages were laughing and helpless shook their head. The sound of discussion finally started again, and the whole awkward atmosphere from before was replaced with an excited, cheery one. Benjamin was relieved. He was glad he had resolved the issue. To maintain a good team atmosphere was not an easy thing to do. The situation just now, although out of goodwill, if not handled properly, might have caused some hidden trouble. Fortunately, he was shameless enough and solved the problem by being silly and playing a fool. As for the one will get this crystal. After thinking about it, he picked up the piece of crystal that was the cause of all the small chaos and continued, "Well then, we will host an activity. The backyard is relatively spacious, we can hold a competition, and everyone can compete using magic. The person to win the competition will get the fire element crystal." The gathering of mages gave him some inspiration. He felt that he could host an activity to boost the team's combat skill, whilst at the same time solve the problem of the distribution of the fire element crystal, killing two birds with one stone. A few competitive mages cheeringly agreed to it and everyone else nodded, showing their support of the idea. After all, there seemed to be no better way to do it. So, under Benjamin's organization, everyone went to the backyard. Although the backyard was not huge, but it could still occupy all the mages. Only George screamed from time to time. "Be careful! Do not step on the stone flower in the backyard! Do not get too close! Be careful! I've taken care of those a long time, they will soon be matured. Be careful! Do not lean on it!" Chapter 288, the improvement of the mages. To be honest, it has been some time since Benjamin paid attention to everyone's ability level. By drawing lots to determine everyone's opponent, Benjamin managed to arrange the entire flow of the competition, and the mages in the field hastily started to battle each other. Benjamin, as an organizer, did not participate, but instead stood on the side and spectated. He remembered very clearly, in the beginning, the mages had an average magic level of 3 and below. They simply casted a lot of skills and focused on quantity rather than quality. However, through Benjamin's guidance, they improved their meditation, after which, those who did not have a solid foundation slowly became decent and gained apprentice-leveled magic fighting ability. Attack, defense, healing, which were the basic skill sets for a fighting mage. Benjamin had also tried to train the mages using these 3 methods. Since control and dodge were slightly more complicated, he did not expect them to learn it too soon. He was glad that at least now everyone was trying their best. However, he only learned today that there were actually some very mature fighting mages in his team. Lara is quite good. Dark magic, hey. I have been trying to learn it for a long time. How does she use it so skillfully? Frank watched the two of them fight in the battlefield, and exclaimed. Benjamin nodded his head in agreement. He looked toward the battlefield. A girl with black hair and closed eyes was muttering incantations. On her side there was a dark but solid-like shadow. It looked like a strange bird, hovering back and forth, blocking the fireballs fired by the old blacksmith who was her opponent. Shadow Cloak, it was originally used as low-leveled control magic, but she could use it for defense, which showed that her ability to control this magic was very good. Benjamin was surprised. I remember her. She only knew one spell at first, is it? Turning off the lights. Yes, even now she's still very fond of that particular spell. Frank replied, once I was in the toilet and she suddenly frightened me by turning off all the lights in the toilet. Needless to say, I was quite hard to aim, and I had to clean up the mess after. Hearing this, Benjamin shook his head with a smile. On the field, there was already a winner for the bout. Lara used her shadow cloak, found an opening and suddenly launched a counter-attack. She backhanded the old blacksmith, trapped him and won the fight. The other mages who were watching the battle looked fired up. It seems that watching others fight had inspired them. Turns out that this magic battle that Benjamin hosted was meaningful after all. As battle followed battle, 22 mages took turns to participate. It was quite time-consuming as they only ended in the evening. Throughout the competition, Benjamin felt that everyone had improved. At least, now all of them are fighting with low-level magic, and occasionally with intermediate-level magic. They were good in fighting response, but their average magic level was still slightly below that of the mages at the mage gathering. However, Benjamin was already satisfied with the result. He was not a science education mage, he had learnt magic slowly by himself. Being able to lead all these mages without a solid foundation and to get this point was already quite a feat. As the sun was starting to set, the championship battle fell between Joanna and Varys. All the way through the competition, the two of them performed stunningly, and showed very consistent strength. Joanna was competitive and hard-working, coupled with an excellent talent in fire magic which represented her aggressive combat style. Benjamin recalled the process of her becoming a mage was completely under accidental circumstance when she suddenly realized that she had summoned a small flame. As for Varys, he had outstanding spiritual energy, with an extremely lasting combat stamina. He was very familiar with all types of magic and was very good with people, which was why he got all the way to the final battle. There are really some talented mages in this team. Joanna, I'll let you have the crystal, after all, you are specializing in fire magic. I also do not want to fight you. Varys stood on the field and said with a creepy smile, like pedophile who was offering a lollipop to a child. No. Joanna immediately shook her head and said, you must fight me. You always look for excuses saying that you are busy and will not battle with me. Now is the only chance, I'm not going to pass it up. Hearing this, Varys had no choice. The last battle finally began. The two of them stood on opposite ends of the field, looked at each other, nodded, and started chanting spells. According to a mage's usual fighting pattern, Varys made a defensive shield when facing an attack with fire magic. He chose a very useful water shield and protected himself from any blind spot. For Joanna, there was no need for defense. She immediately casted a difficult intermediate level magic, Phoenix Flame, which summoned a group of white flames in front of her. Benjamin was not surprised. Fire magic had always been weaker in defense, having a physical shield was not very effective, and Joanna's fighting style was also very direct. This caused her to usually forego defense totally for a much more kamikaze-style attack. Her spell, Phoenix Flame, it was a very interesting choice. The flame was named after the phoenix, not because it has anything to do about the legend of the phoenix, but because the fire possessed regenerative characteristics like a phoenix. If summoned, it will spontaneously generate new flames, without needing any instructions. It can continuously attack with small fireballs. To master such complex magic in such a short time, Joanna must have practiced for a long time in private to get to this stage. After the flame was initially summoned, countless small fireballs were also summoned. Like an infinitely fueled flamethrower, it completely boiled Varys' water shield into a thick mist. Seeing this, Varys could only use other defense magic to block the fireballs. The situation forced him to stay on defensive. Joanna flew to the air, and started to wield flames to her heart's content. Balls of fire, bursting fireballs, pillars of fire, all kinds of fire magic were casted like some kind of glorious flame show. How did Joanna suddenly become so powerful? She didn't tell us about this at all. No, she has said it before, but we all thought she was bragging and even thought that she was being delusional. But this is... There was no doubt who was going to win. This was probably the reason why Varys did not want to battle with her. Joanna's way of fighting was very interesting. Through the crazy continuous attack, she suppressed his casting. Varys's foundation may have been better than hers, but in this case, his full strength could not be fully expressed. It seems that by continuously completing mercenary tasks, her combat skills had increased greatly. Benjamin could not help but to think, should he figure out an idea to encourage those who do not want to participate in mercenary missions, so that they will get involved and improve themselves? Chapter 289, A Conscious Farmer. The final test lasted for about a few minutes and ended with Varys admitting defeat. Throughout the whole battle, he was being pressured by the unending flame to stay within the boundaries of the shield, unable to fight back. His loss was only a matter of time. Besides, this was just a competition, there was no need to fight until either side come to a dead end. Joanna was a mage who specializes in fire magic, giving her the fire element crystal was very reasonable. In fact, Benjamin was at the sidelines watching over the whole field. He did not think that Joanna who won was the strongest of them all. The reward was the fire element crystal. Those who fought most seriously were definitely fire magic mages. Some of the mages who specialized in other magic were also quite good, but they were not as desperate as Joanna, so they did not make it to the final round. Thank you everyone, that I actually won. After winning, when Joanna took the crystal from Benjamin's hands, she was already very tired. She didn't even have the strength to talk and everyone started laughing. Take a good rest. After you have rested enough, you can start using the crystal to grind on your affinity with your element. You will become stronger in the future. Benjamin smiled and encouraged her. Thank you, teacher. Joanna nodded, held the crystal in her hands and went back to the crowd. Under the command of Benjamin, the test came to a successful end. Everyone returned to their room to rest and get ready for dinner. George, who was responsible for the plantations in the backyard, was finally relieved. Teacher Benjamin. As the crowd slowly cleared off, he went up to Benjamin, and approached him. What's the matter? Benjamin turned around. George hesitantly said, that recently, in order to take care of the stone flowers, I took a few trips to the magic potion shops and learned a lot about gardening. Benjamin nodded and said, "That's good." George seems to be embarrassed, but still said, "That we can earn a lot by planting these materials, but it can't be put into good use with this small piece of land in the backyard. I think, what about we buy another piece of land and plant more materials on our own, wouldn't it be better?" Benjamin was surprised. George was doing what he does best and it inspired him, so he wanted to grow plants in a larger field. Benjamin was certainly thrilled to see that George had this idea. The only thing was, while it was good to further expand their income, but it will not be easy to start a farming business. As you can see, rich farmers who was being shown on television, didn't they always talk about how they lost money in the beginning? We can still afford to buy some land, but those materials that can be sold for a high price will not be easy to manage. He cautiously reminded, the environmental requirements of each plants are different, the more expensive the plant is, the more troublesome it is. I do not know if I can buy such a piece of land. We can start with the cheaper ones first. George spoke excitedly, and once he started, he could not stop. Stone flowers is one of the cheapest kind, but there's also water syzygium too, which is not difficult to raise. We can use magic to dig a small pond and the water syzygium too can be planted together with the fishes. It's very convenient. There's also knife rattan, although it has some requirements, but it is not difficult to manage as long as we. He was not even finished yet, but Benjamin was already stunned. Incredible! There was not even a book about this kind of information in their studies. In other words, George, through his trips to the magic shops around Rayleigh City, gained so much knowledge about gardening. What an impressive feat! From a farmer who became a mage, Benjamin saw an honest farming desire in him. All right, all right. How did you learn all this? Did you go into other people's shops, and asked so many questions without spending money? Wouldn't the owners get annoyed? Seeing how George was still talking, Benjamin could not help but interrupt him and asked. Yes, I have been chased out by half of the shops in the city. George nodded his head and confessed embarrassingly, but it should be okay, there are still the other half. Now that I have experience, I should not ask too much every time, and I could buy something cheap and then try to say good things about the owner. After a while, they won't be angry and might even talk more. Hearing that, Benjamin admired his perseverance. He patted George's shoulder and sighed in his heart, what a promising young man. The age of this guy is much older than the age of your body now. The system suddenly spoke and mercilessly criticized him. Oh, Benjamin replied in his heart. The system had no words. In reality, Benjamin nodded with a smile and said, since you're so well prepared, of course I will not oppose it. How about this? How much do you need? Just say it and I'll buy it for you. These few days, the production of magic potions plus the income of the mercenary group had helped Benjamin's savings to finally reach 4 digits. Finally, his purse was full for once, although it was still incomparable to the mage Vinci, but still allowed him say these words with full confidence. He did not have any reason to not support him. This was an investment, and George convinced him in his own way that this was a potentially rewarding investment. I have already thought about which land to buy. It seems that George was more prepared than he thought. The fields in the city is not very good, but those on the outskirts of Rayleigh, there were some that had already been reclaimed, and the price is relatively low. I went over to have a look a few days ago and there were a few tracts of good fields, and it will take less than half an hour to fly over. The soil is fertile and it's suitable for planting a variety of materials. It only needs 50 gold coins. So cheap? Benjamin was surprised. Not bad. Among his team of mages there was finally someone who was capable. He learned and found a place all on his own. The only thing Benjamin needed to do was to pay the cost. As for the profit, there was no need to worry about it. Although he felt that he had a worrisome life, but being a capitalist felt good. If only the others could be as capable as George. Rubnve.c. Just like that, Benjamin without hesitation, agreed to the 50 coins trade. Not only that, he was also very generous. From the materials that he planted, Benjamin only wanted 30% of the profits, George can keep the rest, which made George, who was a tenant, to be flattered. This caused his motivation to significantly increase once again. Therefore, George, with the 50 gold coins that Benjamin gave him, without stopping for dinner, he immediately went off to buy the field. Seeing it, Benjamin can only shake his head with a smile. He was also busy for the whole day. After dinner, he returned to his room and continued to concentrate on his meditation. As the night fell, Benjamin, who was deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and looked out of the window. Chapter 290, Strange Disease. Benjamin went over to the window, looked at the crow that flew away and frowned. This was the signal that the crows gave him. It means that they have something to discuss with him, so he should hurry over there as soon as possible. However, Benjamin was still a little surprised. Why would Jessica suddenly summon him at this time? The letter he wrote in the morning had only been sent to them. Could there be a problem with the plan? In that letter, Benjamin wrote two things. One was to secretly spread the news of Vinci's scandal, and the other was to let them forge an incident, to worsen the reputation of the Rabkar cult, so that the authorities of Ferelden will make a move and wipe them out. Benjamin's plan was like this: first, use the scroll to lure a few members of the cult, then kill them, and then go to the Eagle's stronghold to start a fire, take advantage of the bodies and put the blame on the cult. It will look as though they killed themselves just to get revenge. It was a very simple and ruthless plan. It might cause some people to be suspicious, but it does not matter. Either way, the cult also had ulterior motives. All Benjamin needed was just to draw more attention so that the authorities will be more suspicious of the cult. That was it. Once the authorities start to pay attention to the cult, they will certainly reveal their weaknesses. However, the plan needs proper planning, not just for Benjamin, but the crows too. If they really wanted to do it, it will be at least a few days later. Therefore, Benjamin was surprised. If they were to start doing something, it should not be today, right? While his heart was filled with doubts, during the night when no one noticed, he quietly left and rushed towards the stronghold of the crows. However, he did not see Jessica there. "Mr. Mage, you remember me? My name is Bernard, I'm the boss's most trusted subordinate." In a dark room, a thin and familiar man carefully said to Benjamin. Benjamin nodded his head. "I remember you. Were you the one who called me over? Where is your boss?" Hearing that, Bernard suddenly sighed and said, "Our boss, she. No, we do not know what's the problem, it just happened today, you should come and have a look." Benjamin was confused, but nodded and agreed, "Lead the way." "Thank you, Mr. Mage." Suddenly, Bernard looked relieved and gratefully bowed. He turned, and led Benjamin through a few narrow corridors, and came to another small room. The hidden room had the lights on and a bed, whereas the crow's boss Jessica was lying on the bed at the moment. Her face was really pale and she was unconscious. Instantly, Benjamin frowned. This. Something happened? What happened? He asked immediately. But Bernard shook his head and said, "Nothing happened. This afternoon, the boss collapsed without any reason. And it's not only the boss, there are a few members who collapsed today also, one after another, even the doctor could not tell what is going on." Hearing that, Benjamin had a puzzled look. What's with this situation? From what Benjamin could see, it seemed like an infectious disease. But if it was an infectious disease, even if the doctor could not cure it, they should be able to recognize the disease, so it should not be a poisonous strange disease. That's strange. Do you have any clues? Recently, did the crows made any new enemies? Or did those who collapsed ate the same kind of food? He thought about it and asked. Was he joking? He had only just become a shareholder of the crows for such a short period of time, he have not even earned the money that he invested. If Jessica continued to be sick, no one will lead the gang, and then he would have lost a lot of money. He had to save them. No, the food that the boss and the others ate was completely different. Recently we were being very careful while expanding, we have been laying low, so there should not be people who wants to take revenge on us. Bernard thought, but suddenly said, but if you want me to find common point between those who collapsed, the boss and the others have touched the scroll that was received from the eagles. Scroll. Benjamin was surprised, he took something out, you mean, this scroll? Bernard nodded and said, one of those who fainted, had not been very active in our gang recently. The only thing he did was to deliver the thing. Otherwise, I would not have thought of that. Benjamin glanced at the scroll in his hand, he suddenly felt a slight chill, as though he was holding a test tube filled with a virus. Could it be? He touched the scroll too, does that mean that he will collapse soon? But he did not feel any abnormalities with his body. After thinking about it, he activated the water element sensing technique, tried to examine what was happening to Jessica. However, while he examines, he was stunned to find that there was something on Jessica that felt very disgusting. The water element on her side was restless, it was flying around, unwilling to get close to her. This. Sick or poisoned, both of them should not have this symptom, right? After thinking for a while, Benjamin bowed his head and began to examine at the scroll in his hand. And after carefully observing using the water element sensing technique, he found that the elements also did not like the scroll. Although it was not as obvious as those that were surrounding Jessica, but the water element was still repelling the scroll. This explains a lot. The culprit was really this scroll? However, he put his focus on his own body, the water elements on his side was normal and very close to him, naturally there wasn't any feeling of disgust or the intention to escape. Benjamin felt more perplexed. Why? He understood that the scroll in his hands was not simple, it can open the door to the other world, and was also a map that can turn into an exotic city, it certainly contains something other than magic which was beyond supernatural power. And now, those who have touched it will faint and will be rejected by the elements as though there was hatred, which was even stranger. Wait. Hatred of the elements? At that moment, his mind flashed, he remembered the wall paintings in the Relica battle between magic from the other world and green energy. If it was said that the scroll also contained a lot of energy of that sort, and some of the energy was leaked, when in contact with it, it will invade the human body and eventually lead to a series of symptoms, that explains a lot. As for Benjamin, why did he not feel anything? Perhaps because he was a mage, he already has the power of the elements, so he was not afraid of the hairy green stuff, he can even directly hold the scroll in his hand. Therefore, the more Benjamin thought about it, the more likely it was it. Mr. Mage, are you all right? What about you put down the scroll first, what if you faint like the others? Bernard stood aside, saw Benjamin bowing his head to meditate with no action, he could not help but panic. I'm fine. Benjamin recovered, put away the scroll and shook his head. What about boss and the others, did you think of a way? Benjamin narrowed his eyes and said, I have not dealt with this kind of thing before, but I can try. Since this energy of the scroll was an enemy to magic, then if we change our perspective, by using the power of magic, can he try to force out the green energy that was attached to the human body? The energy only leaked out from the scroll, it should be too strong. Benjamin thought, so he began to try. He blurted out a spell, the water element gathered, he first summoned a water ball of healing. Chapter 291, Treatment or Exorcism. Normally the water ball of healing or water of life type of magic would be absorbed into the body through bodily contact for healing to take place. However, this was not the case for Jessica. That was why Benjamin intended to administer it orally. The problem was that she was in an odd state. Water that was poured into her mouth would resurface itself and couldn't be swallowed. It seemed as though after the invasion of the green energy, it also applied a barrier on her. It looked like he needed to get rough then. Benjamin signaled Bernard. Bernard was stunned. Sir Mage. Is there really a need to? Benjamin, like a veteran surgeon, nodded expressionlessly. Bernard then stepped forward and bowed at the unconscious Jessica while mumbling words such as "Please do not blame me, it's all to save you," before using his arm to lift Jessica's head and gripped her cheeks to pry open her mouth. Benjamin was standing beside him, pouring some healing water into her mouth. After the water was poured in, she started to throw the water up, either instinctively or due to the green energy. He then lifted Jessica up, and shook her up and down like shaking gas out of a can of Coke. Although Bernard was lean, he has been on the streets for a long time and so, he is quite strong. Jessica was shaken like a sieve. Gaggle gaggle. A series of odd noises, almost as if someone was drowning, was heard. Benjamin couldn't bear to watch any further and turned his head away and covered his eyes, holding back his laughter. After shaking for more than 10 seconds, Bernard put Jessica down, released her chin and watched her anxiously. All right, she finally swallowed the water. Benjamin activated his water elemental sensing technique to observe her current state. The water elements started to become unstable around her, scattering and gathering, as if battling within her body. Benjamin nodded with satisfaction. That didn't look half bad, it worked. He patted Bernard on his shoulder. Now continue on. Bernard took a deep breath and extended his now trembling arms once again to pry open Jessica's mouth to cooperate with Benjamin, who continued to dunk more water into her mouth. The way they were treating her was causing a huge commotion. There were a few Crow members on night duty that were startled. With disbelief they looked at one another as they stood outside the room, hearing the noises. What's going on inside? Half an hour later. That should do it, she's okay now. She'll wake up in a bit. After repeating the water dunking and shaking 7 to 8 times, Jessica opened her mouth and green gas escaped out like a sparrow flying about and almost crashed into Bernard. Benjamin quickly took out a goatskin scroll. Once the scroll appeared, it was as though the green gas received an order to turn back and headed for Benjamin. In the end, the energy was absorbed into the scroll. Both of them were relieved at this sight. Benjamin went over to check on Jessica's status and announced the treatment a success like a doctor at the end of a surgery. Phew! Bernard let out a relieved smile and bowed at Benjamin. Thank you, Sir Mage. Thank you very much. Benjamin waved off with his arms. No need. Bernard continued to express his gratitude but stopped short and his facial changed. Right, about that. Sir Mage, you're not going to tell the boss how we saved her, right? Of course not. Bernard let out a sigh of relief. That's great, I still would like to live a few more years. Benjamin shrugged. It was better to leave such talk when the deed was completely done. It still wasn't time to relax yet. Didn't Bernard say so himself? There were a few others that fainted. They couldn't just treat just one, they had to treat them all one by one. Seeing that barging green gas raised more red flags of the cult in Benjamin. Nobody would know what would happen next if the rest was not saved from this odd green gas. Would they die, continue to stay unconscious, or turn to become controlled zombies? In order to maintain world peace and prevent the endangerment of living beings, they would be busy tonight. The two left the room and went forth to other patients' rooms. The night duty gang looked at them funny as they passed the corridor, but Benjamin couldn't be bothered by this little detail. The night at the city of Rayleigh deepened in the somber mist. There were still 3 that remained unconscious. The 2 familiarized themselves with the tasks and finally completed the treatment after around 1 hour. The helter-skelter green gas obediently returned to the scroll. Strangely, the scroll remained unchanged, old and unappealing. Benjamin had to cover it with ice to contain it. This thing was too peculiar, like a ticking time bomb. Nobody could predict its ability. One day, he would get rid of this thing completely. I think there shouldn't be anyone else that touched the scroll anymore. He patted Bernard on the shoulder. It's getting late. I better make a move. Bernard stopped Benjamin. Sir Mage, it's better to stay the night and return tomorrow. It's unsafe for the past 2 days as many soldiers appeared late at 3 or 4 o'clock. Soldiers? Benjamin turned to look out the window. The streets were empty in the night, without a creak. He summoned his water element sensing technique to scour the area and he had gotten more feedback than he'd imagine. In the houses, the gap between buildings, rooftops, there were around 10 guys in army gear in all these hidden places. They were cautiously searching here and there like polices on a stakeout. Benjamin was shocked. Were these Lance's men? Why were they stationed here? After a momentary silence, he spoke with great solemn, when did these soldiers appear and what's the range of their stakeout? Bernard answered, from yesterday night. The coverage is pretty huge. It's not just our gang, it has affected the streets of other gangs around. They took many of our men last night and have yet to release them. Hearing these words, Benjamin instead let out a sigh of relief. Well, it didn't look like they were after him. When he got news that Lance was eyeing a few of the Crow's streets, he thought that his relationship with them was exposed. He initially thought that Lance was suspicious of him was the reason there was a stakeout here. If they were covering such range of the grounds, it would meant that Lance did not manage to find anything and was looking for clues. It was great that nothing was found. Benjamin quickly regained a clear head. It was obviously that Lance did not completely believe Benjamin's statement. Therefore, he did not target any specific cults but rather searching for clues with the gangs. He initially thought that this Lord Knight was easy to be tricked. It seemed now that his framing plan was prescient. Right. It is unwise to leave in such circumstances. He nodded, do you have any vacant rooms? Just for a night? Bernard quickly nodded, yes we do, please come with me, Sir Mage. Chapter 292, Bait. Within the hideout, the peaceful night went by. Benjamin awoke the morning of the next day. The soldiers outside had left and so he was prepared to leave as well. However, the unconscious Jessica has also woken up as well. She brought over Bernard to see Benjamin before he left, to thank him for his help the night before. Sir Benjamin, I'm really thankful for your help. We will most certainly cooperate as much as we can regarding your wishes. Benjamin smiled and couldn't help but ask, are you sure you've fully recovered? Jessica kneaded her temple, I should be all right now. However, I'm not sure why but I feel nauseated since getting up this morning, like I was riding a horse all night. Bernard, who stood behind Jessica, carried a weird expression. Benjamin expressionlessly nodded, this is normal, and this symptom will quickly disappear. You need not worry about it. Jessica felt it was odd but said nothing more. Right, Sir Benjamin, about that letter. She thought for a moment before changing the topic, I have no intention to intrude but, do you have a thing with Mage Vinci? Benjamin did not elaborate on it and briefly said, just a disagreement, which will not affect you. You just need to help me to spread those rumors. Jessica continued, I just wanted to warn you that the influence Mage Vinci has in Fereldan is not to be underestimated. If you have any conflict with him, you need to be extra cautious. Benjamin shrugged at the comment and did not speak. If he had a choice, he would not want to step into this mess. It was unfortunate that the guy has a close relation with Isa and he has offended the Queen, and there was nothing he could do about it. After learning more about the situation from the Crows, it didn't seem they required his help in this short time frame. And so, he said his goodbyes to Jessica and Bernard and left the place quietly. He went straight back home. Although everybody were curious about him staying out for the night, but they did not say much about it. He returned to his room and continued to meditate while waiting patiently. 2 days later. Based on the information that the Crows reported back to him, Lord Nightlance's widened stakeout scope has been called off and the preparation for the framing plan was completed. They could begin their operation. This evening, Benjamin was disguised as a middle-aged mercenary. He made way to the streets of the Rabkarhala cult. He sat in the reopened shop, just as before, and ordered beef noodles. He massaged his shoulders and pretended to casually take out the goatskin scroll from his bag. The moment he took out the scroll, he didn't have to use the water element sensing technique to know that countless obscured gazes was focused on him. But of course, for the cult, the ruins of the parallel world was their sacred land, and so the scroll that could access the ruins was their sacred item. This thing was perfect to lure them into taking action. They wouldn't be able to resist it. Benjamin thought as he acted suspicious, staring here and there. He looked at his surroundings and the gazes quickly turned away, feigning nonchalance. The middle-aged mercenary that Benjamin was disguised as, realized something was not right. He nervously kept the scroll and left his untouched beef noodles, paid up and left the shop in a hurry. Just as he left the shop, he could clearly see that the customers as well as the boss change of expression and got up in unison, clenching their fists and breathing heavily through his water element sensing technique. Here they come. He let out a smile and whispered in his heart. He quickened his pace and headed towards the outer streets. Everything was happening so fast that in half a minute, Benjamin left the streets of the cult. Nobody came out to stop him, but he did not turn back and rush to the city's remote corner. Flashes of white and green buildings followed behind him as he moved further away. Under the rays of the sunset, it was silent as if uninhabited. Half an hour later, the night grew darker as the sun set. Benjamin hurriedly made a turn around the corner and his back on the wall. He started to remove his makeup in the hidden shadows of an unobtrusive building. His face returned to his normal self and changed his clothes to the regular outfit of Mage Benjamin. He started to trace back his steps casually. He wasn't sure how would the cult track him, but he only needed to lure these people out. He chose a route that was more remote in the city of Rayleigh where there were less passerbys. He activated his water element sensing technique and not long after, found a few men hidden within the shadows. Just as the fellas at the entrance of the ruins, these people had their faces covered and dressed in dark robes. They blended in with the night. There were a total of 3 men, scattered in the lanes and streets, searching for traces of Benjamin. Benjamin frowned. Just 3 of them, hey. It wasn't that he was complaining of the lack of men. It was just that he flashed an important thing like the scroll and the cult only sent 3 assassin-looking fellas after him. It didn't make any sense. It was then Benjamin decided to not hastily strike but instead, hid within the darkness and summoned the water element sensing technique to follow them from behind. The 3 men in black quickly reached Benjamin's return point. They crouched and touched the ground, sniffing at times, to track down the direction Benjamin headed. It was pity because he removed all traces of him at the return point. It wasn't long until 3 of them got up and looked at each other with disbelief, as if saying, "Where did he go?" Benjamin smirked in his heart. If he guessed right, these 3 has some tracking mechanism that allowed them to follow from behind. However, their ability to attack was weak. Their body build wasn't even close to a mercenary's and did not bring along any magic potions. Even their weapons were simple. They wanted to depend on these 3 to retrieve the scroll? The cult seemed too naive. Then, their task would probably be tracking. Benjamin quickly analyzed his thoughts. That probably was it. Lance's soldiers were patrolling the streets and so they did not dare to openly come out. They could only send these 3 assassins to track the trail Benjamin left. They wanted to check on Benjamin before sending men to retrieve the scroll. It was pretty well planned out. Unfortunately, they met him. Benjamin gathered from the water element sensing technique that the men in black were getting restless. They were going back and forth investigating and conversing at times in inaudible language, and yet, they weren't able to determine Benjamin's location. Was it time to strike? Benjamin took a look at the time of the day. Although it was late, but the sun has yet to fully set. Perhaps it was wise to strike after it was fully dark. This time, the plan was to frame, so he must not leave any trace or else the success rate of the frame would decrease immensely. After all, he has the patience. Moreover, he was hidden in the dark and seeing these 3 in a panic was pretty interesting. As time passed by, the sky was getting darker by the minute. The three remained in the cover, desperately looking for clues on Benjamin's whereabouts. They even took out an odd tool, something like a magnifying glass to check. They then took some dirt he ground and placed inside a little bottle, like a professional. Suddenly, they exchanged a few words and one of them got up, seemingly to leave. Benjamin's heart skipped a beat. This. Were they sending one back to report while the rest continued the search? Benjamin was instantly filled with a murderous intent. They were three that were not that capable in offense, and now they were splitting up. What was there to be worried about? Chapter 293, Cheated. Benjamin first followed the man in black that had just left. The remaining two still needed to continue their search, so they surely would not leave. He would leave them until the end. He followed him from behind, but only a few minutes later, came to a street that was the perfect location to strike. He firmed his heart and used the nonverbal casting spell to summon a water ball to wrap around the man in black, trapping him within it. The combat ability of the man was, predictably weak as Benjamin had guessed. The surprise attack had shocked beyond words. He kicked around like a frog but couldn't move an inch. It didn't stop there. He tried to open his mouth to call for help, which allowed the water to rush in, only quickening his death. Benjamin changed his method of imprisonment. He still intended to use this man to frame others, so it wouldn't do if he were to drown here. The water ball quickly started to spin, and not long after, the man instead fainted from the turbulence. Benjamin then dispelled the spell, lifted him with water steam, and headed back. Enemy count, -1, item obtained, an unconscious man in black. The system must have been bored to suddenly appear and announce in his standard system voice. Benjamin couldn't be bothered to respond. He rushed back while dragging the unconscious man. He returned to the original and prepared to finish off the remaining two. What he didn't foresee was that in the dark corner, there was no figure in sight. The men that were originally crouching on the ground were nowhere to be found. Benjamin was stunned. Where were they? He immediately activated the water element sensing technique to search his surroundings, but was still unable to trace the two. Benjamin felt something was amiss. They were still looking for clues so intently just a moment ago, and now there was not a trace of them. Could they fly or what? His real concern was the reason of their sudden leave. The scroll was in Benjamin's hands. Sending one person to report back while the remaining people continued their search would be the most feasible way to prevent losing their last trail. Unless... Ding! System reminder to use item, fainted man in black, as clue to proceed with plot. The system appeared again with his stupid mechanical voice. Benjamin was rendered speechless. Did the system go cuckoo? But still, its suggestion wasn't bad. Benjamin immediately put the man down and slapped a water ball of healing on him to wake him up. Where did your other two companions go? He didn't have time to dilly-dally, so he stabbed the man's fingers slowly with ice needles. Once the man awoke, he let out horrified screams of pain. However, Benjamin had already isolated them within a bubble, so his screams would not spread. Where did your two companions go? He continued to ask. The man in black returned to his senses from the pain and looked at Benjamin. Surprisingly, he let out a cold smirk. So it was you. We initially thought you were a random passerby on the streets. But quickly we realized that you had just changed your clothes and pretended to be a passerby walking back and forth. We even knew you were following us from behind. Benjamin was shocked. This fellow. The three of them saw through his every move. Novo. But he wasn't too bothered about it. Capturing these people was his main task. He then summoned 5 ice needles and stabbed into the fingers of his other hand. I'll ask you again, where did the other two go? Another scream. The man was still staring at Benjamin with a smirk despite the earlier scream. He spoke with a weakened voice. How bad do you think our tracking skills are? We only used 5 minutes to locate your covered-up tracks. It wasn't long before we were able to identify you and see through your plan. Benjamin narrowed his eyes. Oh really? What did you see through? I don't know what you're planning to do, but you will not succeed. The man smiled coldly. We know we can't defeat you, so we pretended to go separate ways to lure you out. You want to capture them? Don't even think about it. Once you left, the other two ran separate ways. They will tell everybody else, so you will not be able to catch them. He knew he would not see the light of day, so he laughed out loud and to provoke Benjamin. Oh, really? Benjamin snorted. So what if they told others? You guys wouldn't be able to retrieve the scroll with your abilities. No. We will grab it back. The black man viciously said, do you think you're so great? We still have one sacred stone. Once we summon the strength of God, you won't be able to stop us. Benjamin smiled coldly. Strength of God? The green glow from the ruins? So sorry, you guys with those little toys won't be able to beat me. Do not slander the Almighty God. The man in black became agitated and shouted, once we obtain God's strength, that will be the end of magic and you'll be screwed. Oh? Benjamin wiped his cold smirk away and nodded as if in deep thought. He managed to dig up enough dirt. Perhaps. Anyway, thanks for sharing your information. He smiled and patted the man's shoulder. I wasn't sure of your capabilities and so restricted myself. But now. Thank you for revealing that you have one sacred stone left and that magic will be abolished. This is very valuable information. I didn't know much about you guys, but now because of you, I have a good idea. He smiled so widely and happily that the man was stunned. You did that on purpose. His eyes popped wide open, with voice trembling, as though his whole world had crumbled. Benjamin nodded with a smile. Although this wasn't the plan, but since things had advanced to this stage, he decided to go with the flow. You. The man in black returned to his senses and stared at a gleeful Benjamin. He was filled with so many emotions that his mouth was wide open, but he could not speak a word. Don't worry about it, I won't kill you. Since you like to talk so much, I hope you will still be talking like this when you face Lord Knight Lance. You. The man wanted to question more, but his eyes were no longer in rage but rather, despair. He trembled in despair, the despair of unconsciously betraying his belief. How pitiful! His brothers and sisters will die because of him. Benjamin smiled coldly at the thought of it. He spoke once again, without empathy, don't worry, I will make sure you and your brothers, under the view of the city, to die by guillotine in Rayleigh City. Chapter 294, Lack of Evidence. Benjamin summoned the water ball of healing to destroy any traces of torture on the man. He then turned to bring the fainted captive to Lord Knight Lance's location. He had a change of plans. Since he wouldn't be able to capture the two other men in black, he wouldn't be able to frame the cult anymore. Hence, the original plan was now useless. Benjamin now had more important matters to attend to. On one hand he was tricked by the three men, but on the other, he had obtained a lot of information. An entirely new plan started to form within him. He didn't need to frame the cult. These people were dirty enough. Benjamin quickened his pace and reached his destination before long. Quick! I am the mage that came here a few days ago. Please inform Lord Knight Lance that I have a decisive clue that could help him crack the case. The soldiers guarding the entrance looked at Benjamin and then at the man in black that was bounded by magic in mid-air. They were a little confused. What are you standing around for? Quickly inform the Sir Lord Knight. The soldiers came to their senses and hurriedly nodded. They turned and ran inside. Benjamin couldn't help but shake his head. Time was a-wasting, and who knew what was happening within the cult. He didn't want to waste my time and rushed inside with the man once they had opened the gates. Passing through the corridors, he quickly found Lord Knight Lance, who had just finished his meal. Sir Lord Knight, I have an important clue there that you must listen to. Benjamin immediately pushed open the dining hall's door, ignoring the soldiers stopping him at the entrance, and walked in. "You are the mage from the other day?" Lance looked surprised. He wiped his mouth and frowned. "What's the rush? What happened? And who is that man in black?" Benjamin tossed the man onto the ground and snorted, "This is the man was they sent to assassinate me." Lance was caught off guard. "You're saying that the cult is under investigation? How can that be?" He quickly got up and walked to the man. He took off the veil covering the man's face. His face immediately changed. "Sir Lord Knight! This man is really the guy from those streets." The soldier beside him cried, "He was a worker at the temple. We had a word with him before." Hearing this, Benjamin felt that even the heavens were helping him. He need not say more since they could recognize him. This small-scale cult would not use someone from the outside to do their dirty work, they would surely use their own members. Since Lance's men managed to recognize this man in black, well, he could only blame his own dumb luck. "That's right, we have spoken with him before." Lance looked at the man's face and nodded, "Sir Mage, we have a pressing issue at hand. Could you permit me to bring him to the basement for interrogation?" Benjamin nodded, "But of course." Without even removing the serviette placed around his neck, he dragged the man down to the basement to start the interrogation. As for Benjamin, naturally, he wouldn't be able to join the interrogation, so he merely sat down at the dining hall enjoying a glass of wine to him by a soldier. He didn't have to wait long. "Isn't this Mage Benjamin? Welcome, welcome. Why didn't you let us know of your arrival?" A happy Inspector Michael popped in after hearing of Benjamin's presence from who knows where. Benjamin wasn't the least bit impatient, he smiled back, "Sir Michael, we meet again." Michael walked over and sat next to him. He asked curiously, "Sir Benjamin, I heard you have brought over a weird man in black and found a really important clue. Is that true?" Benjamin nodded, "That's right. Lord Knight Lance is on it. He is currently interrogating him in the basement." "What? He?" Michael immediately looked a little dissatisfied. However, he quickly regained his composure. "What really happened? Sir Benjamin, could you let me know?" Benjamin smiled, "Yes, of course." Honestly speaking, he intended to walk Michael through the whole ordeal. Instincts told Benjamin that although the lead investigator was Lance, Michael had influence and power over the political side. Hence, Michael was the man to speak to. "I had mentioned to Sir before that I wasn't on good terms with the cult. You know that, right?" He spoke with great solemn, "I could never have imagined that this evening, they would send a man to assassinate me. If it wasn't because of my agile spiritual energy, I wouldn't be able to make it out alive. While escaping, I actually caught one of the assassins." "What? Are you okay, sir?" Michael looked surprised. Whether or not it was genuine or just polite, no one would know. "Don't worry, sir. They won't be able to harm me," Benjamin said with vigor. "I believe you have asked the mage Freemasonry over these past few days about the ruins, as well as the danger of the cult? Surely, they must have warned you." Michael sighed and nodded. Benjamin took the opportunity to press on, "If that's the case, why are we allowing such a cult to exist within Feral Dan? If this continues, we could be the next Kingdom of Helius." "Sir Benjamin, I understand where you're coming from." Michael shook his head, "It's just that to put the cult on the ban list, is a complicated matter." Benjamin could sense the heaviness in his tactful tone. Having discovered ruins with high danger, inclination to develop armed forces and sending assassins to threaten the well-being of mages, aren't these reasons enough? He asked with knitted brows. "Of course, they are. But sir, it's not that we don't trust you, but you don't have proof." Michael patted Benjamin's shoulder. "The mages Freemasonry were ambitious in their statement. Although it did coincide with what you said after working with them, but they were unwilling to act as witnesses. There is nothing much we could do." Benjamin was caught in a rut. Ambitious statement? Unwilling to become witnesses? He couldn't think of any reason the mages' Freemasonry was so jittery. Abolishing the cult was only beneficial to the mages. Perhaps they were unaware of the seriousness of the issue, or they wouldn't be so nonchalant about it. It looked like the few Freemasonry members that he had rescued from the ruins had limited say in the group. At least, not as influential as Mage Vinci. Benjamin found it hard to swallow this fact. Here he was, scratching head to help all mages to abolish a mutual enemy before it developed, while the mages' Freemasonry, on the other hand, who supposedly worked toward the benefit of mages, struggled with its internal politics and refused to cooperate. How disappointing! No wonder during the divide of the empire, the Mage Guild took all the goods and left only the tattered literature to them who wouldn't take advantage of their cowardly attitude. FENVO. But, I have now caught one of their men, this could count as evidence, right? Benjamin shook his head and pressed the matter further. Michael nodded perplexingly. He was about to comment when his eyes changed, and he looked behind Benjamin. Benjamin noticed the change and turned his head. At the entrance of the dining hall, Lord Nightlands slowly walked, and his face was stone-cold serious. It looked like he was done with the interrogation. What could he interrogate in such a short time frame? Chapter 295, The Final Plan. Lance looked at Benjamin and was silent for a moment before replying, "Please do not worry, sir. We will help you get justice for the attempted assassination." Benjamin's heart skipped a beat. He did not need the justice. It wasn't as if he couldn't seek justice himself. He needed proof enough to have them on the chopping board. However, judging by Lance's tone, it looked like there wasn't any. "Thank you for your kind gesture." He smiled after much difficulty. "It's better to be straightforward." Did the man refuse to speak? Lance sighed. "Yes, I'm not sure what's gotten to him." After waking him, he kept screaming and shouting in his own language as if he had gone all crazy. No matter what I asked him, he would not respond. Of course. Benjamin was silent. This was no surprise. He already prodded him to obtain information, and now the man was on the brink of collapse. There was no way he would reveal any more. This fellow could not be the decision evidence. "Don't worry, we will send him to the gallows." Lance continued, "It's such a pity that he could not provide us with any leads. There's no way we can pursue the entire cult now." Benjamin snorted, "Because you have no proof." It was a rare sight to see Lance and Michael on the same side, nodding in agreement. Benjamin suddenly took a deep breath and made a decision. "Then if I could provide you with deciding evidence." At that very moment, he felt that his voice was overly calm. Lance replied, "If you really have proof that the cult is at all preparing to commit treason, I will personally send them to the gallows." In an instant, Benjamin got up from his seat. "Great, if it's proof you need, it's proof you'll get." He walked to the door and turned. His eyes were as sharp a blade. "Come with me. I'll show you something out of the norm." He ended his speech, and without bothering to observe Lance and Michael's reaction, pushed open the door and left. "You." Lance and Michael stood up but did not move. Benjamin's actions were so sudden that they could not react to it. They simply stared at one another. However, it may be due to the sturdiness of his voice that after hesitating for a while, Lance shook his head and ordered his men to follow Benjamin. "This. Sir Benjamin, wait up." Michael frowned. Seeing that the rest had departed, he hurriedly ran to join them as well. Around 20 people exited the building, which left the soldiers on guard duty totally confused. "Where are you guys heading?" The last soldier of the pack turned his head and shrugged, "I have no idea." The soldiers that were guarding were left even more confused. He wanted to ask more questions, but unfortunately, the lot had already left. He was left behind, scratching his head, with question marks all over his face. While in the streets of the city of Rayleigh in the middle of the night, Benjamin walked ahead, his pace was quick as he made no attempt to turn back to explain. The group followed him from behind and were getting curiouser by the minute. "Where is this Sir Mage heading to?" one of the soldier whispered. "Don't know. Let's just watch." Lance shook his head and answered. They had no leads. Apart from patrolling the streets, there was nothing much they did. For a case to be dragged on for this long, he was almost going to call quits on it. The appearance of this mage named Benjamin gave him a glimmer of hope. Lance was quite happy when he heard Benjamin's testimony, as he thought he could finally crack the case. However, the mage's Freemasonry's ambiguous statement stifled his hopes. What he has said is true, but the mage's Freemasonry's aim has always been to steer clear of the outside world, so we won't be able to testify. Sir Lord Knight, we are really sorry and hope that you will be able to solve this case without our testimony." Lance felt like killing someone upon hearing this. He felt that he must have been tormented too much by Michael that he had been able to hold back from flipping the table right there and then. He hasn't been in contact with the mage's Freemasonry before, but that didn't mean that he was in the dark. The influence of the mage's Freemasonry was huge beyond imagination, and yet they did not want to be involved with the outside world. The political matters in Fereldan in recent years had the Freemasonry's fingerprints all over it. Even His Majesty the King was in contact them, and yet they called for non-involvement with the outside world. That was why Lance was filled with rage, yet there was nothing he could do. He could only thank them and obediently leave empty-handed. He was dissatisfied. Although he already knew the truth, there was no concrete evidence, so everything was in vain. Perhaps this was why when Benjamin spoke without prior explanation, he bit his tongue and ordered his men to follow him. If it was just a spur of a moment, then let it be a spur of a moment. It wasn't as if he could stay in this shitty place any longer. And that was how they ended up following Benjamin. They walked for about 10 minutes and were leaving the center area of Rayleigh City. Benjamin still bit his tongue and continued forward without stopping. This caused everyone to be even more confused. If they continued, wouldn't they end up outside of the city? "Sir Mage, where are we heading?" Lance take it any longer and asked. Benjamin turned his head, still pacing, and smiled, "Don't worry. Although the place we're heading to is a little isolated, but as long as you're able to hide yourself well, the evidence will show up on its own." Lance thought him mad. However, seeing that Benjamin still looked sane, and not out of his mind, he decided to be patient and follow him until the end to see what was really going on. Half an hour later, in an extremely remote area on the outskirts of Rayleigh City, there was a few abandoned houses. There were rumors that the area was haunted and thus, nobody liked to come by here, leaving it neglected. An eerie wind blew, causing a hissing sound. "Sir Benjamin, there's some horrible rumors about this place, haven't you heard? Are we really stopping here?" Michael looked around with eyes gleaming with insecurity. Benjamin nodded. "You should look for a place to hide. The evidence you are seeking will be here in half an hour." Michael failed to grasp Benjamin's point. "Why does it have to be here?" "Sir Benjamin, if you have any special plan, you could have done it in another area. But here." Lance suddenly interrupted him. "Michael is such a coward that even going to the brothel has to be a midday affair when the sun is up. I apologize on his behalf, Sir Benjamin, you have to be understanding." "Who are you calling a coward?" Michael saw red. "I seem to recall a certain someone who didn't even dare to clean out the Valley of Abyss. Who's a coward now?" "Oh really? I don't recall such a person. I guess nobody knows." Lance raised his brow and continued, "Now everyone has seen with their own eyes that Michael is afraid of some folktale and has no guts." Michael remained silent for long as if resigned to his fate. He took a deep breath and spoke, "All right, I will wait here for half an hour. Sir Benjamin, please do not let us down." Benjamin smiled, "Of course not." Benjamin turned and left in a hurry. Michael hid with the troop of soldiers and asked a few of the times for them to surround him. Perhaps he felt safe this way. Lance snorted but said no more. He was curious on the kind of evidence Benjamin was about to present to them. Although he did not understand why the need to hide, but they still followed Benjamin's instructions and hid in an abandoned house for half an hour. What say you? Do you think this is a trap and the kid is trying to hurt us? Suddenly, Michael spoke. Lance shook his head. Didn't you trust him from before? Every time you meet someone, you are all smiles, but now you're worried. Michael snorted coldly. What do you know? It's called politeness. Not everybody is like you, dumb as a log. It's no wonder you can't make a name for yourself. Lance snorted impatiently but couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation. Seeing this, Michael too, kept silent and shrunk into the protection of the soldiers. He stared at the pitch-black night sky through the window. The minutes inched by. Fortunately, Benjamin arrived even before half an hour. Here he comes. Michael stared out the window and suddenly lit up and exclaimed. "Shhh, be quiet." Lance quickly pulled him back and whispered. Bursting with curiosity, both of them looked out. In the night sky, Benjamin was flying at top speed and zoomed over as if fleeing from something. Fleeing? Lance instantly felt something was not right. Once Benjamin flew into the area, he did not continue forward. He turned and stopped. Lance saw from afar, a familiar figure flying toward him through the window. That's... Unsure thoughts surged through his mind. The figure flew nearer and yet, he couldn't remember. Who was that? Chapter 296, Crime of Treason. When he was in midair in the night, Benjamin glanced at the old man that flew towards him. He took a deep breath and removed his panicking disguise. He slowly regained his calm expression. Finally. It was here. The water particles around him told him that Lance and his bunch were hiding at the abandoned house at the site, and witnessing all of these, were stunned. And all of these were the most decisive evidence that Benjamin presented for them. More than 10 minutes ago. After he brought Lance and his bunch here, Benjamin turned around and went back again to the street where the cult was at once again. With an unreserved arrogant posture, he had no intention of hiding. He searched the street. Those two men in black must have fled back to this place and notified their boss. What Benjamin wanted was solely to lure their boss out to this outskirts of this city in the end. He wanted to expose the true identity of this boss in front of Lance and his bunch. Not to forget that he still held the most deadly bait in his hands. Although this old man was extremely cautious, he followed Benjamin in secret for a long time without launching an attack. It was just that when Benjamin wandered into the deserted area of the city, he still could not hold his urge to attack Benjamin, trying to snatch the parchment that was in Benjamin's hands. To this, Benjamin had been prepared earlier on. The strange green light gathered into a whip. The moment right before it hit Benjamin, the steam whipped up a strong whistling wind that brought Benjamin to the sky. You! Who are you? In order to lure the old man into a trap, he had no choice but to act like he was scared. He flew in the air, took a few glances at the old man, then turned around and fled. Upon seeing this, the old man used that strange language and cursed. Maybe he had his doubts in his heart. But in order to snatch that parchment, he could only fly in the air and quickly pursued Benjamin. Just like this, they kept on pursuing and fleeing. Slowly, they came near to the location Benjamin had already decided before. And in this process, Benjamin had briefly exchanged blows with the old man. The energy that the old man manipulated was really strange. Its power was exceptionally great and gave off a different feeling to people from that of magic. Thinking of the words that he heard from the men in black, Benjamin could not help but be suspicious of this situation. Was this the status in which he had or had not summoned God's power? In order to prevent them from keep on fighting, he had no energy or time to test his opponent out. He could only try his best to dodge the attacks and lure that person towards the outskirts of the city. The source of the energy must come from the green light in the remains, but it was very different from the green light in the remains for some reason. The lucky thing was this power, although strong, was not enough to totally overwhelm Benjamin. Thus, just by dodging the attacks left and right, he had successfully lured that person to this place. And since he had arrived here, he had no need to continue his pretense. This is what you called the god's power. Therefore, Benjamin raised his head and asked coldly while he stared at the old man who was not far away in front of him. "Give me the scroll." The old man did not answer. Instead, he said this by using the lingua franca. Upon hearing this, Benjamin suddenly flashed a hint of cunning look in his eyes. "What exactly is that scroll? And that remains too." He showed a puzzled look and said, "Why would you possess such existence of that level? What exactly do you plan to do? You will know when you reach hell." The old man snorted instead and prepared to fight with him. Upon seeing this, Benjamin screamed immediately. "I have hid the scroll in another place. Even if you truly defeated me, you can never find the thing." Before the fight broke out, he still had to sprout a little more nonsense. After all, there were some words that he should speak for the bunch of lances who were at the side. "You." After hearing the sly words of Benjamin, the old man seemed to be considerably furious. His long beard was quivering from rage. But, that scroll was probably extremely important to them. No matter how angry he was, he still did not attack just yet. "Give me the scroll, or else I will let you experience life that you wish you can be dead." Benjamin naturally shook his head and said, "I can give the scroll to you, but you have to tell me what exactly that remains is. Why will you have such a remains in your possession?" The old man showed a disdainful look. "That is our holy place. How will it be a place for the likes of you to pry about? Is it?" Benjamin smiled in a playful way and said, "If that is truly the case, why could I bring these stuff back from that place?" As he spoke, he took the pair of eyeballs of the zombie bull from his pocket. He wanted to use this thing to provoke the old man and make the old man say the thing he wanted to hear. Benjamin believed that this must surely be a rare item even in the internal of the cult. "That is. How is that possible?" The old man seemed to recognize that pair of eyeballs and his expression changed completely. "Impossible. Why did you get that item?" Benjamin raised his eyebrows. The old man's reaction was better than what he had imagined. "Of course I got it with my own strength." As he was thinking, he suddenly flashed a frivolous smile and said, "Do you want it back? Then tell me what that place truly stands for." The old man took a deep breath and disdainfully said, "Easy. It means the doomsday of you mages." With perfect cooperation, Benjamin's face darkened and questioned him. "What do you mean by this?" "When the doorway to the heaven opens, the holy radiance will scatter across the world. God's will dominate everything." The old man spread both of his arms and unleashed the aura of an evangelist up above. He said, "And you, the evil servant of the elements, will also be completely eliminated by the holy radiance." You want to control this world?" Benjamin blurted in complete shock. But, he began to worry that he might have been a little too shocked about it. Would his exaggerated acting cause the suspicion of that person? Luckily, the old man did not doubt his reaction. Or rather, he was overly confident of himself. This world originally belongs to God. He stared at Benjamin, just like he was staring at a dead man. "What we wanted to do is to take it back from the hands of the elements." Immediately, Benjamin removed the shocked look on his face and flashed a smile. "You finally showed your true colors." He dared to say things like taking back the world. He must have thought Benjamin was dead. Unfortunately, right at this moment, there were many people listening to the old man's words. The officials in Ferelden, the knights, the soldiers, and also a mage. It was enough to put this cult into the ban list. They should not even dream about realizing their great blueprint. "Show my true colors." After hearing this, the old man touched his beard and flashed an emotionless smile. "No one would know what I have said. It doesn't matter if it was you or those nameless people hiding in the room over there. Don't even think about leaving this place. Shit? After hearing this, Benjamin suddenly felt a little restless. They were found out? This was trouble. Nameless bunch. However, at this moment, Lance, who were hiding in the house, could not sit still anymore. He walked out of the house at a slow pace. How surprising! We meet again. You did not tell me how well your command of the lingua franca actually is the last time we met. Oh? I thought it was some mages in ambush. I did not expect it to be the Sir Head of Knights himself. The old man looked at Lance, with his stares as cold as ice. Unfortunately, why didn't you just stay in your house? You just have to come to interfere with us. Lance heard these words and snorted. He unsheathed the sword that was pinned by his waist. Chapter 297, Battle ended? Or has it just begun? After Lance spoke, he leaned over and leapt. In the situation in which everyone least expected to attack, he launched an attack towards the old man who was in midair. Even Benjamin was surprised by his action. Lance had probably drank a magic potion before he showed himself, so his actions was rather quick. He showed the kind of strength that exceeded a human's limitations and leaped. His leap was even higher than their height in midair. Just like a gust of strong wind, Lance approached the old man in an instant. He swung the long sword in his hands and slashed at his opponents hard. Impressive! Benjamin flew to one side and could not help but exclaim. As the head of knights in Ferelden, he surely would not be a useless man. He must have something up his sleeve. At that moment, Benjamin did not join Lance to attack the old man. The old man's trick was too mysterious. It was not a bad idea to let others to test him out first. He should not join the attack so rashly. Moreover, if the old man counterattacked too well, he would still have time to rescue Lance to prevent him from getting injured. Little did he thought that things really went the same way as he had predicted. At the moment when Lance slashed using his sword, thick green light suddenly gushed from the old man's body. With no idea how it worked, this move repelled Lance in an instant. Just when he was repelled from his opponent, a beam of green light stealthily stretched out just like tentacles and rushed towards Lance, who had not regained his balance. Be careful! Upon seeing this, Benjamin had to do something. The steam that gathered at that place was like an invisible hand that held Lance up and flew him to the side at that moment. He dodged the attack of the tentacles of green light. And in this moment, Lance finally regained his balance and turned around. He directly slashed the tentacles of green light into half. Upon seeing this, the old man raised his eyebrows. This sword is interesting. I will have it then. He reached out his hands, and pointed at Lance in midair. The green light surrounding him grew crazily long just like vines. Following that, they rushed towards Lance just like a tsunami. Keep dreaming! Lance roared. In a flash, he raised his sword and slashed towards the green light. The speed of his attack was so quick that even Benjamin could not see how many slash he had done in 1 second. On a closer look, the sword in his hands did not seem like an iron sword that were blessed by magic. It was more like magic tool? Benjamin also did not know what sword that was, but with Lance's every swing, the blade was sharp beyond comprehension. The overwhelming green light met with the normal-looking long sword, but could not withstand the attack of the sword. They were all slashed to bits just like a loaf of soft bread. As for Lance, he also utilized his agility to move around as he slashed at the green light. He was coping with the situation with ease, as if that old man's attacks could not affect him at all. This guy is that good. Upon seeing this scene, Michael, who was hiding in the house, could not help but to bump into the soldier beside him and exclaimed in disbelief. Of course. Or else why would Sir become the head of knights? The soldier by the side proudly said this with his head high and chest up. Even the old man who was in midair could not help but show a surprised look after seeing this scene. He was already at this level, yet he was only a head of knights. He squinted his eyes and slowly said. This is unfortunate, Sir Head of Knights. I will put your corpse to good use. He reached out both of his hands as if he wanted to launch some weird attacks. However, right at this moment, a scoffing chuckle could be heard from behind him. Is that so? I thought you were rather relaxed here. Behind him, not far away, Benjamin's mouth twitched. With his arms crossed, Benjamin said it in a nonchalant way. Do not forget that your opponent is me. Following his words, more than 1,000 ice arrows that had icy shine to them appeared in the night sky just like ghosts. They did not come with any sound of spell. Neither had they caused any magic disturbances. They simply appeared without a sound. And with the sudden wind-breaking crack, they all hurled towards the old man. At this moment, Benjamin launched a sneak attack. The old man's attention was caught by Lance, so he had shown an opening. How could Benjamin miss such a great opportunity? With the exchange of blows before, he roughly examined the strength of those green light. To be honest, it felt much weaker than the green light in the remains. The old man's strength was nothing impressive. So with them attacking on both sides, he should not hold out any longer. Therefore, he no longer stood by the side. Once he launched an attack, the attack must be extremely powerful and strong. Even though Shower of Ice Arrow was not any new move, but the often use of this move explained how powerful and useful this move was. The sight of more than 1,000 ice arrows attacking in an instant was a sight to behold, as if even the whole sky was covered by the arrows. Those who hid in the room could not help but stare at this sight with their jaws dropped. My decision was not wrong after all. This mage has a bright future. He must not be displeased at all cost. Wide-eyed, Michael spoke to himself. Those who were watching by the side were already that shocked to see this. If it was the person who was in the middle of the shower of ice arrow, the feeling of oppression would be beyond words. In that moment, the old man's expression finally changed. He swung his arms and summoned the green light that was attacking Lance back to him. The green light mixed with those that surrounded him. They were just like strands of silk surrounding him and forming a shield that was similar to a cocoon. The shield protected him in all directions. During the moment the cocoon-like green light came into shape, the dense ice arrows then hit the shield mercilessly. Boom! 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 The sudden noise even surprised Benjamin himself. This noise seemed a bit odd. The continuous boom did not seem like the crisp sound when the ice arrow hit its target. Instead, it sounded like the concentrated sound of explosions when the firecrackers were ignited. Benjamin knew his own magic really well. Ice arrows were simply ice arrows. Benjamin did not put explosives on them, so they would not easily explode. Then, did he need to explain the result? The attack of Shower of Ice Arrow caused a storm of ice chips and green light. Only through the detection of water particle, Benjamin could see what truly happened in the middle of the storm. It was the moment the green light that formed as a cocoon collided with the ice arrows that the explosions occurred. The strange thing was the old man seemed like he could control the magnitude of the explosions. He only let them spread outwards, so that the explosions would not affect him. Therefore, under the continuous explosions of the green light, the effect of the ice arrows seemed slightly to be cancelled out. Shit! Upon seeing this, Benjamin could only curse in his heart. Think exploding is all good and powerful? Fine. I would let it explode together with you. Let's see which of our explosions is superior. At that moment, he commanded the ice arrows that were hitting on the green light regardless of whether they had collided with the green light to explode into ice bits. They were all commanded to explode from within by themselves into fragments. Boom! Just like this, the loud rumbling that signaled the end of fight drowned all of the previous sounds of explosions. Those who hid in the room shivered due to the shock. Lance, the head of knights at the side, was also so surprised that he moved away near 100 meters away from it, so that he would be out of range. As for Benjamin, who was in midair, he agglomerated a water shield to block the ice bits that came his way while he backed away. As for the center of the explosion of all of the ice arrows was added to the effect of the green light. The storm that was caused by these explosions had disturbed the elements around this area. Even if Benjamin casted water particle detection, he still could not know what truly happened in the middle of the storm. But to be honest, no one should be able to survive that, shouldn't it? Unfortunately, they were already out of town. Moreover, they were at the desolated area at the outskirts of the city. There were not many people around this area. Or else, such an explosion must have caused a ruckus in the city of Rayleigh. Benjamin thought so with a slight hint of regret. However, right at this moment, some changes seemed to occur at the center of the explosion. A wave of invisible disturbances slowly spread outwards. The storm caused by the explosion burst forth abruptly. It was to that extent that even Benjamin, who was 100 meters away, could not help but squint his eyes, his hair dancing wildly in the wind. A few abandoned houses that were not that solid came tumbling down in an instant. Michael and the soldiers were so scared that they trembled at a corner of the house. On the other side, Lance stabbed his sword on the ground. Because of this, he did not get blown away by the sudden gush of wind. What is this? He wouldn't die even in this situation. He used his hands to block his face and said in disbelief. Benjamin's expression also turned odd at this moment as well. He tried to use water particles to detect what truly happened in the center of the storm. But the strange thing was, his detection blanked out as if it was out of order every time it went near the epicenter of the storm. He could not even know whether the elements were still in disorder or back in order, not to mention detecting the object in it. What happened? This situation had never happened before. Suddenly, he recalled the words that he heard from the men in black. What they said appeared to be any magic would disappear by itself once the god's power was summoned. But in that process just now, his magic was still fine when he was facing the old man, his magic did not weaken or disappear. Now, the elements near that area seemed to be out of control. What did this mean? Upon thinking this, Benjamin could not help but took a deep breath. It was too early to rejoice. Chapter 298, What is God? Benjamin did not understand what the whole process of summoning God's power actually meant. Just from these circumstances, he also knew it was not something that was easy to deal with. Therefore, he casted spells once again in order to interfere with this process. He agglomerated a few water bombs that rushed towards the center of the storm against the winds. However, the more the water bombs closed into the old man's position, the more resistance they experienced. In the end, it was impossible for the water bombs to even move. Benjamin was a little aghast. They had not even hit the target and yet this happened. How strong was the wind power in the central area? This was impossible. No matter how much he mustered his spiritual energy, he could not move the water bombs any further. Thus, he directly detonated the water bombs altogether. Unfortunately, not long after the water splashed out from the explosion, the effect was forced down by the powerful wind pressure. So, it could not cause any threat to the person in there. So he could not interfere with it. Upon seeing this, Benjamin knitted his eyebrows tightly in one line. Just when he was thinking about what he should do next, an ethereal chant that came from the center of the storm could be suddenly heard by everyone in the place. Rab Kaurhala. Except Benjamin, everyone showed a dazed expression. Whose voice is this? It isn't that old man's voice, is it? Michael said in disbelief. It couldn't be, there would really be some sort of god descending. Benjamin was not surprised. During the battle with the zombie bull at the underground remains, he had heard such chants before. The power that was called upon by the old man was probably the same as that at the remains. What change would it bring? Would be like the zombie bull, immortal and able to copy its opponent's attacks? If that was the case, Benjamin had experience with it, so it should not be too difficult to deal with. What he was afraid of was that this might be a different case than that in the remains. After hearing the low chant, the whistling wild wind slowly calmed down. The chaotic force around that area also began to slowly shrink and shrink. Everything shrunk to the central area of the storm as if there was something absorbing them. And at the central area, the chaos caused by the explosions of the shower of ice arrows and green light gradually disappeared as well. That is, as if a sound of heartbeat was transmitted from the center of the storm. Benjamin widened his eyes and stared at where the old man was. He could not help but take a deep breath, with his mood gradually darkened. He could see that the normal-looking old man that was previously suspended in the air was really different now. Along with the scattering of the dust, the ferocious green light had disappeared. Instead, a wide circle of green light faintly suspended at the top of the head of old man. The white robe on the old man's body that was without any dust had wide sleeves. The sleeves were moving up and down in the wind. The robe was so white as if it was shone with a spotlight. Following that, some words in green that seemed like gilt quietly surrounded him and guarded him just like the rings of a planet. At this moment, the old man stretched out both of his arms and suspended in the sky in a calm manner. His facial features and his wrinkles did not change. However, for some reason, it did not look the same as his original look. Upon seeing this, one word appeared in all of everyone's heart. God. It truly is God. Michael and the bunch of soldiers hid in the house. They could not even muster any intent of defying that person and almost knelt on the ground. It was as if they were going to join the faith any second. They already could not even see any traits of humanity in the old man. Instead, the old man reflected a kind of divinity that made them want to pay homage involuntarily. Even for Lance, his right hand that held his long sword tightly began to tremble when he saw this scene. It was right at this moment. The old man who gazed at the sky turned his eyes. Between black and green, they were not like any human's eyes. His gaze fell on the still absent-minded Lance. It was as if an energy suddenly rushed forward. Lance, who had just came back to his senses, shrieked. He flew backward for more than 10 meters as if his whole being was directly hit by something. The long sword that was in his hands also left his grasp. It rotated and drew a line of a parabola in the air. There was no emotion in the old man's gaze. He was simply staring at the long sword. Under his gaze, the long sword that was thrown away suddenly stopped in midair as if its time had been paused. After that, the old man reached out his left hand. As if somehow a force were calling upon it, the long sword that was in midair suddenly moved and slowly flew towards the direction of the old man's left hand. My sword! Lance fell on the ground with blood spurting from his mouth. Even so, he still struggled to get up and howled at the old man unwillingly. The old man ignored him. With his left hand stretched out, his whole being was static as if he was a statue. In an instant, the sword was already in the old man's hand. Upon seeing this, Lance lied on the ground and lowered his head in slight despair. At this instant, in a swift, it was as if a blue lightning just flashed through the night sky. A gigantic crescent-shaped ice blade suddenly appeared from behind of the old man. Its speed was beyond humans' comprehension. It directly cut off the old man's left arm. Along with the spurt of blood, the long sword that was already in his hand was once again thrown off and fell on the ground in a clank. Everyone was stunned. F***ck. Michael, who hid in the room, subconsciously cursed. Just that, he immediately came back to his senses after he cursed and regretfully covered his mouth. The old man's expression also changed. The divinity that he had in his whole being completely disappeared in that moment. He looked behind him with a stunned expression. He only saw that after it slashed his arm off, the moon glaive of ice spun in the air, painting an elegant curve in the air. Then, it flew back in a lively way. At this moment, it encircled Benjamin and spun quietly around him now. It showed a tranquil blue halo in the night. It was actually Sir Benjamin. Michael shook his head, his gaze full of shock. It was as if he had seen some kind of god-slayer. As for now, Benjamin did not even look at the old man in the eye. Under everyone's attention, he lowered his head and took a water ball of healing. He simply threw it in the direction of Lance. Lance, who was lying on the ground, was also stunned. After he was hit by the water ball, he stood up with a perplexed expression. Even though in a daze, he still managed to grab the sword that was delivered back to him by the steam. "Tha, thank you." He nodded and said, still slightly confused. "You're welcome." Benjamin's mouth quirked upwards as he replied. Then, his gaze fell upon the old man again as he showed a cold smile. "If you want to act cool, do it after you have won the battle. Acting cool just after you changed your appearance, hey! Have you received my permission for that?" He raised his eyebrows and said it lazily. "Just having a ring above your head, you think you have become a god? You think others couldn't do the same?" As he was saying, he clicked his fingers. Some water droplets were agglomerated above his head and formed a shiny blue ring. The look was not any different than that above the old man's head. The old man glared at him coldly without saying anything. The crowd at the side was aghast, looking at this situation. Seem like it still lacks a bit of something." Benjamin looked at the water ring above his head, then clapped his hands. Numerous ice bits appeared and kept on attaching to Benjamin's body. Gradually, they weaved a long robe of icy blue that glittered like a crystal in the night sky. Some of the other ice bits then formed a few traditional Chinese words respectively. Just like the words that surrounded the old man, these words also surrounded Benjamin, emitting a faint quaint aura. At last, the steam slowly blew and his golden hair danced in the wind. Benjamin imitated the actions of the old man at the beginning. He reached out his arms, gazed at the starry sky and put on an expression that showed no sadness or happiness. Michael and the other soldiers were also stunned. The old man floated in midair with a circle of green light above his head like a god. Benjamin, too, floated in midair with a blue water ring above his head. They both stared at each other and, for some reason, the situation seemed to be rather awkward. To the outsiders, it was even more so. Originally, the old man's look brought them a strong sense of shock. But now that Benjamin did the same thing, they witnessed this once again. Slowly, they came to realize that there was something wrong with this the more they looked at it. So exaggerated. God, should look like this? Everyone was in a daze. Chapter 299, Elemental Black Hole. The old man turned around. He stared at Benjamin. "You, who are you?" Benjamin shrugged. "I am God." The old man snorted and seemed to be slightly infuriated. He reached out and launched an invisible attack on him the same way he did to Lance. The feedback from the water particles was extremely blurry. Therefore, out of caution, Benjamin did not take it head-on. Instead, he agilely moved away and dodged the attack. Immediately, the old man's expression became more uncertain. He waved at the ground. His previously amputated left arm flew back up to him. Then, it slowly reattached itself to the stub. After a bit of wiggling and some grumbling, the old man's arm was once again reattached. He clenched his fist and stretched his arm for a bit. It seemed that, to him, everything was fine. Upon seeing this, Benjamin was no longer as relaxed as before. He couldn't believe it. It seemed that the immortality of the zombie bull had also been inherited by this guy. Benjamin still could not think of a solution to deal with the situation right now. The zombie bull was immortal because there was a never-ending supply of green light in its surroundings. Once it was isolated from the green light, it was easily dealt with. But for the guy in front of him, where in the world did he get his green light energy from? Was it the circle of light above his head? Benjamin tried using the water particles to detect the circle of light as well as the words floating by the side of the old man. However, his detection could not even get close to his opponent. He had no idea what was going on. Fine. His detection could not get close to that person, but, getting close to other things was still possible. Let's give it a try. Upon thinking this, Benjamin removed all the weird adornments on him. Only the moon glaive of ice was left. He controlled the moon glaive to head straight for the circle of green light above the old man's head just like a meteor. The old man did nothing. He simply gazed coldly at the moon glaive that came for him. Swish! The moon glaive slashed above his head, almost cutting his small round hat. However, even though the circle of green light should have been cut clean in half, nothing happened to it. It still hovered above the old man's head, safe and sound. Benjamin frowned. It seemed that the circle of green light was not his weakness. However, as he was prepared to retrieve his moon glaive, the old man reached out his hands and pointed at the moon glaive that was spinning in midair. Suddenly, that invisible energy surged once again. Like those intertwined vines, it trapped the moon glaive in midair, not allowing Benjamin to retrieve it. "You kid! You are weird!" The old man looked at Benjamin with a rather serious expression. Benjamin could not understand what the old man meant by weird. However, the moon glaive was trapped by that mysterious energy now. Try as he might, the moon glaive could break free of the energy. This made him take the invisible energy more seriously now. He could not let himself get caught by this energy. "Enough! I have trapped your weapon. Quickly tell me." The old man suddenly spoke, slightly irritated. But his words were interrupted by Benjamin's next move. Benjamin totally gave up control of the moon glaive of ice. The moon glaive lost control and turned back into steam, evaporating into nothingness. Benjamin then chanted another incantation. Along with a wave of disturbances, he once again summoned a moon glaive of ice in front of him. "Excuse me, you are mistaken. That was not my weapon." Benjamin shrugged smugly. Michael and the soldiers who were staying in the corner almost laughed. The old man's expression turned very dark. As he was about to speak, Lance appeared behind him, holding a long sword in his hand. He had been slowly sneaking up on the old man since Don Tino when. Suddenly, he slashed downward and cut the old man down the middle straight in half. "If you have anything else to say, say it when you reach hell." He brushed his nose in a cheeky manner. Benjamin face-palmed. "Feebom. Did Lance really have to try to act cool?" But, he was not that naive. The old man that was slashed into halves still floated in midair and did not land. Instead, his two halves flashed an exceptionally gruesome smile. Upon seeing this, Benjamin quickly shouted a warning at Lance, "Be careful. He's not dead yet." Upon hearing this, Lance did not even try to turn around. He rolled away on the ground in a panic, dodging another invisible attack right at the last second. After that, he ran a few feet away. He stared at the old man that was still hovering in the air with a disturbed expression. "What in the world is this guy?" Benjamin shook his head. "I don't know. If he knew what this old man was, he would have already dealt with him. Did he need to ask stupid questions now?" When the old man was cut into two, a lot of his internal organs had come out of his body. His whole being bobbed up and down as if in a state of weightlessness. The old man's terrifying face started to weirdly chuckle. Right now, the old man did not have any traits that even remotely resembled that of God. Instead, he seemed like the devil himself that had crept up from the depths of hell. Under the dark sky and whining wind, he looked like he was straight out of a horror movie. Such an interesting mage. His separated lips moved in unison. "I don't know why your magic did not dissipate. But, I will drag the answer from your cold, dead body." A sense of danger surged through Benjamin's heart. From the blurry feedback of the water particle, he could feel that the old man's body suddenly release a huge amount of invisible energy. This energy was compacted into many small balls which were then aimed in Benjamin's direction. Even though he did not know what those small balls were, he did not dare to get hit. Benjamin quickly backed away and summoned all kinds of shield in front of him. The moon glaive that encircled him was also directed to try to stop the attacks of the small balls. He could only say that he was fortunate to be able to detect the attacks of his opponent. Or else, fighting with something that he could not even see would put him at a considerable disadvantage. Under his control, the moonglaive soon collided with the first wave of small energy balls. Benjamin suddenly felt that there was a wave of strange disturbances in the area. Whilst experiencing these disturbances, Benjamin's expression changed. He immediately detonated the moonglaive and let it turn into ice bits, scattering all over the place. In the instant the moonglaive exploded, the small energy ball exploded as well. Boom! Even though in reality, there was no sound, but a solid thump was heard in everyone's hearts. Those who hid in the house were caught off guard. They were convulsed so badly that they fell all over the place. Some coughed up blood and others even lost consciousness. As for Benjamin, his spiritual energy was more exceptional than normal people, so he did not take that much damage. But this situation was more strange and unpredictable than anything he had ever experienced before. Ignoring the thumping at the spiritual level, he still did not know how the explosion had occurred. But what he could feel was that the small energy ball had created an elemental black hole. He could not detect even a little bit of elemental energy in the area at which the moonglaive had collided with it. It was as if the area had been completely cleared of everything. The shock and ice bits that were produced during the detonation of the moonglaive just now had all disappeared without a trace. This was a result that he had not foreseen. What just happened? This was truly some heaven-subduing magic. The elements were truly a magnificent thing. The mages could control them freely and use them to form magical spells. But they also kept to their own rules at all times. When magic dissipated, it went back to its elemental form. It neither increases nor decreases. He had never heard of anyone who could destroy elements. And yet, Benjamin had just witnessed it happen with his own two eyes. Benjamin bit his tongue. Was this the reason why magic would lose in another world? But, he had no time to think about it in detail. The moonglaive cancelled out one of the small balls, but there were still more than 10 balls in the air. With their slow floating speed, they were still flying towards him. After what had just happened, the ice walls and water shields in front of him now seemed like paper. Immediately, Benjamin's hair began to stand on end. Chapter 300, The Undefeatable Second Form. Benjamin immediately abandoned the shield he had just summoned. Ice wall, water shield. He threw everything to block as much as possible. As for himself, he controlled the steam to help him back away as fast as possible. He hoped that his spells could trigger a good amount of the small balls. However, the old man did not let him do as he pleased. He simply detonated one of the small balls to totally obliterate the ice wall and water shield. With just one detonation, he had gotten rid of all of Benjamin's protective spells. As for the remaining balls, they were still aimed at Benjamin. Shit! Benjamin could not help but curse. He flew in the air and attempted to dodge the small balls by sharply changing course. But, the old man controlled the small energy balls well and they tracked his movements exactly. Eventually they were going to catch up with him. Benjamin was on the defensive. He had to dodge the balls whilst simultaneously throwing out spells to cancel out the effect of their explosions. Throughout this, the old man's body that was cut in half also started to join back together. There was some weird tissue at the wound, slowly sticking the body back together. Upon seeing this, Lance leapt to slice at the old again. However, this time around, the old man did not even pay him any attention. The shapeless, small energy balls stayed on Benjamin's tail, slowly closing in on him. Friho bien. During this cat and mouse, the distance between the balls and him slowly decreased. Benjamin felt a little short of breath. Casting spells continuously could cancel out the effect of some of the balls, but his casting was relatively slow. If this went on, he would eventually get hit. He shuddered to think what would happen then. Moreover, even if he could survive the explosion of the first wave of energy balls, what would happen afterwards? The old man would unleash another attack and he would have to run away, but, doing so moments after he had lost his spiritual energy and combat effectiveness? Impossible. If he remained defensive much longer, it would mean his death. If he did not want to be taken out, he had to take out his opponent. He noticed the process in which Lance attacked the old man. No matter how many parts the old man was cut into, even if he was diced like ground onions and garlic, the attacks did him no harm. He could still simultaneously control the small energy balls and rejoin his separated body parts back together. For fuck's sake, was this guy an immortal? A normal immortal would at least be interrupted and forced to cast some spells after being cut off in pieces, right? Benjamin felt like he was going nuts. He had to find the old man's weakness. He had no choice. Seeing that the small balls were going to catch up with him, Benjamin decided to take drastic action. Suddenly, he once again changed his flying directions. Whilst doing so, he utilized the ice-breaking spell to create a model that looked like a rocket with a sharp tip beside him. His whole being hid inside the ice rocket before it started to rapidly speed up, straight towards the old man. Their spells couldn't kill the old man, so he planned to misdirect the small energy balls at the old man and see if his own attacks could do the job. Humph! However, upon seeing this situation, the old man simply snorted. The old man did not stop Benjamin. He simply let Benjamin ride the ice rocket straight through his already crumbling body. Immediately, blood gushed out. The old man was torn into dozens of pieces. He basically did not look even remotely human anymore. However, even in this creepy state, the old man could still speak. It is not known which organ he spoke from. Have you fooled around enough? With his ghastly words, the small energy balls flew to his front and obediently disappeared, leaving his unscathed. Following this, Benjamin suddenly felt a strange flow of energy around him. What the fuck? What is this? Benjamin was stunned and attempted to get further away from the old man. However, as he tried to move, he discovered that he was stuck, as if bounded by some invisible thing. He could not even speak. Immediately, Benjamin's expression darkened. Shit! He was trapped by the old man. He used the nonverbal spell casting technique and produced more steam to try to pull himself free. But the power that was holding him in place was much stronger than glue 502. It trapped him firmly in place. It was difficult for him to blink, much less break free. Benjamin was devastated. Was the second form really so powerful? Interesting. Even in this situation, you can still use magic. The old man's voice rang from the broken pieces of his body. But, being able to use magic will not make much difference now. The judgment of God has been passed down. This is a fate from which you cannot escape. As he spoke, a spear that was made of blood and flesh suddenly appeared out of thin air. He sneered and aimed the spear straight at Benjamin. Stop! Lance cried out. He once again rushed forward, wanting to attack that spear of blood and flesh. However, the old man's floating eyeball glanced at him and an invisible energy surged out and threw Lance to one side. Lance landed heavily on the ground. He struggled to stand, but his legs were too damaged. He had completely lost his combat effectiveness. The soldiers who hid in the house wanted to come to his rescue, but the old man simply took a glance at them and they were all tossed 20 feet into the air. Mosquitoes. The old man's gaze once again fell on Benjamin. Benjamin was still trapped. His face red, but still unable to speak a word. The boring drama shall end. The old man did not want to wait any longer and said coldly. The spear of blood and flesh paused, then stabbed hard downward at Benjamin's heart. It's over. Michael watched as he hid in the house. He hopelessly closed his eyes and talked to himself. Why in the world did I follow them for? I should have just stayed in my comfy, safe room. His heart was full of regret. As a good government servant, his future was set. Why did he have to risk it all just because of an assault case that originally had seemed like nothing important? Now he was going to die in this horrible place. Like a person who was going to die, thoughts surged through his mind. Regrets, the happy and unhappy moments of the past, all the things he hasn't done, to Michael, these short few seconds went by as slowly as the first half of his life. But, it was an extremely dazed croon from the old man that brought him back from this dazed state. Michael was stunned. He opened his eyes.